Festival 2025 and with me is
Sagar bhai, hello guys.
Harshit Raja. Bhai, kaise ho? How are you?
I'm doing great. Super excited to be at the Prague festival because last year, like 2 years back, I was playing in this event. I
Really?
really like the venue and the playing conditions here. And this time I'm going to be here as a commentator. So really looking forward to this exciting event.
Well, Harshit bhai, I didn't know that you were in Prague already, so you know the city very well.
I love this city. It is like it's so nice to go out and walk, but at the same time with this event has actually become like a festival, a yearly festival that many people are looking forward to. Last year we had Gukesh, Vidit, and Prague, all three Indians participating, and this year as well we have Prague and Arvind. So it's shaping up into a very strong open tournament in the year.
Yeah, and also we have Wei Yi as the top seed. Although if we consider the live ratings, Prague has 2758, so he
Wow.
would become the top seed. But we have some amazing players. Vincent Keimer, fresh from his success,
From Weisenhaus.
where he crushed everyone, including Magnus, Caruana.
Firuja.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Also, we have Anish Giri, our dear.
Arey, Anish Giri is someone we are going to follow his games today. Today, Anish Giri is taking on Le Kwong Liem.
Wow, already
That
a
will be
big
a
matchup.
huge game. And also, Prague today is playing against David Navara. That will be a fighting encounter.
Absolutely. Prague playing with the white pieces, and David is known for his dynamic and aggressive play. I think that is definitely going to be the key matchups for today's round. But we also have Vincent versus Wei.
Wow. Vincent versus Wei is going to be very exciting because Vincent would be on a high right now, Harshit Bhai. He has beaten everyone. He's come here. But from freestyle chess, now he has to play the standard chess.
Yeah, it's going to be a different game altogether. Although he did very well in the freestyle chess, Wei, one of the best classical players, also has had a great run. I think in 2024, he's one of the top seeds in this event. This is going to be a big match.
Right. And Harshit Bhai, I want to tell our viewers that we can read everything that they are writing here. So a big shout out to Somendra Verma. We have Pikerstein who's saying Edis versus Sam will be very interesting. You know, one of the things that this year we've done is that the live broadcast, the broadcast plus the chat are in sync. So even though there's a delay, there's a 15-minute delay, but we can interact with the chat.
That in real time. That's
In real
amazing.
time.
Wow. So we will be able to ask questions as usual, so that you will be able to improve all together alongside all the people watching. I think we're going to get the starting move. Or they should start very soon, I think.
Yes, we have claps by the players. So the first move will be made very soon. I don't know on which board. Maybe on Wei board because it's the top board there. As we have the guests coming in.
To make
Yes,
the first move,
exactly.
perhaps. Sagar bhai, have you been to Prague? How are you excited about this event? It's filled with superstars this year.
Yes, I love this city. By the way, Harshit Bhai, I decided with Amruta at some point that if we ever shifted to Europe to live in Prague, but clearly we did not decide that. We decided to start Chessbase India, which meant we had to live in India then.
Mumbai.
But yeah, this city is so beautiful. It's incredible. They say like every person should visit once Prague in his life, his or her
And
life.
the first
And
move.
D4 here.
The games have begun. Let's see how the first moves have been played.
Yeah.
D4 quickly played by Vincent.
Vincent Keimer has started the game with one D4 and Wei brings out his knight.
Knight.
Meanwhile, Pragnananda on the other board just is not making his move. He's like, I have to meditate here fully.
It's so important to get in the zone, Sagar. By once, after a long travel, maybe they have some jet lag. It's super important to get in the zone, calm their nerves down before making the first move. Prague doing just that. We've seen this amongst a lot of Indian players.
Yeah.
They're meditating for a few minutes before the game. Is that something you recommend doing?
Well, I personally think that, by the way, here it's a little bit stuck here, Prague. But in general, I have seen them getting this mind calm. And I'm not so sure if everyone needs to do it. I think everyone has to figure out if it works for them or not. I don't know, Harshit bhai, do you do it or not?
I sometimes do actually. It definitely helps me a lot to just because I always feel that the calmer your mind is during the game, the better. And I mean, of course, for me, it's been working out very well to always close my eyes for a few minutes before the game. By the way, Amruta says that's my favorite city.
Amruta is in the chat. Hello, Amruta. We are missing you here in Prague. And also Harshit bhai being here makes me feel good. So, but yeah, by the way, while we are getting the footages back, you can see the moves have already started coming on the screen. Harshit, if you look at this, we can see that Prague's game is now there are a few moves on the Prague game as well. But some exciting games. Which one do you see, like out of the 5, as the most exciting one?
I really want to take a look at Vincent versus Vei, because they've gone into a theoretical variation in the Nimzo. So can we go to that game?
Yeah, we can slowly head over to this game, Vincent versus Vei. So it starts off with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight to c3.
Bishop b4, the Nimzo opening.
Yes.
Where black is bringing his bishop out on b4, perhaps even potentially capture the knight on c3. And we might ask, why are we trying to give away the bishop pair so easily? Well, it's because to change the pawn structure, and black usually tries to go for a quick castling.
And also the control of the e4 square, the very central square. So white, Vincent plays queen c2, defending the knight and also defending the central square on e4. And then black castles it out. And here, Harshit by the main move is a3, questioning the bishop. But here, Vincent goes for the very direct move e4.
Yeah, I mean, and this has been a long going on theoretical battle in the Nimzo with queen c2 e4, where white tries to gain control of the center with pawns on d4 and e4, potentially even go bishop d3, e5 to put pressure on the knight and the pawn on h7. But Vei is like, I'm not going to give you any time to get control, quickly goes d5. This is the best move in the position that he quickly plays. e5, knight e4, pinning the knight on c3, a3 played.
a3. I think the main move here is bishop d3. Followed by knight coming in here.
Exactly.
I think you strike in the center with c5. But he plays a3, and Harshit, it seems to have... Vei plays quickly. He takes, and pushes his pawn to c5.
Yeah, it seems like both players know what they are doing. You are absolutely right that in this position, bishop to d3 was such... it's like played so many times that I was expecting this move. But I think that Vincent, along with Peter Lecco, definitely has prepared something. Bishop c3, bc3, c5, played by Vincent.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, we'll be getting the video footages very, very soon. Also, we'll be zooming in on our camera. Harshit bhai has grown a beard now, which wasn't there in Weissenhaus. So clearly, we need to zoom in here. c5. And now, Harshit, do you think that white can win material by pushing the pawn forward? Because here, if the knight goes back,
H4.
We already have the knight trap. So the question to our viewers, our first question for today is...
Black to play.
Black to play, what do you do? And by the way, guys, if you or anyone is in and around Prague, you can actually come to the venue here and sit right in front of us and answer these questions.
And watch that would be such a pleasure, like fun actually. It would be very interactive, so would highly recommend everyone in Prague
if
to
we
come.
have like a full house here,
मजा आ जाएगा यार.
तो फिर तो भाई we will have a great time. So guys, a big shout out to all of you. If you are also in India, maybe you can book a flight ticket, come here.
आ जाओ यार, यहाँ पे सब seats are waiting for you. So
yeah, and we have our first super chat of today. Sagar and Harshit, I agree. It is the most beautiful city, Prague, I have been to. It seems to be a painting of 1800s. Such beautiful buildings with the tiled roofs and the castle. I agree if in Europe, visit this place.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Such a nice super chat. Like, and explaining the city in a very poetic way.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I would go to the Charles Bridge again.
Yeah,
I
the
mean, I
Charles-
have been there maybe 5 times already.
And they also have this astronomical clock, which after every 1 hour, they have like a special thing that they do after every 1 hour.
Yes, these skulls are moving out, and
And there's also a a rooster that goes on to make some noise. F3 is a mistake. So many people finding
By
it.
the way, look at this. Everyone in the chat saying Queen H4. We have an amazing chat here. Check. And if you play G3, you
Boom, bam.
take, pawn takes, rook is hanging.
Rook is hanging. That's why Queen to H4 check is a deadly check, Sagar. By the king also cannot really go anywhere because King D1 would have ran into Knight F2 check, forking the rook on H1, which would
That's terrible.
lead to a big material deficit for white. So F3 is not possible right now. However, I do question if the move Bishop D3 is going to be on Vincent's
It's
side.
already played,
Oh,
Harshit Bhai. Bishop
wow.
D3 is on the board, and now Wei is bleeding on the clock. Guys, Wei is thinking he is not prepared, I believe now. Maybe he's out of his prep. And there we have the live cameras incoming. Thanks to our director Saab here, whom we will introduce you very shortly. Once the cameras are here, we can see Arvind Chidambaram on our screen.
Wow.
Harshit Bhai, how
Let's take a
about
look
looking
that
at his
yes,
game?
Let's go.
Arvind is playing the local hero
Nguyen.
of Czech, Nguyen Thai Dai 1. Van Nguyen here, he is actually had an amazing tournament at
Vaikanze.
He won
the
it.
Challengers section, which means he has qualified for the Masters section. Also in this event, playing against Arvind right now, like someone who has been in great form this year. His rating has risen up to 2730.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible to see him play alongside these top players in this event. And this opening is very, very interesting.
Can you tell us a little bit about it, Harshit Bhai? Knight F3, D5, G3. They have a very symmetrical setup.
Exactly, and this is known as the Neo Grunfeld, where both players have a very symmetrical position. White goes for C4, trying to bait black into capturing the pawn, because if you take D takes C4, white usually develops his knight on B1 to go to A3, tries to go to C4 and gets a small edge potentially with this pawn on D4 and E2 pawn potentially going on E3 and E4. Instead, Nguyen is like, I want to be very solid against you.
solid.
I am black. I just want to, be solid and make a draw. C6 played. And now Arvind, instead of going for the usual C takes D5 or knight C3, goes for queen to B3, trying to restrict the bishop on C8 from moving out.
Because he's putting pressure here this way as well as this way. And so black plays the move A5.
Yeah, and I think I've seen this move amongst a lot of top players.
You must have prepared this as well, I guess.
Yes, queen b3. Previously, queen b3, queen b6 used to be a very, very common move. But recently, the move a5 has been suggested by the top engines, and Nguyen is one of the best prepared players in the stock.
Yesterday I met Van Nguyen before the opening ceremony, and he asked me, when did you arrive? And I said in the morning, and I asked him when did he arrive, and he said 30 minutes ago, because my house is just 30 minutes away, and I took a car here. I came here. I just kept my luggage, and I'm in the.
He's ready.
Yeah.
He's
and
ready.
It's such a big advantage to be in your hometown and play this. And I think the Prague Festival and the Prague Masters has given Van Nguyen so much of exposure.
Yeah, I think he's one of the two players who has played all 7 editions so far alongside David Navarra, which just goes to show the experience that he's gotten from playing in these events. First challengers and now establishing himself as a Masters player. After queen b3, a5, knight c3, there is a very cool idea here for black. Black can go pawn to a4, Sagar Bhai. It feels like it is a pawn sacrifice, but it is not. If you take, I can now take d takes c4, and the point is that if you take queen takes
Can we
c4,
ask our viewers?
guys, I think this is too easy.
Too easy. Let's see if all of you can reply here. Black to play, what do you do? And while you guys, so quick,
Yeah.
Beloglavi Soup, Arnav Agarwal, Mehrab,
Sai, Rishi, people are finding the right moves. They're very alert,
even
Sagar.
travel with Nikhil Roshan, who is generally just giving super chats and asking people to subscribe. Today,
He's
he is like, bye.
He wants to improve. He's ready.
So b5 is the correct move, and it's a pawn fork here on a4 and c4. Fantastic move.
Exactly. I think after queen b3 a5, we got a few more moves.
Yes. He
Arvind took c takes d5.
pawn push,
Pawn
queen
push
ko
first.
bhagao.
First he got this tempo, queen d1, and now I think, okay, he just took back c takes d5. Knight c3, and now.
And asking a very big question to the pawn here. It's hanging, it's attacked twice. How do you defend it is the question. Black to play, guys. What would you defend it with, Harshit bhai? Do you go with your queen, put it here, try to defend? Do you push the pawn forward?
I think queen a5 is what I think is the best move, because it just feels like something I've checked before. And the point being that after bishop d2, it looks very scary that the knight is going to jump and attack my queen. But the thing is that white does not really have very dangerous knight jumps, because if you take knight takes a4, the queen and the rook protect this. And if you take knight takes d5, the queen can take on d5. So I think that queen a5 would be a very good way to protect the pawn on a4. What do you think? Do you think bishop d7 is also possible, or?
Yeah, bishop d7 looks a bit passive, I feel.
You are right.
So maybe
bishop d7
this or this.
Knight will quickly jump into e5, and then look at that. The bishop on g2 suddenly is going to find a lot of strength. g2 by d5 putting pressure. And I do think that queen a5 should be played, but he's thinking.
Yeah, he's thinking here. Van Nguyen seems to be out of his prep at this point of time.
And Travel with Nikhil Roshan is back.
Array! Member for 29 months says, hello chat wale dosto, please like the stream. And Harshit bhai, because people missed you so much, we did not even hit 260,000 like 2.6 million.
Array guys, come on.
We are at 259.500 or something. We are just 500 away.
Guys, let's do it in the next 5 minutes. 2.6 million. Maza aa jayega yaar. What a good start it will be.
Yes.
Shubh start chahiye, Sagar bhai.
Shubh start and a new event, and we are here. Very amazing venue. I never imagined, Harshit bhai, that we would be sitting in a country far away from home and commentating.
Yeah, I mean, and look at the beautiful setup that they've made for us. We have a nice screen, we have cameras.
We have
Amazing.
to show it, maybe make a video later and
Absolutely.
put it maybe on your Instagram so that people can start. Harshit bhai has reached 10,000
10,000
followers on Instagram. Yesterday, on that note, he has put his push-ups video.
Yes.
So, which was very cool. And Harshit bhai, you were in Hamburg. Can you tell our viewers, what were you doing in between Weissenhaus and now? Like 7 days.
Yes, so between Weissenhaus and this event, I had a gap of 1 week. So I wanted to make the most use of it. So I went to Hamburg to record a course for Chessbase. And I made a course that should come out maybe in a few months, I think. And it's going to be about how to play against most of the openings starting with 1 e4. So it will be a beginner's guide for club players and players rated until 1800, which will get a very good understanding of developing an intuition.
With white,
with
1 e4. Oh.
So I'll cover a lot of things. I cover c5, e5, e6, c6, all the main openings, and I give a basic, I try to develop a basic intuition of where the pieces belong and what the plans are.
Wow.
So,
and also
stay
after
tuned.
doing this, you fell ill also, you recovered also, so quite some action.
Yes, I did realize how important it is to have someone around when you are not feeling well, because I was all alone, Sagar bhai. In Hamburg. Valentine's Day be alone, the Hamburg may be alone.
Guys, the day when Harshit bhai will stop commentating with us, we will know that he has found some. So right now we can see that Van Nguyen. Oh, he's made his move. He's jumped in knight to e4.
Wow.
Oh, he's
giving up the pawn on a4.
Wow.
This is a very, very direct move, because knight a4, he's saying perhaps that he wants to go queen a5 and try to, oh, that's the point, right? If knight takes a4, taking the free pawn, black will jump from d8 to a5, attacking the knight on a4. If you
But I
come
have
back,
b3.
I will just take and I'm winning a pawn. So you have to defend the knight somewhere else. If you go b3, I suspect that black can even perhaps go bishop to d7 now, trying to put pressure on the knight on a4 and then jump knight c3. I wonder if...
Oh, b5.
Yeah, exactly. If after b3, black can even directly push pawn to b5, because if you go knight c5...
No, that's just hanging right
I
there.
take d takes and the g7 bishop will be a monstrous bishop, so you can't really do that.
And also after b3, b5, if knight b2 here, then c3 is waiting for the black knight and it can get very nasty.
Yeah, I mean, black is down a pawn, but his pieces are excellently placed, and that's a very important theme to know. That sometimes, guys, initiative is worth more than material, and I think in this position, Gyoen with his move knight to e4 is just trying to prove that.
Right, and meanwhile, Harshit Bhai, Arvind is well prepared. It's like Arvind has done his homework. And he goes knight to g5.
Whoa! What is
plays-
happening with these knights, Sagar bhai?
Wow, he jumps ahead with his knight, attacking this knight 3 times. And wow.
I mean, Arvind is definitely the player in form in the year 2025. The way he has been playing so far has been absolutely incredible. Also, if you notice after knight takes c3, b takes c3, h6, we might ask ourselves where the knight wants to go, knight f3 or knight h3. And I do think knight h3 does have a lot of merit to it, trying to go to f4 and put pressure on the d5 pawn.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, this is such a good idea to put the knight here, attack this, and yeah, fantastic. Knight g5 is the move on the board, and while we get the footages back, guys, it seems like Arvind Chidambaram is very well prepared against Thaidai-1. We will see how this game continues. Maybe we can have a look at Prag's game.
Oh no, we have to go to Shankland's game.
Why?
Oh my god, look at that position. Absolutely insane. Can we take a look at that game? What is this, Sagar bhai?
Samuel Shankland is so well prepared, and Edis Gurel, his opponent, the 16-year-old boy from Turkey, is being put to the ultimate test.
Absolutely, against someone who has played this event previously and even won this event.
Yes.
Samuel Shankland, I think in the year 2019, if I'm not mistaken, was the winner of this tournament. And here, can we go from the get-go? D4.
We'll go, and by the way, we have a super chat.
Yes.
And I must tell you guys, Venture Chess Academy, I in fact wrote in my to-do list your task. I also have saved that log extension. If you can just send me a mail again, because I tried to find your email. I couldn't find it. If you send it today to chessbaseindia@gmail.com, I will send it across tonight itself. Meanwhile, we have some guests joining in here. Fantastic. Harshit Bhai, if you have some questions for them, we will also ask them.
Yes,
so we will get
absolutely.
some answers here. But Shankland versus Edis Gurel sees the London system.
Yeah, an opening which was popular a lot in the year 2022, 2023, but it kind of went down in popularity, I felt. But now again, I think that it's gaining a lot of popularity. Black goes for c5, c4.
You know, if
Completely
I would
restricting.
have played this some years ago, my coach would have said this is the most terrible move to make, because you're just giving up the tension in the center.
Yeah, I mean, usually we always want to keep some sort of tension with the c5 pawn attacking the d4 pawn. But if you notice, once black makes this move pawn to c4, the bishop on f1 cannot go to d3. And agar bishop d3 pe nahi aayega, to how will you attack here?
Right, so without the bishop, so this is a very concrete move, stopping the bishop from going there. But Shankland is like, who needs the bishops when you have the rooks?
h4.
He's just going out.
He's
for
going
the attack.
h4, h5, and he's going to do something that Amruta is perhaps very fond of. Rook lift, Sagar bhai, might be coming.
Maybe Amruta is still watching this, and Amruta, we have the rook lift incoming.
We have you in our thoughts.
Yes, h4, h5.
Harry is going all the way, Sagar bhai. h6.
And now this knight is being attacked once, twice, and thrice. So you have to do something about it. But Shankland is like this.
Shankland completely ignores it. Then there is a very concrete reason. So you can, if you take knight takes e5, d takes e5, bishop takes e5. And now we are at a juncture where white has two important moves. Bishop takes e5 and hg7. And this move, h take g7, we can definitely say is an intermezzo. Because after king takes g7, suddenly the rook on h1 is going to be the reason why black is in big trouble.
Yes, white to play. What do you do here? Would you like to try?
Wow. Wow.
Bishop h6, fantastic. This seems like the best move here, winning an exchange.
Yes, our spectators are very strong, so we should maybe ask a bit more tricky questions.
Yes, definitely. We will have some tough questions also coming up. And if you guys are in and around Prague, as I mentioned, please do consider coming to Hotel Don Giovanni here. So that's why Edis went for the move g6.
Yeah.
He kept it closed.
And this is a move which you are never happy to play, right? Because the square on g7 becomes so weak. And with the pawn on h6, your king is always going to be a bit vulnerable. But now is the move that we definitely did not expect Sam to play so quickly. Knight to g4 was blitzed out.
Preparation.
Has to be.
And his point
look at his
being,
clock.
if you take here, he will simply win a piece.
Yeah, no, that is going to be terrible. You cannot take on f4. Ed is one of the best talents from Turkey. Takes knight takes g4, bishop d6, queen d6, queen g4.
But I feel something is fishy here. I mean, look at this. The queen is here. The bishop is staring across the queen. Can we simply not unleash it?
That's the move that came to my mind. Pawn to e5. Can we go for it? I think the point could be that white goes for queen to g3, pinning the pawn to e5 to the queen, and then it's going to be a bit difficult to have this. Because if you go queen e7, I do think that even if white takes d takes e5, queen takes e5, queen takes e5, knight takes e5. This endgame with white's pawn on h6 and the d5 pawn being a bit weak is definitely going to be preferable for white. The rook can even sometimes swing across like this. So
nice, nice. So that means that right now Sam Shankland is in a very interesting position because of the time on the clock. He has 1 hour 34 minutes. Edis has 1 hour 15 minutes, and now everyone's asking us, can we look at Prague's game?
Yes, we can.
Meanwhile, look at that. Look at Arvind Chidambaram, by the way. He is, by the way, the Masters section is in the other side. He is looking at
He's taking a stroll, yeah.
Yeah, he's taking a stroll somewhere else. And this is, I think, a very exciting game of the day because David Navara is known for his combative play. And
direct play. He loves calculating, forcing. He loves getting chaotic positions and trying to out-calculate or outsmart his opponent. But Pragnananda, after winning the Vaikanse, is definitely going to try to keep that momentum in this event and have a good start. Yesterday as well, he looked very, very confident in his posture.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Crick says, why doesn't Harshit Bhai play? Why all are making him a permanent streamer or what? Guys, I must tell you, next month onwards, Harshit is on a roll.
Yes, so I don't know what will happen, but I will for Paris, but I'll definitely be there for Grenke to play in the freestyle
And if
event.
I'm commentating, you will come in between.
And then after that, I will play an event in Sardinia in Italy. So we'll definitely
So guys, while we have him here, let's enjoy his insights because, once Harshit starts playing, he will be thinking about his 2600 ELO where he wants to reach. And we have the Queen's Gambit declined Ragozin variation here.
Ragozin variation. Navara already showing why he loves playing these complex positions. C takes d5, E takes d5, bishop to f4.
Yeah.
And now he does allow this crazy line that starts with knight e4 and g5.
Have you prepared this ever like bishop f4? Because generally people used to put their bishop on g5 pinning the knight.
Yes.
But bishop f4 seems to be the modern treatment.
Exactly. Because the problem was that bishop g5 always used to get hit with h6 and you had to make a decision whether to take the knight on f6 or not. Because after, let's say, h6, bishop h4, g5 was very, very possible after bishop g3, knight e4. And I think that instead of going for these direct lines, Prag just wanted to play a kind of a solid game. Bishop f4, and his idea is simple: go e3, bishop d3, and short castles.
And opponent goes castles, e3, and pushes the pawn in the center. And Prag says, I don't mind if you take here, I will take back with the knight.
It's very important you mentioned that. You have to capture back with the knight, because if you capture with the e pawn, rook to e8 check, and suddenly white's position is going to be in a lot of trouble, because if, let's say, you have to come back bishop e2, the black knight could even jumping to e4, putting pressure on the c3 knight. Definitely not what you want. And after cd4, knight takes d4, we get an isolated pawn position where the pawn on d5 is isolated. And white already controls the very important Isolini square, which is the square right in front of the isolated pawn. And I think getting control of this square will definitely put white in a small plus.
But here David Navarra plays a move which I think you guys should think about. Black to play. What should black do here? How to put pressure on the center here so that white is made to take certain decisions. An important moment here. Black to play.
Oh, we saw him play. Come from upstairs.
Oh, you saw him play the move already. So maybe for our chat here, what should black do? Meanwhile, Sakar Chess says that some games in the challenger section are not live yet online. Maybe we can have a look later at few of the games. But yes, the move that we were looking for, I mean, most of the people want to play knight c6, and I think it's not a bad move.
It is not at all a bad move. I do think that white would probably consider capturing the pawn on c5 now that black has to kind of spend the tempo with taking back with the bishop, and now we just castles, go rook c1.
Also h3.
Yes, h3 is a very, very typical idea.
It's a typical move here, maybe.
I'm just a bit afraid that h3, black
D4.
will immediately go d4, and after knight a4, which is a typical way to meet d4, bishop to b4 check is going to be a problem because the king is still in the center. However, the move that after bishop d3 we were looking at is bishop to g4 played by David, pinning the knight on f3, and his idea is to now capture cd4 because ed4 is going to be very, very equal.
So Prag asks the question to the bishop a3, and now creating a mess on the board is bishop a5.
Yeah, I mean bishop a5 is a concrete move because white can capture the pawn on c5.
But then I take on c3, right?
Yeah, but so you just played bishop a5, and can you explain to the chat why after d takes c5 you're willing to take bishop takes c3?
Well,
what changed?
My only problem is if white gets
b4,
b4, it's just a clean extra pawn.
Exactly.
So I want to, either I'm thinking about d4 business here, if it works.
Sagar bhai always thinking about some business.
Yeah. But I don't think it works here.
Yes, I don't think d4 exactly works because it is possible. But the problem is that after e takes d4, I think white's center is a bit too strong and b4 is always going to be in the air. So I think that you are right that black should capture bishop takes c3 because after bc3 the pawns on c3 and c5 are broken, and the black queen can perhaps quickly jump to a5 as well, attacking both these pawns, which will mean that you lose one of them.
So while David Navarra has played his bishop back, an important question for Prag, and maybe Director Saab, if we can zoom in a little bit on our camera, then it could be a nice thing here on the camera here in the commentary room. But bishop a5, Harshit bhai, what would you play here as white?
I am definitely tempted by castling. But the problem with castling is c takes d4. Again, as we said, we can't capture the knight. And if e d4, knight c6, and you are putting so much pressure on the d4 pawn that I am very uncomfortable because you are also wanting to go bishop b6. And I think suddenly black is putting a lot of pressure on white's center.
So very important moment for Prag to decide now what to do. Because, on one hand, if he takes here, then the bishop is taking on c3. On the other hand, if you castle, then pawn takes, knight c6. So David has kind of got both his bishops to pin these two white knights.
Yeah, and that's why Prague is thinking. Prague is thinking for more than 7-8 minutes already because he knows this is a critical moment. It's important to understand when a moment is critical. Prague obviously is no stranger to this concept. He's taking his time trying to find the right idea because if you take DC5, the structure of the position is going to change completely.
Yeah, but it might be the best move.
It
Yeah.
might be. You might just have to go for it because otherwise, how will you protect against CD? Maybe, can you go bishop C2?
Whew.
But the problem is now black will capture bishop takes f3 first, and after queen takes f3, now c takes d4, e d4, and again knight c6 perhaps, and black is getting a lot of
But
quick
there is
development.
also maybe a direct way to take advantage of this. Like,
Maybe
what
just
if I
CD4
take?
first, yeah.
I take,
If you queen d4, then knight c6 will also jump in. Yeah,
Right.
this looks bad.
and then with d4 coming in and bishop f3, it looks bad. So yeah, right now a very key moment in this game. Meanwhile, while Prague is thinking, let's head over to Anish Giri.
We didn't
Yes,
take a look at that game.
Anish Giri versus Le Quang Liem. And we have
And we are already have only 8 moves, but the players have already thought for quite some time. So we are reaching unfamiliar territories.
but this looks quite normal, right? It's the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yes, DC4, knight f6, bishop takes c4, e6, knight f3, a6, trying to go for b5, castles, and black goes bishop e7, delays going for b5.
Yeah.
And very interesting move by Le Quang Liem now because of course you would expect him to go knight c3 or queen e2 here, but he goes for knight bd2. And if I were try to explain this move, it is that white wants to keep the option of going b3, bishop b2 open for the bishop on c1.
Also, one more thing. If black goes b5, which he did, Anish, the bishop comes back. Now you can strike here, forcing the pawn to come ahead, and then the knight
that's
gets
a very
this
nice-
very nice square.
Absolutely. I mean, a4, b4, knight c4 is definitely what Liam is going to consider. Also, knight d2 allows him to go to b3 and potentially even to a5 if the black bishop comes to b7.
I'm actually surprised at Anish Giri's opening choice slightly. Not too much because we are still early in the opening, but generally you don't play b5 here, right? Like you play either castles or c5 and then
No.
later maybe, maybe this is already a bad move, yeah? c5 here.
Yeah, because I think white can play d takes c5, bishop takes c5, and sometimes even this endgame is very good for white. After knight b3, it can become quite unpleasant for white to play. And also, you spend time to go bishop e7 and then bishop
And then-
takes c5.
so you wasted a tempo.
Exactly. B5 actually, b5, bishop b7 in this position is actually, I think, one of the most typical ideas. B5, bb7, knight d7, and to go for c5.
But if I go bishop e2 like Le Quang Liem has done and now Anish plays this move,
Okay.
how do you meet this very interesting?
Yeah, this a4 move is definitely a bit annoying. But let's say I go b. Let's try to mate it with b4.
And I play
Knights.
a5 as well, or
Or maybe even knight c4, yeah, trying to put our knight on a5. Or even
Yeah.
knight b3 is interesting in that matter, so that you even control the c5 square. It's not definitely not easy to judge because after a5, I even consider this idea of going knight fd2, trying to put this knight to c4, and then go bishop f3. Perhaps this looks very good for white.
wow. Whew. Okay, so guys, maybe Anish Giri is already in a thinking mode. Look at the time on his clock. He's spent 20 minutes already, and we can see Le Quang Liem. If we can see he's moving around. He's not really at the board. Wow. This area which they have is a nice area for the players to walk only today, because from tomorrow the open tournament will be played.
Yes, but I do think that area might still be available. Who knows? It will
Maybe
be
it
interesting
will
to
be,
see.
but you can see that on the right of your screen there is spectators who are sitting. This will all have tables tomorrow, and we have some very strong players in the open section who will be playing here.
Yes, we have some players from India as well. Vantika Agrawal is going to be playing in the open section, so will be very interesting to see both Divya and Vantika play in this event. Olympiad gold medals winners.
Oh, Vantika is here.
Yes, she will come.
Oh.
At least I saw her name.
By the way, you have a question from Himang. He says, was Lei Kwang Liam your coach ever? Did you learn from him in the US?
No, he was not my coach, but he was the head coach in a university very close to mine, which is the Webster University.
But I can't believe how Lei Kwang Liam, in spite of being a trainer in the university, is still at 27-39 or 27. Yeah, like, how can you maintain both these things?
Well, I think that these players have such strong fundamentals, like all these old school. I mean, Lei Kwang Liam is definitely an old school player. He's been in the top since the last 10-15 years. He's maintained it quite
He, in
effortlessly.
fact, was the world blitz champion in 2012.
Yes.
So 13 years ago.
That's crazy. Oh, actually, also we have a lot of developments in the Vincent versus Wei's game.
Okay.
Look at Vincent's clock. He has 94 minutes.
What?
And coming from Weisenhaus, he's really riding high on that confidence.
If I have to face Vincent, I would be super scared right now. You know, today, by the way, I met him and Peter Lecco, his coach, in the elevator at around 2 p.m. before the round, and they were coming back from lunch. And I asked them, like, oh, were you in the lunch of the buffet which is being served at the first floor? You know, like we all have, by the way, guys, this wristband which we just show, and then we can eat food. And they actually went outside to eat because the buffet has so many dishes that sometimes you overeat. So they wanted to eat like limited food. And so they went out and they ate something, and I think they were in such good spirits.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely working. They have very good synergy. Probably going on a walk before the game has also been proven to help a lot of top players. Gary used to walk a lot before his games, and maybe they're trying to do something similar. But here, we left it after
Bishop d3.
We left it after the bishop d3. So
Yeah.
CD4, knight c6 played.
Attacking the pawn
On
here
d4.
in the center. So knight comes out, check. And this is where I believe Wei would have been expecting
Bishop
Vincent to,
d2.
block. But Vincent was like, sorry, I'm going to lose my castling rights
Yes,
here.
and now he's already threatening pawn to f3, which is trapping the knight on e4, which is insane. Like already the knight, like in the center of the board where it can go to 8 squares, it has no square available.
So my question to the viewers now here, few of the viewers sitting here, how do you meet this position with black? What do you do when your knight is right in the center of the board? What is the move you play?
Also, it's a good concept to remember what you should do when your opponent's king is weak.
Yes.
You should try to open the position.
Exactly.
So the best move here, which was played by Wei, pawn to f6, trying to meet f3 with f takes e5. Maybe I can just show this, because now the rook on f8 pins the pawn on f3, and I think this is going to be very, very good for black. But Vincent had everything, I think, prepared. He takes bishop takes e4,
Okay.
d takes e4, and now of course if you take queen e4, black will capture fe5, d5, and I think that endgame should be very, very close.
Also the f file gets opened up.
So definitely not what Vincent wanted. He took the pawn, rook f6, and now he did not take the pawn on e4.
Yeah.
Why?
Because maybe there are some reasons like e5 there, or
Also something like queen a4 could be tricky, and I have a very hideous threat in this position.
Ooh, let's ask our viewers here, what if we save the pawn? What happens here? Maybe some of our viewers very strong, but in the chat for them, black to play. What is a nice move here?
Maybe bishop d7 developing.
Or maybe knight e7 maneuvering to the weak square.
No, our chat is too strong. Exactly. Everyone writing queen to d1, Parikshit, Suresh, Ekta. Queen to d1 is mate, so you can't allow this. This will be game over. He did not take the pawn. He went for bishop e3. And he blitzed this move out, which definitely makes me a bit scared for the black's position.
And look at Vincent there. He's sitting as if he's the one thinking. So even though it's not his move, he's completely zoned in. He has a close to 35-minute lead on the clock,
Wow.
and Wei is the top seed of the tournament. It seems like Vincent today is out for blood.
Yeah, he definitely wants to start with a bang. If you are way in this position, you just want your opponent to stop blitzing. Because when your opponent blitzes out, it means that it has it prepared. And it's very, very difficult to play with black in this position, I think.
I don't know what should black do here. Maybe we have some suggestions here from our viewers. What should black do? Guys, if you have any suggestions, because Wei is kind of at loss for moves here.
I mean, I think he does have some ideas. For example, he can go bishop d7, but I think you need to find some idea against white capturing the e4 pawn.
You will be pawn down.
Exactly, and like you have to prove your compensation, because if you don't have enough compensation, Vincent with his time advantage is simply going to convert it.
We have Arnav Agarwal who's saying e5, one move. There's also a suggestion of knight b4, which seems like a bad move to me. Although you can't take here, I can simply play queen d2 and
Or
pin.
knight before, just take the e4 pawn as well, yeah? Like,
Yeah, just
ask
take this pawn.
what exactly do you want. So, it's not easy actually, even when I'm trying to think for a move for black, because queen f5 runs into the very nasty knight g3. And this is going to be very, very bad because I'm attacking both the queen and the pawn. So, let's try to figure out, because this is a key moment. I mean, we need to figure out a move for black to continue the game somehow.
Yeah. It's a very, very key moment here.
Oh, can I go for pawn to b5?
Wow. That's a crazy move here. And Harshit Bhai, the engine
Did not move, which is maybe it's the best move.
It has liked your move. So just so that we tell our viewers here, we have the bar, we can see the evaluation, but we can't
Cannot
see
see
the
the move.
lines.
Yeah.
So right now we are just kind of relying on the bar. It did not move, so b5 is actually a very strong move.
Yes, we want to get rid of the pawn on c4 desperately, because as soon as the pawn on c4 moves, the d5 square opens up. And now notice that we were trying to struggle to develop our bishop, but it suddenly has found some sort of a life from either a6 or b7. So this b5 is a very, very important move.
But then I can take this pawn and attack your knight, no?
You can, and my idea was that now I just go for something like bishop b7,
Ooh.
and I try to go for quick counterplay.
With the rook coming in, perhaps.
Exactly. And now the king on f1 doesn't look very happy. So I think Vincent might be thinking that if my opponent does not find b5, I'm going to have a great position. And even if he finds it, I know the next few moves to perhaps keep the game under my control.
Okay. So right now we are going to wait and see what does Wei play next.
Do you think he will play b5?
I think it's kind of forced, because it's between the move e5 and b5, because e5 I already feel like d5
No,
and
this
then
is-
this is hanging.
I think by method of elimination, he should be able to figure out this move pawn to b5.
Also, Harshit, you found it very quickly.
If I found it, he has to find it. Yeah?
No, I mean, I'm sure it will pass through Wei's head if he's thinking for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, if he's thinking for 20 minutes, it also shows that he's uncomfortable. Because usually, I mean, with 90 minutes, you also don't have unlimited time
Yeah.
to think. And it's only, what move is? Only 15th move. So they have to make 25 moves so far.
yeah, just to tell our viewers, it's 90 minutes plus 30-second increment from move 1. And after move 40, another 30 minutes get added.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this shapes up. For the time being,
Can we check Arvind's game as well? Because that was one game we looked at after this move knight to g5. And this idea with knight h3 has all happened in the game.
oh my god.
So
If
knight
that's
g5, knight takes,
Pawn takes.
h6. And I asked where should the knight go, and this happened, knight h3.
Wow.
And black goes for queen c7, trying to put pressure on the c3 pawn. But again, I think in this position, although black is fine, Arvind has 25 minutes more than his opponent, which shows that he has looked at this position more recently than Guen, or remembers the details better. But obviously black is completely fine in this position. But I'm thinking if white can go knight f4 right now. Can I sacrifice?
Just to tell our viewers that you can't take the pawn in the center because the knight is hanging.
Exactly.
So that's why you want to play the knight.
Yeah, but I don't know if I can afford to give my pawn on c3. I don't know if I have enough do I? Queen c3?
I'm sure that looks good because then
Bishop e3 I think you have to play. Queen c3, bishop e3, attacking the d5 pawn.
but then I have just e6, no?
Yeah, and maybe you just protect everything.
Yeah, so I was thinking if bishop d2,
But d4
queen
is also
d4,
hanging,
and
then
now
a1.
a1 is hanging. Okay, so maybe knight f4 is a tricky move because
Yeah, maybe it's not possible to do it actually. There is this interesting idea of going bishop to a3, right?
now directly.
Directly, because if you take on c3, the e7 pawn is hanging, and I do think that the e7 pawn is more important in this position for black to defend, because once the e7 pawn falls, the pawn on d5 is going to become very weak. So I think bishop a3 could be a move that Arvind considers, because it also allows white to go rook a to c1.
But I think it's more concrete, right? If like now bishop a3, queen c3,
Okay, bishop
bishop
e7.
e7, rook e8.
And now
Now
I have...
this and this both are hanging.
But can I go bishop c5?
Defending the pawn here. And then you want to go knight a6, you have rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1.
It's already looking quite good for white.
Yeah, so bishop a3, I don't know if you should take the pawn on c3, because strategically it's very risky to give up your e7 pawn.
Yeah.
Rizard, type something for you, Sagar.
Rizard says, Sagar bhai again alone and enjoying without Amruta. Well, Rizard, I must tell you, I am very sad here to be alone. It's not like I'm very happy. No, I mean... it's of course I would have loved to have Amruta here. Last year she and I were commentating together here. It was not this room, it was some other room in this Don Giovanni, but yeah, we had some passport related things. She renewed her passport and I'm hoping that she'll join.
Oh, by the way, Wei did not find b5. He played bishop d7 and Vincent blitzed out king to g1. What a move is king g1.
Can we look at Vincent's face? Can we look at it on full screen?
Because it's very hard to understand anything on Wei's
Wei.
face. He's
No,
always
but Wei is back.
Wei is back, but like he never gives any emotion. I think he's like the most like calm person to play in this. Like just look at his face.
Oh, also I know that Wei in general is not so worried when he goes low on time. I think we have seen some games where he's down to a minute, opponent has an hour, but he's okay.
Yeah, but here when Vincent blitzes out king g1, does he want to put his rook from a1 to f1, or I'm just trying to understand what does white's idea? Maybe h3 king h2, yeah? Just try to find shelter for the king on g1.
Or he's just saying my king belongs on g1, I'll play h4 next.
h4 rook h3.
h4, h5.
That's actually a
and
cool
rook
idea.
h4.
That's a cool idea.
Yeah.
h4 and rook h3 is, I really like this concept of bringing the rook over to g3. I think this game definitely is going to be an important one for Wei to defend early in the event, because how you start the event definitely shapes up the momentum for the rest of your event. So
I agree.
you definitely want to start on a high. On the other hand, Vincent, with having 35 minutes up on the clock, has definitely had an opening success.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter Lecco must be very thrilled right now the way in which Vincent is playing this opening. And if we can have the board back, Harshit, I think right now black again has a decision to make. Can we go b5 now?
Well, with your bishop on d7, b5 is a bit less tempting.
Because you can't get your bishop now on this diagonal.
Exactly. And I think white does not want to capture the pawn on e4. You know, that pawn on e4 is something that white wants to keep because it restricts black's pieces from getting active.
You can go with your knight and take it later.
Exactly. It's actually a pawn that, you know, white is like, okay, have that pawn. I don't want it because it's going to hurt you more than it's going to be beneficial for me to capture.
True.
So
Okay.
bishop, so after king g1 he's still thinking, yeah? Down to less than 55 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Giri, Anish's position, how do you think he took the pawn on a4?
Yes.
I'm not the...
But I like it. Oh my god.
No,
the
this is-
engine hates it totally.
Yeah, this-
Anish Giri has started this tournament in a dangerous way. So we were talking about bishop e2. He did bring his knight out, which looked like a okay move.
And this idea of a4 that we were talking about, trying to ask black if he wants to go ba4 or b4, because b4 does have a lot of strategical weaknesses that you have to be careful about. Because knight b3 and then the square on a5 becomes weak, and then if you go a5, then suddenly this knight can jump into c4. So
No, we discussed that, but I think Anish kind of made things even further worse, right? By taking this pawn on a4.
yeah, because now the pawn on a6 is so weak, right?
Yeah, maybe if we can have the, I think the board is a bit stuck here. Can I refresh?
So we're trying to go into the live position right now. But yeah, this concept that we were talking about, if you go b4, Sagar, but it's not easy to willingly allow these weaknesses.
Yeah, I
in your
agree.
position.
I agree, but I think by taking the pawn, Anish seems to have made a very dangerous decision, and we will check that out. Meanwhile, Lek Wong Liam on your screen is thinking, and also we have some bars on the bottom right. I think
Oh,
they
wow.
will also be updated. Yeah, we have
Oh,
B takes
amazing.
A4 taken.
Queen takes a4 played by Le Quang Liem, bringing his queen in, and after castles, maybe white can simply go something like, can I actually go knight b3 now, trying to go knight a5, knight c6?
Actually, great idea here, trying to get in. Is there any other things? Maybe there are some other ways to get the advantage. White's position is amazing to get such a big advantage against Anish Giri out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, Anish is known to be one of the best prepared players in the opening. And already after 10 moves, he's thought for 30 minutes. But it's not about the time right now. It's about the position.
It feels like Anish is playing freestyle here.
But
he's taking more time. He's getting into a tough position. I mean, you hardly see Anish doing this in classical chess, in normal chess.
yeah, well, I mean, it's still, of course, early to jump to conclusions. But I do think that white should be very happy with the outcome of the opening. Especially with this move knight b3, where if you go bishop b7, knight a5,
No,
I
that
think
that would be too
yeah,
bad.
I mean, this
Too
actually might be even like
Yeah, crushing.
more than +1 already, I think.
But what about here? Instead of you allowing you to
Oh, by
jump
the way,
here,
I
I
want-
come a5.
Yes, firstly, I wanted to ask why is c5 a bad move right now?
Okay, that's a good question for our chat and viewers here. White to play. Why is this not a good move?
Yes, someone mentioned queen c6. I do. Yes, I'm not sure if queen c6 immediately, but definitely. I mean,
It's on the radar. Maybe you
is.
can start with dc5.
yes, dc5. Actually, maybe it's possible. Queen c6 directly is also quite powerful, actually.
But then rook b8.
yeah, I was a bit
bishop
afraid
b7.
that after dc5, bishop b7. Oh no, your knight on b3 is hanging. So after
Yeah.
queen, but like this idea that first dc5, and if knight c5, bishop c5, now white has queen c6, and this looks very dangerous for black with both the bishop on c5 and rook on a8 hanging.
But 1 minute, there is some...
There is only this one saving move for black, queen to d5, which is protecting against everything and perhaps equalizing. But nevertheless, black has to be careful about all. But then, if c5, what is the best? Oh, maybe just knight a5, yeah? Maybe just ignore everything and go
Yeah,
knight
just
a5.
continue for this c6 square domination.
Yeah, if once white's knight reaches on c6, it's very, very well placed.
We have our viewers here who found it.
Wow. Yeah.
Love Supreme, Sakar,
Abhimanyu.
Abhimanyu. Well done, guys. Suresh. To jump with the knight, to not get distracted by black's move.
Avoid the temptations. Our plan was clear to go knight b3, knight a5, knight c6, and we are just going to stick with it. And I think this position is very good for white right now. So knight b3 is a move that I'm expecting Le Quang Liem to play, and he plays it. Wow.
It's on the board. Knight b3 played here as Anish comes back. You know, for Anish, this is a very, very important tournament, I feel, because somewhere, if you think about his entire chess career, he's been one of the best players in the world. And one of his biggest aims is to reach the candidates, win it, try to fight for the world title. And for that, one route is through the FIDE circuit, and I think he really was close last year. If you remember 2023, when he
He was very close,
yeah.
but then in the end, I think Arjun eked out on the...
no Gukesh.
Gukesh, yes, correct.
Gukesh got ahead of him.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Gukesh, yes.
Yeah, and so if you want to be ahead on the FIDE circuit, you have to play well in every tournament that you play. His Tata Steel wasn't great.
Yeah, in Tata Steel, I think in the home ground, he was also not feeling well. But however, definitely not the best event for him. Where he lost to Gukesh in that position, he was completely winning.
First round, yes.
Exactly, and then that kind of shaped the rest of the event for him. And this game right now also super important for Black to find the right idea. Because if I get knight a5, I mean, I'm not going to say white is winning, but I will say that he has very good chances.
But then I push my pawn to a5, but you can still take it, right? I mean, I don't see how
Yeah, I
you
mean,
win back the...
you go a5, but now I can go knight to a5 and I also have an extra pawn, right?
And then I play bishop d2, defending it.
Or even b4, like
Yeah.
just even
So
stopping
maybe,
b5.
maybe
so
not a5. What?
Maybe knight b6, yeah? Because now the point is that if I go queen c6, I mean,
Queen d5, no?
queen or even just rook b8 perhaps. Basically the point being that the square on c6 has been occupied, but still this is like very good for white. And why am I saying this? Like everyone is saying, why am I saying white is so much better? Okay, let's try to explain. Oh, c5 played, by the way.
What? No way. This is getting really... Maybe we can check our engine here.
Yes.
To see how big is the advantage.
Where can we check it? I don't know how to check it. Ah, yes. Knight a5.
1.03.
This is huge. Yeah. I mean, after 10 moves, and can I stop it now?
Yeah.
And I think even for us, like practically when we were thinking without the engine, it just was clear that white is not doing well. So knight a5 and bishop d2, rook fc1 is going to come next. This might be like a very, like a tough first start for Anish. And Lee Kwang Liam on the other hand, which no one was like counting on winning the first game I mean, okay, he's not winning yet, but like...
Still too soon to say, but yeah, he might make the first breakthrough. So, yeah, good news for all white games, it feels like, like Lee Kwang Liam doing well. Then we have this game where Vincent Keimer is like super ahead on the clock. We can quickly check what wins. Yeah, there we have it. Rook f8. And now look at this.
What's the point?
I mean, he's just doubled his rook. So can we win a pawn now?
So I think the idea is clear. The pawn on e4 should never be captured by white.
But it's already better for black. Almost.
Yeah, no,
like
once you capture the pawn on e4, it just opens way too many things for black. Let's say black even can, like the possibility of going rook g6 and at some point going knight e7, bishop c6 is going to be in the air. But I think in general, the main problem is that queen e4, I thought runs into queen a4 always. Attacking the c4 pawn, and now even knight a5, bishop c6 ideas exist. And this gives black's pieces a lot more harmony.
Also, like we can just sacrifice this and go knight e7, yeah, to get the bishop on this diagonal, knight f5.
By the way, I think Wei is going to be super happy because Vincent is finally thinking. I don't know how good the move is, but when your opponent is finally thinking, it's like, okay, finally I'm playing against a human and not a machine, yeah?
Yeah. Amazing. So, Jaikar says that the Women Grand Prix is also happening right now. There's
in Monaco, right?
Yeah, very exciting position between Harika and Kostyanyuk that's happening. And here we have some amazing games. So for all the chess fans out there, they are spoiled for choice. Like there's so much of excitement happening all across the globe in chess. And also, we can quickly check what is happening with
Prag's game, yeah?
Prag and David Navara. Oh, we have this.
So we are predicting the moves quite well in classic.
Yeah.
In freestyle, we were really struggling, but in classical, we are able to predict bishop c3, bc3, queen a5.
And this has happened. And now Prag is thinking.
I should definitely say one point that whenever white castles, black never wants to take the pawn on c3 because bishop e5 is going to... not immediately because bishop e5, there's bishop f3, but like
Rook
let's say
C1.
rook c1 and then white goes bishop e5, bishop. This is huge for white.
No, yeah.
Instead, black always wants to capture the c5 pawn, which would make the c3 pawn like a long-term weakness. You can even start with something like knight d7 and then capture
The
on c5 with the
question
knight.
is, why is queen takes c5 giving an edge to white here?
I think rook b1 is the reason. That's what I intuitively think. And
Maybe not. Maybe there's something else here. Maybe bishop e5, bishop d4.
yeah, attacking the knight and then putting the bishop on d4. And these
could be
these
possible.
rockets are looking towards the black king.
Yeah, very powerful pieces. But maybe there's something else. h3, yeah.
I think h3 is a good move. If
We were last year, you know, when Vishy Anand was here as the one of the ambassadors of the event, and he joined commentary. We used to do this, you know, like the bar used to be.
Maybe queen b1.
Oh.
Maybe, yeah.
No.
Attacking the pawn on b7 and also at the same time threatening bishop queen b1.
No, but queen b1, when you play bishop e5,
What?
there is knight. Oh, that's the best move.
It could be.
Wow. Insane move. But what if I just play b6?
Well, now, you know, I can firstly jump with my knight on e5 because I no longer have the pin. And then at some point I can go bishop g5 attacking the knight. Like let's say bishop h5.
But what if I play? Okay, I understand. Knight e5 is anywhere tempo. Why don't I take your knight and double your pawns?
Yes. So now my point was that I take with the g pawn. And
Or I thought you would take b7.
no. That's a bit too much. I think.
Too much.
So I'll take g takes f3 and now I'm ready to go king h1, rook g1 and launch an attack on your king.
Wow.
And with both these bishops, I think that the attack is going to be coming very, very quickly. So this queen b1 concept is going to be a key concept for white to find if black goes queen c5.
Queen b1 is crazy move.
Oh, castle's played by the way. So
Did he play? No, not yet.
yes, he played it.
Where? On the video, he hasn't played.
Oh, okay. I played it.
On the video, his king is still on e1 as Prag starts to think he has 1 hour 5 minutes. David Nawara has 1 hour 3 minutes on the clock. And I want to turn our attention to the game of Shankland versus Edis Gurel.
By the way, can we have the predictions for today for all the 5 games?
Is this Shankland and Edis Gurel?
Yes.
Is Black Edis?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, I can't see him. He's just covered his face with his hands. But look at this position
What's your prediction, by the way?
for this game.
For all 5 games?
Okay, for all. Let's start with first this one.
I think this game I'm definitely going to give an advantage to Sam.
So Sam wins.
I mean, if I were to guess at this moment, I would say yes.
My feeling is a draw.
Sagar bhai, very diplomatic.
No, not yet. I mean, I'll tell you why. Because I feel Edis is very, very tricky. Yeah, like it's very tough to beat
I mean,
him.
I'm not saying Edis is tricky, but the position
Yeah,
looks...
sure, but I mean, the prediction is not about the position.
True,
it's
true,
the
true.
final
Yeah,
result.
correct.
So mine is draw. You think Shankland will win? What about Arvind Chidambaram and Van Guen?
Yeah, this is a tough one actually. This is actually hard to predict because white has 2 bishops, right? Black also has 2 bishops, but the imbalance comes in the pawn structure where white has this pawn on c3, which can be a liability, but on the other hand, it does open up the file on b1 for his rook.
Yeah.
So I think dynamically it's quite balanced, but I don't know. What's your prediction?
I would choose Arvind here somehow. The thing is, the position has enough juice for creating complications, I feel. Although the engine says it's equal, I just feel it's a little bit imbalanced position. Arvind likes such positions.
Yeah.
He might be a small favorite here. So I
On
would
the
give-
other hand, I mean, Guen is really solid.
Yeah.
And he's coming off a very, very good performance in white.
So you would say a draw?
So I'm more inclined towards saying there's going to be a draw because Guen is super solid.
We have David Nawar. Actually, the round is 2 Czech players versus 2 Indian players, yeah?
Yes, but I think that might be the case in quite a few rounds.
No, but why? There are only 2 Indians and 2
true,
Czech.
true. Yeah, there are only 2 Czech players. True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Prag goes castles.
Yes.
No, he doesn't go castle. He goes queen b3.
Ah. But the same idea that he's tempting black to take his knight on f3 and give him a doubled pawns. And for everyone watching, like, yes, these doubled pawns are indeed not the best, but in this exact position, the thing is that it's going to be of great help for white because it controls the e4 square, opens up the file on the rook on h1, and I think that bishop f3 is only going to help white.
Yeah, sometimes doubled pawns are, we think they look bad, but they do some great things. And I think
Wise words, Sagar.
yeah. I mean, in general, you shouldn't go on the appearance of the position often, and it's true about chess, and it's true about many things in life. Like they say, don't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah.
And I think same here. So if bishop f3, gf3, it's a great position for white with the bishop pair,
yeah, absolutely,
and the open g file.
By the way, Lei Kwang Liam's position has had a few moves.
Yeah.
He did not go for knight a5.
Oh, but but here, what's your prediction? Prague versus David Navara.
Prague, I think this will be a draw as well.
Okay, I agree.
Oh, we have knight b3, c5, and now has he made a move?
Yeah, he seems to have played the move bishop d2.
He doesn't go for knight a5.
Yeah, very surprising, actually.
Because knight a5 really put black under a lot of pressure. But after bishop d2, I mean, of course, white is better, but the advantage seems to drop a little bit.
Yeah. I have a feeling that Anish will hold this. Yeah, he'll hold this. All he needs is one inaccuracy, and he'll be fine. So here, although what should black's move be? Like, if you play bishop b7, I still have knight a5.
Yeah, to be honest, like I'm going to still say that white
will win.
Yeah.
Oh, bold prediction.
I mean, I just want some results to happen. That's why in every game I'm saying there will be some result.
And here.
Oh, h4 played.
Wow.
So this idea that you mentioned with trying to bring the rook out from h1 to...
Or maybe h5 and rook h4.
Yeah, maybe even that, yeah. But I feel that h4 controls the g5 square so well that I don't know if I want to give that... because of h5 you also have to think about bishop e8 and the h5 pawn being a bit weak. But it is definitely possible. h5 to potentially even go h6.
I'm saying Vincent wins here.
Yeah. I mean, it's so hard for me to imagine Wei losing though. Like, in the whole Vaikante, he almost never got into a bad position. Like,
but he was not winning much, but he was also not losing.
Yeah, he ended on like a +1 with 0 losses, I think. So, although Vincent is obviously riding a high and also has a good position.
I see him a little differently after Weissenhaus tournament. Like, earlier I used to feel like Vincent is very strong, but often, is not able to finish off his opponents. But in Weissenhaus, the way in which he crushed like Alireza, Carlsen and Caruana, I feel like he must have become a different player. Although it was not the standard chess, it was freestyle chess. It just would have done his confidence a world of good.
I mean, he basically went from being a top talent to kind of establishing himself as a top player, I think, after that event. But you also have to definitely agree to the fact that it was freestyle chess, and he still needs a big result in classical chess to establish himself as a top player, because in this event, if he wins, I'm completely going to be on the same page with you that, yeah, he's like, one of the best players, or one of the best players in form right now. But long way to go from now.
Yeah, sure. By the way, if we can just have a look at our camera here and maybe adjust a little bit, put it in the center, would be very cool. But yeah, I don't know what will Wei play next. The time, he has 40 minutes less on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, the Indians don't really mind black's position, because I
think he'll go b5 next. What else? Like, there's no, either you move your knight or you push b5.
Can I go knight b4? No, knight b4 we already saw it's not a good idea, yeah?
Yeah, just take.
Yeah.
e5.
Queen a6?
I'm still tempted some point to do this, but
I
think
like Queen a6 actually. I like Queen a6 a lot because I put pressure on the c4 pawn. If you take on e4, the c4 pawn hangs, and I'm ready to go knight a5. So it does make some sense to go Queen a6, yeah. But on the other hand, my queen is in the corner, so that's the downside. That
and also, Harshit, what's your plan after knight g3, knight e4?
my idea was knight a5, and if knight e4 to go something like. But yeah, I have knight c5 is coming in as well, so can't do this.
Right. Okay. Waiting for Wei Yi to make his move. Maybe our camera can be adjusted. It's a little bit on the side. Yeah, there we have like. Let's go to the game of. Oh, look at the decision made by Thai-Dai-Wan on the game of
Oh wow!
Arvind and Thai-Dai-Wan. If we go to that game.
He chops off the knight on h3 and goes e6. I'm telling you, like he understands these strategical concepts quite well. But I don't know if bishop takes h3. What do you think? Was that a good decision?
Oh, I doubt, Harshit, because bishop h3, e6. Now you are giving your opponent the two bishops in a position that can open up potentially.
Yeah, but black wants to go knight c6, knight a5, knight c4. So he has his like plan completely figured out. But you think that the two bishops should do well?
I like White's chances here. I mean, slowly playing here, maybe getting the bishop back, pushing e4. But yeah, you are right. Like this square is a weakness, and if a knight sits here, this bishop would be terrible. So maybe there is chances for both sides. I'm just not sure.
Yeah. By the
Hey.
way, do we have the is it possible to take a look at the challengers game, or is it
True. Let's have a look at challengers here. We have maybe we can go with the only female player here, which is
Divya?
Divya Deshmukh versus Salgado Lopez.
Wow, and Divya seems to be playing with a lot of confidence. She goes, can I go from the beginning? Oh, we have the cameras as well. This is incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. We have Salgado Lopez on our screen.
He was the trainer of the Spanish team in the Olympiad.
Acha.
Very, very experienced grandmaster from Spain. Playing after a long time, I think.
Have
because
you played with him?
I have not played in classical, but we have played some blitz training games sometimes. Because we had this camp, Indo-Spanish camp, and he was also a member of it. So I know him.
Also, for our viewers, Harshit is very good with Spanish.
Yes, I mean, I can definitely hold a conversation, and I cannot commentate yet, but hopefully one day. So she goes for this Tarash kind of variation with c5.
Maybe we can ask our viewers here, what should black play? How can black recover the pawn?
Yeah,
It's a very typical idea that you should know.
exactly. Bishop
Wonderful.
takes c5. Very, very quickly found here. And the point is that if knight takes c5, which happened in the game, queen a5 check attacks the knight, and this is how you can regain back the material deficit. Rook c1, queen b6. And although white has two bishops, the reason why this position is fine for black is because white's pieces are not completely developed.
Because of the d4 pawn, which is so
Exactly.
strong, it's right in the heart of the position. So
Queen B-
b3 by e1.
Knight e7, queen b6, a b6, getting doubled pawns, but the rook on a8 suddenly opens up, which gives an interesting imbalance in the position. But okay, let's see how it happened. a3 castles. Okay, h3 played.
Well,
I personally am biased towards saying that it's too slow. Because in this position, instead of h3, I
E3?
want to open up the position desperately. The problem with e3 could be that
bishop g4.
black perhaps could even consider rook e8. Definitely a consideration for black in this position, because now I'm not so afraid of you taking the pawn on d4, because knight f5 check, suddenly taking on d4, and I'm going to get equality. So I do still think that a move like e3 should have been played because you want to bring your pieces in the game. Time is of utmost importance right now, and h3 feels a little too slow. Bishop e6 played by Divya, but what I would try to do instead in this position is somehow go knight d5 and try to go for b5, b4. Am I wrong?
Yeah, maybe it's the best way to. But bishop e6 you think is slow, yeah?
So, if your opponent makes a slow move, I would logically try to punish it because I want to counter a slow move with a with a quick and counteractive idea.
Yeah.
And after I go b5, b4, the rook on a8 can suddenly jump into a2 as well because the pawn on d4 very nicely covers the c3 square. And now, by the way, knight d5 also has another point, Sagar Bhai, that you cannot go e4 because of en passant, and the knight on d5 covers this. So, I think knight d5
Was a good move.
I think so. But the question is that b5 there could have been rook c5 as well. So that's another problem.
But I like Divya, the way she has played bishop e6 and then gone away from the board, and right now Salgado is thinking what to do. G4 could be an idea. Maybe just breaking in the center with e3.
Yeah, and the problem is, Sagar Bhai, that the bishop on e6 kind of like, my rook on e8 is no longer going to put pressure on this. So I don't know exactly what the bishop is doing on e6. I mean, of course, I'm not like criticizing this move, but I don't see like the clear. Maybe she wants to go bishop e6, bishop d5. Maybe that's her idea.
Okay, so roundabout even, we should definitely have a look at Morizi's game against Richard Stalmach. Morizi is right now one of the most well-known players out there because of his performance at the Jerba Masters, where he had a 2900 plus performance.
Completely insane.
He scored 7.5 out of 9. And I don't know if we have his camera or not, but he is like playing some amazing chess.
Absolutely.
So I think he is right now in tremendous form, and also his position against Richard Stalmach, who's a local player from Czech.
But look at his time. Shahid Ahmed points out that he's the youngest GM of France.
Wow. So very, very powerful player there, and he's 2-6-2-0 already rated. So here maybe a very interesting position where Morizi has the bishop on the long diagonal, also the rook open, pressure on the e4 point.
If you ever go d5, bishop c5 check is going to be a cold shower.
Yeah, this would be big trouble. So actually in this position, white has to remain very careful.
Absolutely.
So bishop c4 has been played. We'll come back to this one. There are also
g4 played by Salgado, by the way.
He goes g4. He wants to put his bishop here on the long diagonal.
And now I'm considering bishop d5 and knight e5.
So bishop here, bishop g2.
Oh, by the way, okay, one second. Just do I have d3 after bishop g2?
d3, but I take.
And I'm just sacrificing the pawn, but I don't know if I have enough. Like knight d4, but I suspect I don't have enough. Knight d4, bishop g2, and just rook h2. Rook g1, yes, very nice. Because bishop h3, rook g3, of course, the very nice way to trap the bishop. So after g4, what should black do, Sagar Bhai? Maybe we can just quickly understand what black wants to do and then go to the masters section.
Yeah, for now. But you can see that actually the video is a little bit stuck, yeah, because I was wondering like how is Ivan Salgado
not blinking,
so focused. But yeah, g4, and maybe Divya's response is just to put the bishop here. Also, I feel like just rook d8, rook c8 seem like good moves.
Yeah, but you want to somehow equalize directly with black, yeah? Because if white, let's say, gets this bishop g2 castles, it feels like white will have a small edge with two bishops and the pawns on b6, b7, b. So I don't know if b5, b4 is b5, bishop g2, bishop c4 is an idea.
Look at this, Harshit bhai. The main idea that the engine suggests is to go knight g6, and if bishop g2, Then rook a e8 with the idea of perhaps f5 break.
Wow.
That's too difficult.
It's too difficult. I mean, I think that after g4, a human idea is to go b5. I think this is very, very human. Bishop g2, bishop c4. I think this is the best way for black to play. Putting pressure on the e2 pawn. I don't know
And
what
rook
the
e8.
engines say, but for me, b5 has to be the best move.
Nice.
Um,
It does feel like a good move here.
how to go back? Yes, I think b5, yeah, it's such a powerful idea to go b5 and bishop c4. And it can, I can even see this position potentially being preferable for black actually. So,
Okay, so for now we have a good, interesting positions developing here. I think we can even quickly show Nodirbek Yakuboyev versus Makun.
Very
Kind
cl-
of equalish,
yeah.
but small edge for white perhaps. Then we have Finek versus Nemec.
oh, the Czech derby.
Yes, and this one also looking very, very equalish. We have Bear versus Kurkolus, and
it
this
seems
one,
like Bear is trying to put some pressure, yeah, on black.
yeah, this one looks really good for Jonas Bear.
Wait, can we please take a look at the opening, because I'm a Najdorf player and I'm very curious how Bear managed to do this. So a6, bishop e3, knight b3, bishop e6, trying to have control of the d5 square. Early g4, okay. h6, b5, and he goes for. I mean, he played very risky, like.
You mean black?
Yeah, black played very risky because, for example, knight c5 could have been possible now, but maybe he had some ideas. I don't know.
It's the best move here. Knight c5.
Yeah, I mean, it's very typical trying to capture the bishop on e6, and after knight c5, if you go something like bishop c8, very often I just go knight d3, knight b4, and reroute my knight. It's a very typical idea to.
But very cool. He played a3, which is just not in the spirit of the position.
Exactly. You use the term "not in the spirit of the position" so well, because in Sicilian it's all about time. Like if black gets one move, he's, for example, now knight c4 and he's completely fine.
Yeah.
And the pawn on a3 is actually a liability, because after b4 it helps black. It's like a catalyst which helps black to attack black's king faster.
And so very, very fishy play here by Stamatis, and it seems like Jonas has a great position.
Yeah, and you have to take risks with black in order to try and win against lower rated opponents. Jonas, one of the highest rated opponents in the B group, should definitely be very happy with this position. With black, we have some moves in the Masters section.
Let's go.
Let's
head over first. Let's start with Anish Giri's game against Le Quang Liem. We see Anish taking the pawn right in the center of the board. C takes d4 has been played, and I think I'm going to take with the knight.
Yeah, although bishop a5 looks so dangerous, right? Bishop a5, and if you go queen e8, I then capture on d4, like knight takes f d4, and this looks like bishop f3 coming in looks very good. So bishop a5 first, why not?
Yeah, also possible, but now don't you think I can put bishop b7 and you don't have a knight jumping on a5 which you wanted, right?
Well, but I can go maybe rook c1 and rook, maybe even f c1, and I'm ready to go rook to c7, and suddenly I think your pieces are a bit too cramped.
Possible.
So bishop a5 is what I'm expecting Le Quang Liem to play right now.
Yeah, so bishop a5 is one possible move, knight d4 another one. Many good options here for Le Quang Liem, and we'll wait for his reply. Meanwhile, David Navara versus Pragnananda game, we see that after
Oh my god.
Knight
Queen b3,
d7.
knight d7 was a mistake. Maybe he missed queen b4.
very good move.
Oh, that's a
But
huge
now you
change in
take-
the position.
And what is happening, because
Well, now you can simply go knight to d4 because you're threatening bishop to d6. Obviously, whenever black captures on b4, this position after cb4 is huge for
Yeah,
white.
this is very
because
pleasant.
you have not castled, and in the end game, you want your king to be a part of the game. So you can either go king d2 or even f3, king f2, and then this rook swings over. This is
terrible.
This is terrible.
But
So-
the question is, why can't we do bishop d6 straight away here?
Well, because you can actually do it straight away as well.
Yeah, because you force now, because otherwise you will win here. So you force him to take.
And then c takes, yeah?
I'm thinking,
Really?
should I take a b and open my rook with king d2, or should I take?
I think CB it makes more sense, right? Because you open up the C line for your rook, and King D2 is always going to be something that you have on your mind. So maybe, I mean, not now because knight E4 check is a problem. So maybe
Yeah.
now knight D4. No, now knight D4. And now you want to go F3 King D2. This is a very important concept of going F3 to protect the E4 square. You don't want the black knight to be jumping in and giving you checks.
Wow. Okay, this is actually a
So
very
Praghu, the game which we weren't so sure about, we thought that potentially it might be heading towards equality, but knight d4 played.
Oh, he plays your move, Harshit. Wow, knight d4.
Now Pragh in 2025 is definitely someone to be afraid of. He is in elite shape.
Yes, and Rajnikanthan says that during Vaikanze, we saw that Pragh's opponent didn't even realize when they got into a tough position against Pragh, right?
Yeah,
And
I mean, I remember his game against Hari, the game which we were commenting on Sagar Bhai, where it was very, very equal. But Pragh just needs a small advantage, some sort of a glimmer of hope to push your opponents into a tough position, and I think this is happening right now.
yeah, Pragh is like this modern day Karpov. I just see him playing some brilliant chess this year, and he's already up to 2758, Harshit. Somewhere he is spurred on by his fellow Indian players doing so well, be it Gukesh or be it for that matter Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, I mean, his rating was around 27, 40, 50 for a long time, but I think in Vaikanze he really got the break he was looking for in the last 1 year. And I think now, after making this move, knight d4, he's definitely putting the check number 1, David Navara, under big pressure.
And guys, in the chat, who do you think will win this tournament? Who is your pick for this tournament? Harshit bhai, who do you think will come out on top?
So I was actually having a conversation about this with my friend yesterday. And
Who, friend?
he was a grandmaster as well, my roommate.
He is, no? Still.
Sorry? He was my ex-roommate,
Oh, okay.
Luka Budisavljevic, a Serbian grandmaster, and we were discussing whom we think is the favorite, and we both came to the conclusion that Pragh should be a favorite.
Everyone's in the chat saying Pragh,
Yes.
Pragh. But there is Vincent, Keimer or Pragh.
No, Pragh Sagar Bhai is very dangerous.
I have a feeling that there is also Arvind, who we cannot discount, who has really...
Who FC8 played, by the way? Yes, Sagar Bhai. Arvind, definitely, very, very upcoming and is in great shape, but I don't think he is, he did won the Chennai Masters. I think that was his biggest victory so far.
Actually, the thing about Arvind is that he's never finished below the first place in a super tournament. Because he's only played one. So, this is his second super tournament. But still, he did very well over there.
He's a dark horse in this event. He has very, very good chances to do well. But right now, I think Pragh should be a favorite in this event. And after Rook F C8, what should White do?
I have one line which I want to share. But Kaustubh Kulkarni says, can I join you guys directly at the hotel? Of course, Kaustubh, you can just come here directly to Don Giovanni Hotel in Prague and come to the first floor where we are commentating and join us here.
Maza aa jayega.
It'll be a lot of fun. So one of the lines which I was thinking, Harshit, is the move F3.
Okay.
And my point was, if you take Queen C3,
Acha, you give me a free pawn.
And now this very cool move.
Arey, good find, Sagar Bhai. Very, very sharp today.
Yes.
King D2, and attacking not only the rook on c3 but also the bishop on
And
g4,
also saving my bishop.
saving your bishop also. So
This is
matlab ye to
multitasking.
bahut
It's
hi
like
maza aa gaya.
life insurance along with
Dental care.
Yes, everything all combined into one. So yeah, I think f3, because what I like about this move is if you go back, I can now play my king to d2 even by having queens on the board.
Wow.
Because the knight can no longer jump here and I can bring the rooks.
And there is no way for black queen to exchange the queen trade. The c6 square is controlled, the c7 square is controlled, and if the queen goes back, it still can always capture it. So this is actually looking very, very good for white if he finds this idea of f3 that you mentioned.
Lark Lance says Wei is a great player too. It's just that he plays too solid. Yeah, I think in general Wei's issue is that he's too solid. Like he can. It's if someone asks me if he reaches world championship, he would be very tough to beat.
Yeah.
But for Wei to reach world championship, to win like candidates and all is not easy, because there you have to win games.
Yeah, and that's why sometimes even having the style, I mean, that's why even sometimes being not so accurate helps in the candidates, because that's how you create chances. You might lose, but you might win more games. And I think that's exactly what happened in the candidates last time, where Gukesh lost a few games, but he just won more.
Yeah, yeah. No, in candidates, Gukesh didn't lose any.
Really?
Yes, unbeaten. He didn't even have one bad position.
That's
Harshit.
insane.
Yeah, he was just on fire there. But yeah, often we see Gukesh, we see him losing, winning, losing, winning. So we think
We are used to that concept.
He did lose much, but he did not. Okay, so this one, very interesting
Very
position.
good for white though.
And looking very, very solid.
Oh my god, almost +1 for white. This is huge if he finds f3, king d2.
I think he'll find it here. Okay, so
No, Ali Reza, he lost to Ali Reza. Yeah.
oh, he lost to Ali Reza. Right. But there also he was better and he lost.
Yeah.
Correct. Wow, nice one. Chat, you see, Harshit bhai, like
Jack.
chat cannot let
Prince Ali.
anything, let anything go by.
By the way, guys, do like the stream so that more and more people can join this exciting Prague festival. Also, did we hit 2.6 million, Sagar bhai?
Not sure.
Let's check. Let's do it, guys. Let's make 2.6 million for Chessbase India. What's the goal for this tournament?
3 million.
3 million.
Yes.
Let's do it.
No, 3 million
3
is too
million.
much. Sorry, 2.7 maybe. 2.7.
2.7 million.
2.65.
2.6. No, but 2.7 is possible, I think.
No, too much.
10,000 subscribers.
Oh, 100,000.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, 2.65 million then.
Yeah. And what about you, Harshit bhai?
Maybe
On your, where now? Because
I am on 10,000
YouTube
subscribers.
or on Insta?
Or Instagram. I have 10,000, maybe 13,000 would be great.
Oh, 13. 15 maybe.
15,000.
15.
Let's go, Sagar bhai.
And
It
what
will
do
be
you
a-
do? If you reach 15, do you, on the Charles Bridge, do you
We'll-
do
we'll-
push-ups?
And even you will do something.
No. But maybe on the Charles Bridge is a nice idea.
Sure.
Yeah?
Done.
Push-ups. Or maybe we do your caricature there. You know, there are these caricature artists on the Charles Bridge.
Oh, yeah, that will be cool.
We can do yours while doing push-ups. A caricature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe something else. Yeah, maybe some dance or something also.
Or dancing,
Dance,
yes.
yeah. Okay. Back to the real games right now. Knight f d4. I want to check Lee Kwang Liam's game because knight e5 played by Anish. Is that a good move?
He's controlling the very key square here, which is the c6 square in the position. And so now you jump here, he wants to take it. The question is, what does white do here? Can we push the knight away with f4?
I'm a bit scared about making this
Yeah.
move f4 because it is possible, of course, but I think right now I'm more inclined towards somehow going knight a5 or rook fc1 to try and get control of the c line.
I think knight a5, there will be again bishop d7.
Yeah, it's a problem
Yeah.
for my queen.
Controlling this. So, yeah, nice right now key moment in the game because if Lee Kwang Liam doesn't find a way to push here, Anish will equalize and the game will end in a draw.
Yeah.
So, key moment. Saurabh Patne says, Sagar bhai, why did Arvind seem less motivated in the interview. He should have said, target this year's circuit, go for world top 10. I mean, he said yesterday in my interview that he wants to reach the candidates.
I mean, that's
I mean,
more than
I mean,
candidates. I think
that's-
it's top 8.
That's high motivation.
Absolutely.
If he wants to reach the candidates, it's even much more ambitious than reaching
The
top,
top
10.
10, absolutely.
Because he's world 22 right now. Can we have a look at his game and see how he's building up the position with the bishop pair? Because I like what Thaidai Van Nguyen has done. He goes knight d7,
And
rook
knight
b4,
b6.
knight b6. He wants to come in here to c4, but now queen b1, stopping the knight jumping because of b7 pawn hanging.
Well, the question is, can I still go knight c4? Because after rook b7, I have this cool idea of going something like... Okay,
Just
first...
queen c6, yeah?
No, I mean, I was thinking if I can go queen d6, rook b8 or something like this, because I wanted to get the b file, but I can't get it.
Check here, no attack.
Yeah. And by the way, knight d2, rook c7, knight b1, is that position drawn or no?
No, that would be really good, right?
I'm not sure. Knight d2, rook c7, knight b1, rook b1, let's say rook c8, rook b7, I take rook b8. I think black has, I think this might be a draw. Because rook a7, I go rook b2 and like my rook is too active on the 7th rank. So this might be an idea actually for black. That's why he's thinking after queen b1 to go knight c4 or to go rook a6.
Yeah. So this is a great line suggested, knight c4, and if you take, then to take the bishop.
And if you don't
What
take,
if I go bishop f4 attacking the queen, then threatening to take here?
maybe now e5 could be an idea. Can I go e5 or it's too much?
Then my bishop
Yeah, then
also
your
can
bishop
do- and
opens up.
also
So I
rook-
don't want to open.
Maybe queen a5, so that if rook b7, there's queen c3. Oh, by the way, this is really bad. Why is this so bad? Maybe we can ask our viewers.
Very good question. White
Yeah.
to play.
White to play. Very crazy move here for... Oh my god. It's such a good move, right?
Amazingly
Maybe
strong.
our viewers here can answer. White to play, what do you do?
By the way, knight rook a6 was played in the game, but
Yeah.
yes, very cool moment in this game.
We have Kerem Sinar Parley,
Bishop.
Narayan Singh Bahaduria,
Oh,
Om Shri Prashant.
finding the right move, and then Yash Yadav. Many people.
Boom.
Bishop e6, completely opening up the position because after f e6, queen takes g6 is going to come, and black's king side completely falls.
Boomba.
It's
It's over. Oh,
over.
there is queen d4.
Queen d4, but then you can just even take bishop takes h6 now, putting one more pressure on the bishop on g7, and I think now you cannot defend it and it's completely gone. Go Goa gone.
So, this is looking bad, but of course he went rook a6 and very quickly Arvind plays his rook to c1.
Yeah, but black is so solid now. Let's say knight c4.
Just bishop e1 maybe he wants to go back.
But okay, but by the way, rook b7 now, this is not so good, yeah? Knight d2, rook c... No, knight d2 is not good.
Why? What changed? Because now the rook,
rook
is
is
on
on
a6, which is, it cannot really trade anything.
Yeah, this and
makes
you're
sense.
down a pawn. So knight d2 is not good. So what's the best? Well, let's try to figure out.
Maybe just move the queen, queen a5, queen c6.
It's not that easy to figure out.
Yeah, maybe just queen c6, bishop e1.
There is
Knight b6,
Yeah.
trapping the rook.
knight b6.
Wow.
If rook e7, there's bishop f6. Wow, that's a cool idea.
Okay, I think it's a very important moment here for Van Nguyen. What does he do? Because he can go knight c4 now, giving up the pawn. Because Arvind has defended the pawn on c3 and is threatening bishop f4.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
but the question is, could you have played bishop f4 instead of rook c1 here? Because if you take, I'll take your knight.
Oh, maybe there was a chance for him, yeah, to go bishop f4 and if queen c6. What was your idea?
Well, I just wanted to improve my bishop.
Yeah, maybe now rook c1.
Yeah.
And you're ready to go. Actually, instead of rook c1, is e4 a move? No, that's too much, right?
That's an important moment because it already feels like white has something here in this position. Maybe queen
Rook b5 could be an idea.
or queen d3 with the idea of rook b1.
Yes, queen d3 is a nice move. Yeah,
But
is rook b5 possible? Yeah, and then trying to go rook c5 and going rook c7.
But I think there is something stronger than all of this, and which is maybe just bishop g2 with the idea of
going
or,
if
or
queen-
c4 even. Crazy maybe.
Why c4? Knight b6 back. I think e4 is the
E4.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Arvind.
Arvind
I like Arvind's position basically.
Yeah, Arvind is trying to put some pressure on Gyuan with the white pieces. Let's take a look at Prag's game because it seems like he's really found the best idea with this f3. But instead of king d2, it goes rook c1. I don't like that idea that much, Sagar Bhai, because we wanted to bring our h1 rook to c1, na?
Yeah. I mean, this rook is not doing much. You bring it here, the other rook goes on this file. But he played rook c1, which feels a bit wrong. And I think
Bishop
David
g6.
very quickly trades off the bishop.
Exactly, because once those bishops are off, the c4 square is going to become very weak. And I think it's a very important idea found by David to go bishop g6, trading off the important bishop.
Yeah. Okay, so Prag now has 38 minutes on the clock. David has 56 minutes.
So is he still better or no?
Prag is slightly better, but not like really better here. And while these games are heating up, Harshit Bhai, we should definitely look at Edis Gurel versus Shankland.
Wow. I mean, and I think in this game, my prediction was that Shankland is going to win.
Yes.
And I think right now it looks very good for him. He has 30 minutes more on the clock almost.
Also, the king is still very weak.
King, and also very importantly, it's good bishop for white versus a bad bishop for black on c6. And why do I say this? Because the pawns on b5 and d5 are restricting the black's bishop to have an open diagonal.
But sometimes, you know, the pawns are also restricting the white's bishop, right? It's not so easy to activate it.
True, but I think right now rook eb1 and then the knight can jump into c5. White as an outpost there. This does feel good for white.
Edis Gurel in his first ever appearance in Super Tournament, already facing the heat. Meanwhile, Anish Giri versus Le Kwong Liam.
By the way, Liam finding the best move, rook f to c1 in the position, and then Anish goes for bishop b7. And my prediction was that Liam is going to win this game, Sagar Bhai, because
I think we both predicted that, no?
you thought
not?
that only
I thought Anish could hold.
Could hold. I mean, it makes sense because the material is equal, but the thing is that the black's pieces are just not very well coordinated, and the pawn on a6 is very weak. So right now, after a move like maybe f3 and trying to go for knight a5 could be a very powerful idea. But guys, I've always said whenever there are pawns on g2 and f3, the bishop on b7 is completely restricted. Knight e4 ideas also go away. So f3 is a very powerful move. Following it up with knight a5 and maybe even knight c6.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, people watch such positions and they just don't realize like what's happening because it looks so equal, nothing much is going on, and why is suddenly the engine showing a huge advantage to white? I think it's all about the placement of the pieces
Exactly.
and the weaknesses which exist in the position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here
right.
we can see a5, c6 and white pieces beautifully positioned. Also this bishop could reroute itself from here. Meanwhile, black pieces slightly less on possibilities.
Exactly. Like, where is the bishop on b7 and also the bishop on e7 are not really, like the bishop on e7 especially, like it's not really doing anything. Whereas the bishop on d2 can go to a5 and then rook c7 can, on like all, as we know, the rooks do very, very well on the 7th files. And I think bishop a5, rook c7 is also going to be on the mind of Liam right now. So f3 can really put Anish, one of the favorites of this event for sure, under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, meanwhile, Guen Thaidaiwan against Arvind Chidambaram has jumped in with his knight to the center of the board. He is giving up his pawn there for free.
He is giving up the pawn on b7, but it's a trap. You cannot capture it.
No, we can.
No, queen c6, no? And then knight b6 is trapping your
Yes,
knight.
but now we did. What do we do with our bishop is an important question here. I guess there should be some way we can hold it.
Well, because if you go something like bishop e1, knight b6 is going to be finito. As we
Yes.
saw, the rook on b7 is getting trapped. So I think the pawn on b7 is a bit poisonous, Sagar Bhai.
No, but after queen c6, Harshit, maybe it's a very important moment to think how to wriggle out of this mess. Because I want, let's say I go rook d1, knight b6, rook e7, bishop f6.
Oh, bye. White to play in this position. Why is this winning for white?
Let's ask our viewers here, white to play, what do you do? Amazing. I think it's the same concept we saw a few minutes ago, and it works only because the bishop is here. It would not have worked if you had dropped your bishop
Yep,
back.
Exactly. Oh, wow. Arnav Agrawal. Super quick.
Yeah, GM Mithun,
Tathagat. finding it
Sendil
as well.
Nathan, Paritosh, like great moves, guys. Rook e6, f e6, queen entering with a check. You have to block here.
And bishop takes h6 is also going. Bishop
Boom.
takes e6 check is also coming. This is completely winning for white. However, yes, king h8 and perhaps something like queen h5 is a very good idea, trying to checkmate black.
With just the bishop dropping back.
Exactly. And this is going to be very, very crushing. However, after rook to d1, black does not have to go for knight b6. He can even simply go rook c8 potentially, trying to capture on d2 and then the pawn on c3. This looks
good.
This looks very, very close to equality for Guen.
But I think Arvind can take the pawn. The question is whether he should or not is a different question. He won't be losing if he takes. But good play by Van Guen. Knight c4 is the kind of move you make and then your opponent is like,
Yeah.
he played that move and now I have to, find the more accurate continuation, which is non-existent here. White cannot fight for a very big advantage.
Yep.
Let's go to Vincent Keimer versus Wei, a very important game here where we were thinking.
After h4,
Yeah.
Wei played knight to e7,
Yes.
giving up the pawn on e4, and after that, Vincent has thought for more than 40 minutes.
Wow. Because he had 1 hour 30 minutes on the clock or 1 hour 25 minutes. I guess 30 minutes he's been thinking
Yeah,
here.
30 minutes, like more than half an hour thinking in the same position, because black's idea is if you capture queen takes e4, what's black's idea, Sagar Bhai? Knight f5?
I thought
or-
bishop c6.
Yeah, bishop c6, I don't know, because bishop c6 does run into queen e5 as well. So, black has a very concrete reason right now that makes this possible for him to play.
Yeah.
Queen a6,
Wow.
maybe?
Really? I
Oh,
would be very
maybe,
surprised.
maybe b5 now. Maybe it is after queen e4, maybe pawn to b5, yeah? Trying to get rid of the c pawn so that the d5 becomes a
And
big
then bishop c6.
bishop
knight.
exactly. But there is even a powerful move. I mean, what's the move? Knight f5 does seem.
Yeah, knight f5 to
Possible.
get rid of the bishop on e3.
Yeah, because if queen b7 now, this is actually a big mistake because knight takes e3, f takes e3, and suddenly Sagar Bhai, the black queen on a5 is going to say hello from coming to d2.
Nice.
Attacking the knight on e2 and the pawn on e3. This is actually winning for black. So
And Harshit, by the way, if we look at our camera, it feels like we are commentating from a ship.
we are
It's like all the time we are like, I don't know what's wrong with the camera. Maybe it's just detecting our motion. I don't know. Maybe our eye tracking or something like that.
hopefully at some point the ship stops. Okay.
So right now, knight e7 has been played, and the question remains, what is Vincent going to do here? And I think this is typically how
But
a
crazy,
top
no?
level game happens. You know, like one player thinks for long, and then the other player generally matches it.
I mean, but the understanding that Wei has shown that giving up this pawn and bringing my knight to f5, getting the bishop on e3 is going to give me a very good compensation was not easy to
Yeah.
comprehend.
I mean, you are 27-51 for a reason.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how Wei has reached there. He is the strongest Chinese player right now.
Yeah, his rating is higher than Ding Liren as well.
Yes. And where is Ding Liren going to play next? We haven't seen him after the World Championship match at all.
Yeah. Hopefully somewhere, because we obviously want to see him play.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so right now, very interesting developments here. Meanwhile, Pragnananda's opponent David Navara comes up with a great move. After knight d4, rook f c8, we did mention that we didn't like this move, rook c1.
Yeah, I'm very surprised Prag went for this.
It's not harmonious somehow.
Yeah.
And then he keeps the bishop with bishop e2.
But now a5, very nice move
very nice.
by...
Forcing white to take.
Yeah, we always wanted black to take our queen on b4 so that we improve our structure with the c pawn. But now after a5, I think it feels like black's position is getting better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. So a5, and now we'll see what will Prag do. If he takes here, Harshit, after knight takes, I think black should have enough in the position to be equal.
Yes.
Or because you see the knight on c5 can come to d3, can
And
go to a4.
If you go king d2, what's the problem?
I thought even knight a4.
Oh, actually, maybe...
Oh, maybe there's some tactic, yeah, with knight e, not knight e4.
Because suddenly black is better.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it. Right?
But, okay, I mean, what do you do after knight a4?
a4, knight b3 check could be an idea. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Because after knight
Takes
takes,
a
takes,
b3
the
and-
b pawn becomes very strong. Wow.
Oh, also, you see here, you have no way to get the b file because
Exactly.
this bishop. So, actually, this move bishop e2 was too ambitious, right? In a way, you gave this bishop a very good diagonal.
Exactly. No, I think also most importantly, we wanted to open the c file or a rook or Abhi aisa after a5 that we are struggling to hold our weakness on c3. So I'm really not liking the last few moves played by Pragnananda.
Although the engine still suggests that white is slightly better. So, maybe Prag's position is not that bad.
No, it's not bad, of course, but
Yeah.
I think the variation we showed after king d2 gave him a bigger advantage.
Can we check what happened between Guen and Arvind? Because Arvind's last move is something that the engines
Oh my god.
just did not like at all. Queen c, we looked at knight jumping to c4.
And now bishop e1 played by...
He did not take here.
Yeah, because he
went,
wanted to play for a win. He played bishop e1. But this is the...
Oh, I know.
tables
I
have
know.
turned.
Can I tell you the move?
Yes.
Is it the move?
What? Depends.
b5 is what I thought.
It's a very decent try, but the problem
Can we
is...
ask our viewers after b5? Are yaar, Arshit bhai showing the answer.
No, but I think it doesn't work because there's rook b7. That's why I showed. Like b5, the point is, it might seem that after rook b5, knight a3, black is winning an exchange, but white has rook b7, which saves the day. That's why I think instead of b5, Black can simply go rook b8 and the knight on c4 completely dominates the bishop. Bishop f8 is a huge threat for black
And
right now.
b6 also, no? About like if instead of rook b8, if you play b6, is that
Also possible.
But here white is back. So there's something about rook b8.
Yeah, well, I think the point is that after rook b8, you threaten bishop f8. That's the biggest reason.
You
threaten
actually,
करना है कुछ तो सागर भाई
yes, you
हमेशा.
open up the bishop to go back. Wow.
This can be huge for Nguyen. I mean, playing in his home city in Prague. Look at the way he looks confident. You see, like his posture has definitely improved, and he plays it.
Wow.
He plays it, and look at Arvind. I don't know if he's happy with this.
Because now the rook on b4 is lacking squares.
And
there is all sorts of forks
He's
coming
going
in.
to be a local hero if he manages to upset black in the first in game.
Yeah, it would be a huge result here for sure. And also Van Nguyen is capable of winning this tournament as well, giving great performances. He is very solid. In fact, currently he's the Czech #1
Wow.
in the live rating list. Although in the published rating it is David Navara. But on the live rating list,
Look, he's leaned back. He's like, he seems very confident now.
Yes.
Suddenly his posture has improved.
yeah, absolutely. And Arvind is now trying to figure out what to do. How about just moving the queen?
If you go queens, yeah,
So that if you attack, I can go back, at least run away.
But then bishop a3 can also potentially come and like ask even more questions for your pieces.
And then later this pawn...
rook c6, I mean, suddenly, you know.
Suddenly the two bishops are doing nothing. In fact, at some point Arvind should start some kingside play. Otherwise, he'll be simply squashed.
He has to find some sort of a counterplay right now because if the white bishops get passive, the knight on c4 is going to dominate in a closed position. And right now, with this closed position, black is even much better, if I can say so. Almost +1.
Wow. That's huge.
The tables have shifted dramatically in black's favor right now. So Nguyen actually might push in this position. And then we should also quickly check Anish's game. Because we left it after bishop b7. And after that, queen a5 was played by Liam. Trying to offer a queen trade. If you take, of course, knight takes a5. And then the white rook potentially jumping into c7, knight c6 is coming. This is looking good.
Yeah, good move.
Interesting
queen a5.
move, yeah.
But I guess he won't take it. The question is, what will he do? Maybe rook c8 trading.
But rook c8, you lose the a6 control of the a6 pawn. So
Yeah, we can give it up, no?
you can give it up.
I mean,
you can give it up because it's not yours. But for Anish, I don't think he can give it up.
No, but imagine like many times we have seen like giving up that, but here maybe it's too much. Yeah, like
Especially because the queens are getting traded. Like
Yeah.
you're going into an end game. Oh no. Oh, by the way, rook c8 e5, knight is hanging.
this is so. By the way, queen a5. He has to do something immediately about the knight here.
Yeah. So if maybe let's say you go bishop d5, trying to protect the knight on e5 as well as put pressure on the b3 pawn, could be a good move for black.
Okay, queen a5 attacking here and threatening.
Already 39 minutes. Yeah, like the games are going so quickly that
Yeah.
we're already approaching some sort of a rapid time control now.
And look at Anish. He's about to make his move. I think he will take here the
No
queen.
way. I think he will go play bishop d5. No, you don't think so?
It looks like queen a5 just allows the knight.
He took?
No, he didn't take. He's still thinking. We can stay here for this critical moment.
Yeah, but is queen a5 a bad move?
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, I think bishop d5 should be found because you keep the pressure in the position. If you take on a5, knight a5, that just liberates the white's pieces completely. And this is going to be very, very good for white after knight a5, I think. So queen a5 and Anish still think, but it seems, yeah, it feels like he's about to make a move.
Sagnik Burman says Checkmatel was amazing, Sagarbai. I solve it every day. Oh, guys, you can go and also check out checkmatel.com. It's a very interesting website to solve some very Nice new
Puzzles,
game.
yeah.
New game.
Any other Pragnananda took on c5, knight c5. So that has happened, by the way, just to...
We can go there in a bit.
Yeah.
Just waiting for Anish. But I think Anish got back into his thinking pose. He was about to make his move, but then decided to just wait.
You've seen Anish play a lot of events closely,
Yeah.
Sagar Bhai. Do you think his body language says anything about his position?
I don't know. I mean, Anish is so pragmatic as in general as a player. He is always very objective. So he understands when his position is bad. Here, he must be definitely thinking, if I can make a draw,
That would be
it's
great
a
success.
great result
Yeah.
for me. So he's not making his move. So we can wait here and come back. But I'm feeling this that this game of Sam Shankland versus Edis Gurel.
Sam is threatening very, very sneakily to go queen to e5 and threaten mate on g7. So I think queen h2 move is just showing that he is preparing some queen e5 ideas, and f6 does weaken the e6 pawn long term. So I think that's what he wants to do right now. Create more weaknesses in black's position.
Meanwhile, Arvind has gone queen d3 here. It's time for Van Nguyen to bring his bishop into the game.
Sagar Bhai, this can be... I mean, I'm really not liking Arvind's chances right now, but he's at least playing fast, which is going in his favor. Do you think he should offer a draw now? Like, that's always a question, right? Like, when should you offer
No,
a
but
draw?
is there a move rule here in this tournament?
I'm not aware of that actually. There is no draw.
There's no draw rule, yeah?
So, yeah, that's always a question, right? Like, how bad should your position be in order for you to offer a draw?
But I think Van Nguyen is never going to take a draw here.
I mean, it's unclear. Like I think the true testament of a strong player is he knows when to, end the game, basically, before things get too bad.
But I don't think Arvind... I think he's reached a position where Van Nguyen now doesn't take a draw. Like he just...
You think so? Yeah, the position is so bad already.
I just like black's position, like bishop f8, b5. The moves of black are very natural.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I mean, if you think about it, white can go e4, right? Open up the position.
But when? Let's say, for example, I go bishop f8.
Okay, I go rook b1.
b5.
Okay, I go e4. Okay, I mean, we're fighting.
Yeah.
Like, you can see how a stronger player can perhaps equalize this position with white. And that's why I was thinking, like, let's say after queen d3, just try to offer a draw, yeah? See if your opponent accepts it. Okay, if he doesn't accept it, then we just play.
Yeah. I think Levon Aronian does that very smartly often. He often offers a draw when he knows that his opponent won't take it. And just so that to make the opponent feel overconfident. Yeah, bishop f8 on the board, guys.
Oh, by the way, rook b5 is not a good idea, right? Or what?
To stop b5.
Possible.
But I can go knight a3 and anyway.
And then I go rook b2. That was my idea. And b5 I go e4 again. Like, I just want to open the position somehow. So I want, that's why I'm desperately trying to push e4. The reason is that, guys, whenever you have two bishops, you always want to keep the position open. And right now the bishop on h3 really not doing a lot. So you want to reroute it somehow.
It happened. He was so quick. Van Nguyen not just played bishop f8. After rook b1, he even went bishop a3. Super quick.
But I mean, are we missing something?
Why?
Like, rooks, what is this concept? Like, let's say rook c2. Rook b6. Oh, that's the move that we were not looking at for a long time. The point is that if rook takes b6, queen takes b6, queen is jumping into b1. And forget about all those e4 ideas now, because queen b1 and suddenly your position is in big problems. The rook cannot move, queen is hanging. This is actually turning out to be very... If rook b6 is his idea, which I'm sure it is, because you cannot go to rook d1, of course, Sagar Bhai, because knight b2 is going to lose you an exchange. So I think rook c2, rook b6 is going to follow. Rook c2 played, and I expect Nguyen to play rook b6 fairly quickly.
Wow. While we are analyzing this, a very interesting comment on our chat by Himang Ghosh, who is our mod, says a very interesting event is coming up on 1st of March. completely free online event with a good prize fund.
Oh, great.
Harshit
Great
bhai, will you
opportunity.
play?
I'm not sure because I'm going to be here and perhaps I will play some of the
Harshit
side
bhai.
events here.
Oh, you will play side events in Prague festival?
Yeah, I mean, if I can, I would. Why not? Yeah.
What will you play? Which one? Like
So I'm-
freestyle, I think you will play.
I will play freestyle.
Have
I
you
will-
already signed up for Grenke
Not
Open
yet.
freestyle?
Not yet.
Why not?
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
I mean, what if it gets filled up?
It never gets filled up. They have a capacity for 2,000 players, Sagar bhai. It's the biggest
But
open
still,
tournament.
maybe you shouldn't risk it.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you risk it so that we can commentate there.
Okay. So I will play that and also play Blitz Rapid because I
Here
love.
you will play Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah.
And what about Basque chess? There's also Basque chess. You have two boards to play against the same opponent.
Oh yeah, sure.
White on one board, black on another
Yeah,
board.
sure.
It's also nice.
Yeah.
So you have a full schedule, yeah, here. You have to commentate, you have to win tournaments.
Yes.
Okay, so, oh, by the way, Van Goghen also
Rook
goes
B6.
Rook B6.
Wang Yuan saying you're not the only one trying to win events. He's trying to win the Masters section right now. I'm sure he has won. Has he won the Challengers?
Here, I'm not sure, yeah, like, but he just won Tata Steel
He just won the
Challenger.
Tata Steel Challengers. So
And that too, in that last round game with Benjamin Bock.
he had to win
which
with
was
black.
just the incredible game. And that just showed me that Van Goghen is such a fighter.
Yeah, and he knows when to take risks. That's not an easy thing to
Yeah.
develop. To know when to take risks, and in that game he had to take risks. He went on to do that and win the game and the tournament. Right now, Rook B6, and
he's better. But one game that I want you turn your attention to is Wei versus Vincent Keimer. He took the pawn and Wei just jumped with the knight.
he immediately played. Did you see him playing blitzing out knight f5?
Yeah, he's like, Wei is now only 10 minutes away from Vincent. And he wants to just chop off this bishop and get his rooks in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to prefer white or black here practically now because queen b7 being a huge blunder as we saw. Knight takes e3 and
It's
queen
too
d2 is
much,
going to
too
come
much.
in. But
Maybe queen d3.
but still, I mean, like let's say knight e3
Fe,
and
rook f2.
rook
Rook f2, maybe knight f4.
No, I wanted to think go bishop c6. But then you have knight f4, yeah? So what's the move for black in this position? Ah, rook f2, knight f4, rook d2 I have, yeah? And I'm getting my rook on the 7th rank and this looks very, very dangerous, yeah? Queen e4, queen c3 is also going to jump in.
Also, like now the white king looks a bit weak.
Yeah.
You know, we thought it was so genius of Vincent to go king f1, king g1.
But now, yeah, after knight f5, he has to be accurate actually in order to not get into trouble with these active rooks.
Yeah. Well, that's how difficult it is to beat a player like Wei. And yeah, Vincent has to be very careful here.
I mean, he can get into trouble. I mean, we cannot neglect the possibility of black winning this game as well.
Absolutely. It's very sharp now. Bishop g5 maybe could also come in.
Oh, that's an interesting suggestion.
Yeah.
Can I go knight d6 now?
Attacking the queen
Yes.
and also attacking f2.
Exactly. And if
Crazy.
you go queen e5,
Queen e5.
I will chop and then go rook takes f2.
And then this is hanging.
Yeah. And perhaps we reach some sort of a liquidified endgame where it's around equal.
Okay, so this one
Let's say
very exciting, very
Exciting but
important
balanced
moment.
right
yeah.
now. Oh,
Oh,
Giri.
and Anish took the queen.
no,
No, he
played
did not take. He played queen b8,
trying to go bishop d8.
queen c7.
But I don't think Liam is playing very ambitiously somehow. Because knight a5 and I mean although he's trying to attack the bishop, but maybe let's say just bishop d5 attacking the b2 pawn as well. The rook has opened up. Black's position feels like it got a lot more
I mean, if I had my pawn here, I could have always pushed you away.
exactly.
I just needed this. In fact, this move queen a5, instead of that f3 would have been so much better.
So much better. And then keeping the idea of putting the bishop on a5 as well. I think that was the key moment that Liam missed.
Yeah. Meanwhile, people are saying, can we have a look at Divya's game
Oh yeah.
in the challengers section? If we can quickly head over there, I think a very, very
What?
equalish.
What? No. Look, what is this crazy position? The king on g1 is completely open. How did this happen? So after g4, she did play b5.
b5 with your
Very
idea,
nice.
bishop c4.
Yes.
E4.
e4. D takes e3. F takes e3.
FV.
What?
Because I think bishop e3, he was afraid of knight jumping in.
Yeah, but like fe3 is like, it feels somehow not the best, right? Because after fe3, which happened in the game, bishop d5, bishop e2, f5, opening up the rook on f8. Divya, once she gets a dynamic possibility, she's not going to shy away from that. fg4, and now look at this move.
Yeah, very beautiful, because the rook is active here, the bishop is active here.
Rook a4.
How do we activate this rook?
Amazing idea.
Beautiful.
And now rook g4 is a threat. Knight h2 played by Ivan, and
I don't like actually white's position in general, but it seems like it also has potential.
no, I mean the thing is like we don't like white's position, but at the same time the pawn on b5 is hanging, and if you exchange all the major pieces, I think that with two bishops, white should have a slight edge. Rook f4 is an idea for white, by the way, right now.
Yeah. Just moving up with the rook.
So knight h2, what does Divya do?
Because this pawn is hanging. We could go bishops.
Yeah, I was actually considering bishop c4 myself, but then I realized that white can play rook takes f8. She didn't. Rook takes f8.
Bishop
King
c4.
takes f8. And now bishop d1 is what I was afraid of. Followed by b3. Could be something that white would be happy
just
about.
Go back.
b3, let's say. And a4. But yeah, at the same time, black doesn't really have any weaknesses. So
Okay, so this is how things are, and in fact there is one game where black is doing excellently in the challengers. It's Jonas Beer, whom we did see was completely better against Stamatis.
and he also has, his opponent has 15 minutes.
Very less time.
Yeah,
on
I
the
think
clock.
this is just very tough to defend with 15 minutes. After knight d4, I mean the good thing is that, let's say black goes castles. Let's say you go knight c6. I can just completely ignore you capturing my exchange. Like, I'm pretty sure black can perhaps even make a move like what's a move for black? Let's
King
say
h7.
or knight c5, for example. And knight b8, just rook b8, and this is just like completely crushing for black because knight a4 is coming, and look at those pieces. Look at that bishop on g7 eyeing the b2 pawn. This looks very, very good
Yeah,
for
very
black.
very bad position for Stamatis here. So yeah, in the challengers, 2 games looking very, very good. One is Beer doing very well, and also Stalmack has a great position against Moritzi because of this nice pawn in the center, has also gained space.
And what a great opportunity for young players like Stalmack to prove what they can do in this event, playing against one of the best talents of the world. And many players might not have heard of Richard Stalmack, but it seems like he's a very, very good player.
Yeah, he's an IM with 2440 rating. But this is what a super event can do in your country, no? Like, it gives so many opportunities to
Young
local players.
Exactly.
So I think to develop kind of a festival like Prague Chess Festival is amazing. So kudos to the organizers, because they are not only giving opportunities in the Masters, but there are challengers, there's Futures Group, then the Open Tournament, then side events. You know, Harshit bhai, totally there are 17 events taking
Wow.
place here.
Yeah, it's incredible how the organizer has made sure that a chess lover can enjoy not just playing classical chess, but also different formats of chess surrounding it. So very, very exciting 2 weeks for sure. Arvind's game,
Not at all exciting.
not
for
at all exciting right now, because rook b6, he made this move queen d1, and it just feels like, you know, his position was completely pushed back.
If you think about this queen, it did go to b3, then came back. then went here, then came back.
It's trying to make a geometrical figure, but
It's not doing much.
yeah. And maybe I would even consider bringing my other rook into the game now. Do you like that idea?
Yeah, it's a very cool idea here. Sorry, rook A8 to A6, because this rook is not doing much at all.
Exactly. So you ask yourself in every position what pieces of mine is not doing well, unless you have a direct plan. And right now, a rook on B8 is not. It could definitely be improved, which is why I came up with this idea of rook A8, just trying to
Fantastic.
bring one more
Great
piece in.
concept there, and I think this could be after take. You could also take and play rook A8.
Then I was a bit afraid that queen b5 and white gets some space, but the rook on c2 is just trapped. I didn't notice that let's say queen b5, queen c6, I can never trade my queen because the rook on c2 is like actually trapped. Like what?
And I can
Yeah,
just
it
come
took a
in.
rook b8, rook b1, yeah, and this is completely crushing. So a very nice concept by Guen to go bishop a3 and knight c4 so that the rook on c2 has no squares.
Yeah. So I think for Arvind, the only hope is to create some play against this king here. Otherwise, he is getting busted on the queen side.
Did he play? Oh, he played rook takes b1. So he's going for this idea of rook 8, I think. I think queen b1, let's say, will happen quickly. Okay, played. And I think rook a8 is going to also be played fairly quickly. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. Rook 8 to a6 to b6.
Look, he's about... No, he plays b5.
Oh, that way, then maybe there is some hope, right? Because now...
Goes b5. I mean, I thought that you want to keep the b line open for your rook. But Guen goes for a slightly different approach. He closes the position. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of this idea with black. I like rook 8, rook a6 more, to be honest.
Yeah. And now, I mean, I want to go e4
Somehow.
Can I do it straight away?
And what if I take?
Somehow I'm just hoping like after take, my queen could end like rook e2, but there's f5, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit too ambitious
Too
to
much.
try and go for
Too
e4
much.
right now. But you can prepare it. Let's say after b5, you can go bishop g2, I guess. And prepare for e4. That could be an idea.
Yeah. Yeah, let's wait for what Arvind does next here. His position looking not so great, but has his chances. Meanwhile, David Navara has played his bishop to d3.
He really wants to exchange those bishops.
I don't understand this position so well. If you can explain it to us, like why is white even better here?
Well, I think that right now black has this pawn on d5, which is obviously not the best pawn.
Yeah.
And white has this concept of going rook d1.
Yeah.
Let's say you take. I really want to go g4 and g5 and put pressure on the knight on f6. And I think whenever I'm going to advance with my pawns on the king side, get space, move this knight away from f6, I think white's going to have a lot of potential against this weak d5 pawn. Whereas the pawn on c3 is kind of well covered. So I am expecting rook h d1 right now. Although after rook h d1, I have to say bishop e2. I don't know if I want to take with the knight or the king. Because
Yeah, I like knight takes also because it opens up the rook. to the
exactly.
pawn.
Also because after king e2, I'm a bit afraid that black can have this idea of knight a4 putting pressure on the c3 pawn, and it feels a little uncomfortable. Again, this rook can potentially, after king d2, come in with rook a6, rook b6, and
Yeah. By the way, Harshit, what do you think about us taking a small break
yes, sure.
before we continue? Because there's a lot of action happening, and it's been roughly
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours?
Yeah, it went by very, very quickly.
Wow. I never thought that we were commentating. I thought it was just 1 hour since we
No,
did
no.
that. So guys, we will take a short break, and on the other side, we will then join in with all these exciting games going on.
Yes. See you soon.
still by my side. So pretty and so kind. I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries it has endured wars, revolutions and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympiad, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
Šachy jsou královská hra, stará více než 1000 let. Učí nás dovednostem, kterých se v dnešní překotně se rozvíjející společnosti nedostává. Učí nás trpělivosti v době, kdy je trendem chtít všechno hned. Učí nás plánovat, budovat strategii. Mimo jiné také rozvíjejí kritické myšlení, komunikaci, kreativitu a kooperaci. Svět kolem nás se neustále vyvíjí a mění. Společně s ním se mění i výukové metody a postupy. Hledají se především takové, které hravou formou propojí skutečný svět s tím digitálním. Je známo, že děti se prostřednictvím hry od malička přirozeně učí sociálnímu chování, rozpoznávání vzorců, řešení problémů, budují si sebevědomí a zlepšují paměť. A šachy jsou právě takovou hrou. Dají se hrát stejně dobře ve třídě, na lavičce v parku, jako ve virtuálním světě. Přesahují všechny hranice, věkové, jazykové, genderové, ekonomické, náboženské i kulturní. Hrají se ve 195 státech světa a vedou nás k tomu, abychom své výhry prožívali ušlechtile a prohry důstojně. Dejme dětem možnost nahlédnout do spravedlivého světa, ve kterém lze dosáhnout svého cíle čestně a podle předem daných pravidel. Naučme je hrát šachy. Šachy do škol rozhodně patří. 6 milionů dětí ve školách po celém světě je toho nejlepším důkazem.
Welcome back, everyone. The games are heating up, and especially the battle between Wei Yi and Vincent Keimer has reached, I think, the boiling point here. So we looked at Vincent taking this pawn in the center, and then Wei Yi jumped in with the knight. Now, white is a pawn up, but the idea is to eliminate this bishop and get the rook in. So here, Vincent played the move bishop g5. He attacked Wei Yi's rook, and Wei Yi pulled back the knight, attacking the queen. Now attacking the pawn on f2. And this is where the game started to heat up, because after the queen moved back, in came the move rook f2. Boom! He takes the pawn, and Vincent does not care for it and goes and attacks the rook and the knight. It's a double attack. And at this point, the game has become super sharp, because Wei Yi has just played his bishop to c6. Now attacking g2. And Vincent Keimer is down to 22 minutes on the clock and has to figure out what to do here. So let's try to understand. If you take bishop takes d6, my first question here is, how should black finish off the game? Maybe you guys, if you want to try.
Yeah, rook g2.
Rook takes g2. Exactly. That is a checkmate, because the rook controls the f file and the king is mated. So clearly the knight is not hanging. The next question is, what happens if I take the rook? Because now if you take here, my king can start to escape. Now you may want to give this check, but unfortunately it's covered. So not so simple here how to continue with black. And in fact, this is the moment where I believe Wei Yi has calculated something. Bishop e4, attacking the queen. And now where does the queen go? Like queen e3, knight c4 needs to be taken care of, because if you take the bishop, what's the problem here? Guys, black to play. Yes, it's a knight fork, exactly. Knight d2 check, and you lose the queen. Although the position still remains absolutely unclear, because you have two pieces and two rooks for a queen and a knight. But it gets very intense and sharp. So Vincent has to decide, does he take the rook on f8 and go into this crazy position where just about anything can happen? Bishop e4, maybe even queen h3, stopping queen f5. And this is something that has to be calculated very accurately. Or does he do something where, he doesn't take at all and plays rook h2, defends the pawn on g2 and asks black what is he going to do about this double attack? So very, very interesting moment here between Vincent and Wei Yi. We'll come back to this moment very, very soon, but suffice it to say that this game is going to go, I think it's going to be decisive. I do get the feeling that Vincent will find this move, rook h2, which keeps his advantage. And then Wei Yi has to be very accurate to find what to do next. And then we have this very, very exciting game between Arvind Chidambaram and Thaidaiwan, as Harshit Bhai has come with books.
Yeah, I actually met a person.
But Harshit, you will have to wear the mic.
I'll just wear this, yes.
Yes, Harshit coming back with books and stuff. I don't know.
Only books.
With a banana, with books and whatnot. As you can see on the screen, two important games of the round. Thaidaiwan and Arvind Chidambaram and Vincent Keimer versus Wei Yi. Sakar Chess says, instead of bishop e4, play knight takes, queen takes, rook e2, queen e2, bishop b5. Oh, that line we can check. Thank you. Akanksha says, is Divya playing now? Yes, Divya is playing. Absolutely, she is playing in the challenger section, and she's doing very, very well. I think her position is equal. But we'll look at more games. As Harshit gets mic'd up, we have Pragnananda, who's also pressing against David Navara. And Lekwang Liam's advantage against Anish Giri seems to have withered away. It seems like Anish is back in the game.
Hi, Sagar bhai. So look at this. I just met a person who was the author of this book that I just made. Can I show it?
Yes.
Look at this. It's the Chess 960 complete starting position reference.
Oh.
So if you once you open any position,
Yeah.
you can scan and go to that position on Lichess, and also you can see a game that has been played from the starting position.
Wow.
So he just made it in the year 2025. It just came out.
He's an Indian.
Yes.
Nishad Manerikar.
And so if you guys want to take a look at all the starting positions for reference, very, very cool thing that he has made from this book.
Very interesting, yeah?
Yeah. So
I don't know how to react to it because the book is very thick and I thought okay, there is a lot of information, but it's just starting positions.
All starting positions, and you can...
But I'm more interested in this one more QR code which takes you to a game.
That has been played from
because which game will it show me?
Yeah.
So I'm excited. Let's see when we get time to scan it, because there's no time, Harshit bhai.
Okay, let's see what's happening in the position.
You were gone for too long, and look at what happened in Wei versus Keimer.
No, I mean I was taking a look at this position. It really piqued my interest
So the thing is that here, Bishop C6 attacks the pawn on G2. And I was discussing it right now, whether you want to take the rook, which goes crazy, or you want to play rook h2 and defend this and ask what is black going to do about this double attack?
I think rook h2 just has to be played immediately. I am very shocked that Vincent is thinking for so long because...
No, but he's calculating bishop f8.
No, but it's just too poisonous. I mean, especially when Wei plays bishop c6, I think you should just go rook h to save your time. Yeah?
Sometimes you have to, we say that, you have to back yourself, you have to calculate. And sometimes we say just trust Wei.
No, I think here it could be smart to just save 15 minutes and play quickly rook h2. And the pressure is still on, right? The rook on f8 and knight on d6 is going to bishop e7, bishop c6. And now, I think, okay, let's try to analyze. If bishop f8...
we analyze this rook g2, king f1,
and
bishop
this
e4.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think this move...
But queen h3, it continues.
But your king is completely naked on f1 and all the rook on g2, queen on d2 is coming in. It looks very scary.
Your rook down.
Yeah, but let's say queen d2. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it looks very dangerous. Threatening queen takes e2, checkmate in one. And of course, I'm down a rook temporarily, but I don't think white can save this position. Yeah, maybe some crazy perpetual here, bishop g7, but
by taking here. But yeah, that's the thing. Here, I guess Vincent can really burn his time away. He's down to 15 minutes.
This is the 21st move, which means that we are going to get some sort of a time scramble.
Yeah.
And if I were to put my money on someone in a time scramble, it would definitely be Wei, because he's so quick in his calculations, very, very dynamic. But rook h2.
By the way, we have a very young boy in the crowd.
Yes.
How old are you? 10 years old. Wow.
What do you think about this position? Rook h2.
Rook
Yeah,
h2,
his kid is very smart.
Strong. Are you playing the Open tomorrow? Oh, his opponents are in for a tough time. Rook h2, very quickly spotted. What's your name? Vyansh. Okay, nice.
Yes. So we have a lot.
From India? Oh, from Australia. He's born in India, but from Australia. Very, very strong. Vyansh is his name.
Rook h2, by the way, and how can black continue continue putting in the fire into this position? Because if white is able to control everything, I mean, I'm losing an exchange right now, so I need to find something direct, like maybe bishop e4.
I was thinking, Harshit bhai, if we go queen f5.
What?
Queen f5. Because the idea is
Oh, that's a crazy move.
queen takes f5, I take with the rook.
But then,
And if you take on d6, I take on e2.
but if queen f5, rook f5, knight g3, I thought this looks a bit dangerous.
Because now the knight is attacked and also the rook is attacked.
But it seems like there is a move which saves everything for black, yeah, which saves the day. What's that move? Oh wow, could it be like knight e4 and just sacrificing an exchange? No, that's too much.
Yeah, that would be a bit too much.
Maybe just knight c4, I think. Knight c4, knight f5, rook takes f5, and okay, although black is down an exchange, look at that rook on h2 and the knight
And
on
then put the bishop on d5
and just very solid, yeah.
light square control.
Exactly.
Complete. So, oh, by the way, his Vincent played a move. Can we check Vincent on full screen and see what is his feeling?
Yeah,
What's
what is he
your
thinking
reading
about?
of his body language?
I mean, I think he just wants to make bishop f8 to work, but there are so many resources for black that he needs to calculate, and that's why I was talking about, like, practically it might just be very, very logical to play rook h2. His point of view might be that if bishop f8 works, I might just win the game on the spot, right? Because
True,
he's going to be up on
true.
exchange,
And also the thing is, we can see the bar.
which he cannot
and
see. Yeah.
he cannot see, and for him in his mind, it could very
He
well
play-
be.
okay, but he plays rook h2
Oh,
finally.
he finds it.
I mean, that he finds that bishop f8 was too risky.
Yeah, I mean,
guess.
to just look at all the lines and then come to this conclusion that rook h2 is the best move.
That's
just
true.
shows like why Vincent is so good.
He didn't get carried away with bishop f8. Sometimes we like a move, and although it doesn't work, we really want to play it, although we know it, like, we can't make it work objectively. But here he is able to come back into, like, his calculations, and rook h2 was
Yeah.
played.
Okay,
What next for black?
I mean,
Queen f5, yeah? It's not so easy to play. The move that you suggested.
but I'm sure that there are some other ways as well.
Can I
Harshit.
go bishop e4? I'm very curious. Because,
It seems like a losing move.
yeah, because I guess queen e3 and the bishop on e4 is going to be
But
hanging.
queen
yeah?
e3, queen e3.
Queen e3 is a good move, right?
Yeah, this looks like.
What? We all agreed that it's a great. Oh my god!
No,
Black
wait,
to
wait,
play.
wait.
I found it.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, we should ask everyone here
Yeah,
as well.
Maybe Veyansh can answer.
Yes. Let's see if Vayansh can do it. Black to play and win. Just tell me the last move. Oh my Sagar bhai, crazy. Tell me the last.
Crazy tactics here.
Can someone find it?
In our chat, Thorfinn Karlsson says, "Oh my god, yeah, that's a good move, but you need to make a move. Yeah, I can't say."
Oh my god.
Abhishek Das says knight c4. Abhik Das also says knight c4.
And that's the best move. Knight
Yes.
c4 if queen e4. And now the spectacular rook f1 check.
Boom.
Boom, giving up our material,
And-
not because we are crazy, but because there is knight d2 check.
We saw this fork happening at some other point, but you can create this.
Yeah.
Very cool. So this is actually bishop e4, queen e3
E3
is a blunder.
That's actually and easy to miss.
Yeah, but then,
Then
I mean, where to go?
queen c3?
Maybe it's the best move. And yeah, you trade queens because you are attacking here and here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe bishop e4 is a mistake. And what now?
So I think instead of bishop e4, queen f5, the move that you suggested, and sacrifice in exchange.
Bishop e4, queen f5. But let's look at some other possibility. But okay, Harshit bhai, I want to show people this game Pragnananda versus Navara. Because here we see Prag in his element. He is in this positional grinding mode whereby black's pieces look amazing, but he's missing a pawn.
Yeah, he's missing a pawn, but look at those knights on c4 and b3.
But this is defended. The bishop is defending the pawns. The knight is defending this pawn. And I have a feeling that Prag is really good at such positions.
Yeah, and also not to forget knight d4 whenever it comes is going to be a super strong move.
Yeah.
Because we want to desperately get rid of that knight on b3, which is currently hampering our rook's ability to open up.
So my question here is, can we go rook e8? Oh, He played b6. Oh, it's white to play.
It's white to play,
I
and
was
now
saying-
rook e8 is a threat. But you're absolutely right. Rook
to
e8
attack
is a threat.
e3.
Yeah. And can I go knight d4? But I don't know. It might be running into knight d2.
Because if you take, this is just
Oh,
dream.
this is
This is
huge.
just dream
Exactly.
come true.
You basically get rid of your weakness on c3 and turn it into an asset.
So while Prag is doing well, he's a pawn up. It's not winning yet for
Exactly.
him.
But one game which is also heating up a lot is the game of Shankland against Edis Gurel, because rook takes e4 was just played by.
What happened? Okay, I think we did see it till some point.
We saw
here.
queen h2, right?
Yeah, we saw queen h2 here, where he was trying to get to the central square f6.
Bishop g4, putting pressure on e6.
Oh, it does feel like white has a great position.
But Gurel was very solid. Look at how he defended his weaknesses very well. And now rook takes c5.
He sacks an exchange.
Knight takes e4, forcing Shankland to take the exchange back, because if queen c5, black had excellent compensation.
Yeah.
Maybe black is even better. So rook e4, d takes e4. But I don't know. Do you think Shankland missed something? Or what's his idea? Queen c7?
You mean to here queen c7 is what he wants to do?
Yeah, but queen c7, there is just rook c8, right?
c6.
So
is
rook
the plan.
c8. Let's say you go queen b7. Of course, you cannot take rook takes
But
c5. That would be a huge mistake, because rook d1 and white is winning. Because of the bishop on g4, like attacking the bishop on d7 at the end of the variation. And you can even do queen takes d5 just to be very, very accurate. But
Professional, yeah.
so after knight e4, d4, queen c7, rook c8, I think there might be an intermediate move, pawn to f5 first. But no, then it also runs into rook d1. So what's the way for black to defend?
Vayansh can help us. Okay, but what's the move here is a big question. Maybe
King f7,
king f8?
King f1, and if rook d1, just go bishop. No, then where do you go?
The bishop cannot move because the bishop defends the rook.
So I think this is what Sam Shankland is hoping for, that queen b7 and he's winning. But there is a way for black to defend which we haven't found yet. Maybe king f7, king e8 might be the only way. Actually, king f7, rook d1, and king e8. What to do?
King comes back to its original
King
square.
comes back to the defense.
Wow. Okay,
But
so
if-
Edis Gurel, for sure.
Oh, queen c7 played, by the way, by Shankland. So he's really banking on this idea to work. But
Did he play?
yes, he played it.
How did you know? Here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so coming to this game, definitely Edis has to be careful with rook c8 and king f7.
Let's look at the local hero, Gyuen Thaidaiwan.
Yeah, he was clearly pressing against Arvind. But it feels like Arvind seems to have stabilized a bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, black is obviously better, but it's unclear how he's going to break through.
Yeah, and also Arvind, I do feel his position is not without potential. You know?
Oh, by the way, 8 minutes for Gyuen. So he really needs, but okay, 34th move, so he doesn't have
Yeah.
to worry about the clock. And White's last move, king g1,
Draw for.
it's not a draw offer.
Tacit draw for.
No, because it's threatening g4.
No, but king was there already. You see, king was on g1. He went h2, bishop d6, king came back.
Oh.
So maybe he's like, Gyuen, do you want to play bishop a3?
And make a draw,
I'll go king h2.
Yeah, I think a draw would be a good result for Arvind from the...
Oh, for sure. But for Van Nguyen, I think it's all about reaching move 40, getting 30 extra minutes, and then trying to press from there.
Can we also take a look at the challenger section if there is any developments in Divya's game there?
Yeah. And also some other games which are, I think...
So
Jonas,
Nordirbek...
by the way, Jonas Beer has just completely
He just...
crushed...
Yeah. What's the winning way?
Stamatis.
Knight. Maybe just rook fb8. Yeah, bring one last piece into the game.
Yeah.
I think rook fb8 is very, very professional. Just bring in all your pieces in the game. And now I think black is ready to go queen a5. and sacrifice somewhere.
Yeah, so I mean, what does white have? Nothing. There's no way.
Exactly.
There's no play.
And whenever there is opposite side castling, for example, here we can see the black king is on g8, the white king is on b1. The side which attacks first usually wins.
Yeah.
But the thing is here, white did not even take the first step.
White is.
It's a few steps
White
to
has
behind.
been just defending all this while black has just completely ripped apart the white king. So clearly winning for bear. Divya, on the other hand, is having.
By the way, rook a8, such a tricky move by Divya. Just to highlight what her idea was, she's so tricky. She's baiting white to go rook d7 because now after rook f8, king to let's say e2, rook takes f3 was her idea. Because king takes f3, knight e5 check, force the king and the rook. So she found a very nice way to prevent rook d7. Rook d5 played, and I think this position is around even right now.
It's even. It's just
Even
something
Steven.
where I feel that if Divya isn't careful, this happens with her many times when she's playing a 2600 plus opponent, that they keep grinding.
Yeah.
And she has to. I think it's a learning process.
Look
for
at
her.
Stallmark's knight on b7. Oh my god.
Okay, he's just winning.
Richard Stalmack might be making the biggest headlines of today, beating Mark Morizzi.
Yeah, it felt like Marc-Andrea Morizzi after his performance at Jerba Masters would be like a heavy favorite in challengers.
Yeah, especially, but that's what I was saying. Like the local players, for example, that people have not yet heard of, and maybe they didn't get the biggest opportunities. He's risen up to the occasion, but he only has 40 seconds. Is that right?
Yeah.
30 seconds.
It's
Maybe
true.
we can stick to this game for a
It's
while because
true.
it's very
He
interesting.
takes the rook.
Rook takes c7 and perhaps d6 is coming, no? d6, can I go?
But then maybe there is some pin here.
Yeah, but this the knight on b7 is such a dominant knight. Not only it stops the bishop on a8, but protects the d6 pawn as well. I think Richard Stalmack has been playing really well
No,
in this event.
I think even with 30 seconds, this should win, no?
You think so,
This
yeah?
position, yeah. He should win this.
Wow. And we have that Sam is winning as well. What is happening?
What? Oh, this happened, no? That game where we... Queen c7.
Oh, he played f5, which was a mistake.
But then he didn't go rook d1. Why didn't he go rook d1?
I guess
Rook f7.
Yeah, rook d1, rook f7. But rook d1 must be winning. Rook f7, there's just c6, no?
No, but bishop moves. Rook d8. Oh.
Yeah. No, it's not c6.
c6, bishop e8, yeah.
Now bishop e2 simply.
What difference did it make?
Well, because the rook on f7 is very bad.
So here going bishop e2 means now black has the additional option maybe of rook.
Yeah, but still,
This one.
I think this king f7, king e8 idea was much stronger with the bishop being on g4. So Edis is definitely under big pressure now. Because the bishop on e2 is much more active, attacking the b5 pawn.
But now what do you do? Like, do you take?
Now I have rook d1, king e8 and white to play. Let's ask this question.
Oh. Guys, white to play, what do you do here? Ud Aryan says, which book will you suggest to a beginner? UD Aryan,
The chess course.
The Chess Course by Praful Zaveri is a very nice book for all beginners out there. It's one of the nice books out there.
No, bishop b5 is... Yes, we found one answer from our spectators. Rook takes d7 because after queen takes d7, bishop takes b5 and now the queen on d7 and the king on e8 are pinned. This is completely winning for white. So I think this is the reason why the bishop on e2 is much more dangerous than the bishop on g4.
Yeah, very, very powerful position here for Sam Shankland. Ed is under trouble. You can see that when we reach near move 40, the mistakes are starting to happen. Going to Anish Giri versus Le Kwong Liem, Anish seems to have stabilized the position a bit.
No, absolutely. However, the knight, it's not that this position is completely drawn because we are going to get some imbalance. The knights are on f6 and g6 I mean, a bit,
Bit
bit away from the game, yeah.
But still, I mean, the worst seems to be over.
Yes, the worst is definitely past for Anish, who was in a very, very tough position from the get-go. But I think still we are going to see some fight. Like rook b4, knight b4, let's say. a5, if you go. I go knight c6. It's hard for you to defend
You're just
your...
losing this pawn.
Exactly.
Maybe you have to do it through some tricky means, yeah, here.
And maybe you need to go knight...
Rook b8,
Ah.
maybe. Knight a6.
Yeah, you see, it's like not that easy to find the best move.
Yeah.
Knight g4, knight h2 is an idea. e5 is an idea as well. Trying to open up the position.
But e5, fe.
Knight e.
And now can I take on a6?
Yes, and then I go either rook, probably rook e8. And I'm ready to go knight g4 to attack your pawn on e3, which just should give black enough counterplay for being down a pawn.
So mainly Anish may lose a pawn here, but he will create some play against the kingside pawns.
Exactly. And so this game looks like around equal, but still some... Okay, this is definitely the most
What
exciting
about
game.
the move has been played?
Queen f5 found
Wow.
by... And queen takes f5 blitzed out by Vincent.
So queen f5.
Queen takes
We
f5.
reached at the right moment. Take.
And now I guess rook 8 f5 has to be played. Yes, he played it. By the way, bishop takes d6, rook e2. That's just a complete draw, right?
Yeah, in fact, black is the one who might,
be pressing
here. So we might go to your line, Harshit Bhai, which is after rook 8 f5, knight g3, attacking the rook and the knight.
And now just knight
and then
takes
knight
c4.
takes pawn. And I do get this feeling that here, Wei is not in trouble.
I think I would choose black, to be very honest with you. It's so easy to play with black in this position, whereas white is the one who needs to keep finding some ideas. I guess the problem is rook f1 right now, which seems very logical, is not that good, I thought. But I guess I should not trade the rooks, right? No, I mean, I have to trade the
If you
rooks.
go here, it's a mate.
Maybe rook takes f1, king takes f1, and then knight e3, knight f5.
King f.
f2 you cannot go because knight g4.
So king g1.
And now knight f5. Looks... But it can get dangerous for black, yeah? Because bishop b4, knight d4, bishop c5, something like this.
Or maybe we can think of bishop c5 if b6,
Oh,
g4.
g4. Sagar Bhai, very nice find.
Mhm.
And this is good, very good for white. By the way, Anish found this idea with e5.
It seemed like the forced move, yeah?
Yeah,
To
but he's
create
getting
play,
he's
to create
giving up
play.
a pawn, but he will get a lot of counterplay. So I think Anish is out of the fire right now, and he should be holding. Which game is also...
I think Edis versus Sam Shankland game is coming to an end, it feels, because after bishop e2, rook c8, queen b7, rook takes pawn has been taken, and we were talking about rook d1, but this time,
Yeah, rook d1 is winning, right?
because rook d5 you take
and bishop takes
and then
d5.
take the pawn, and this is pinned.
Yeah. So that's winning? So rook d1 is game over or what?
Yeah.
It's wow, right? Because rook d5 we take, bishop takes b5. You cannot take back, of course, because your queen is hanging. And otherwise, there's no way for you to defend this. So Sam Shankland might score the first win of this event in the Masters section.
I was wondering if there's some kind of perpetual or something here where maybe
Queen
we
H.
take and then there is this check. But there's queen d5 which kind of ends it, right?
Yeah. And you also capture on d7 with the queen possibly. Oh, actually, black probably gets mated now.
Yeah.
So this is over.
Like king f8.
Let's say queen... I mean, let's say even queen d7, and if queen c1, I just come back bishop c1, yeah?
Bishop f1.
Bishop f1, yeah. Just no chance.
Right.
So Shankland is going to win, which is going to be a tough loss for Gurel because he was holding his own for a long time. But in the end, he just succumbed to the pressure.
But let's wait, Harshit bhai. Maybe there is a twist at the end. Who knows?
I mean, yeah.
And what about Prag's game? What is your feeling here? Will David Navara be able to hold this? We are actually at move 27.
And he only has 5 minutes.
5
I'm a
minutes for
bit
Prag.
Afraid for his clock. He is a pawn up, but I don't know. I think Navara is very, very tricky, and I suspect this game will be very tough for Prag to win.
Yeah.
Navara is very tricky.
He is, but Prag is also very good at end games. So
Yeah. So what's Black's idea now? Because White is ready to go knight d4. So Black needs to find some counterplay now. Maybe rook c7? What do you think of this move?
yeah, but I just move my bishop away.
Yeah, you just come back bishop
Yeah,
b4, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
What did you gain?
Yeah, I didn't gain a lot. Maybe, yeah, no, it's not easy to find a good way for Black. So David is thinking in this position. Oh, by the way, rook f5, d5 played by Keimer. What is this? We didn't consider this move.
Maybe he's just not letting his opponent have. Knight d4 maybe is his idea. But I don't know. ED, let's say. Knight d4. The same, no? Like knight c4 and
Yeah.
knight f5, rook f5.
And now we even have one more pawn.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I think this position. Oh, he takes ed5. Okay, now Vincent has to go knight d4, right? I mean, only move.
Because otherwise, just
I mean,
to,
knight g3 is possible as well.
just to make it clear for our viewers that while white is attacking here, black is attacking here. So there's no real time to take this because black just takes here and is winning.
Yeah, he's a pawn
Better.
up and very good chances to win.
Yeah. He did take back.
No, he did not.
Not yet.
No, he cannot take back. He has to go knight d4.
Because take back is, yeah, simple.
This is very, very bad. So you have to go knight d4 first. And then this position, white is up an exchange,
Yeah.
but black has a knight and 2 pawns for it.
I like.
And if black gets d4, d3,
Oh, but I now maybe now rook f1.
yeah, I have to trade.
Trade.
And I push the d pawn. And I try to push my pawn to d2. And I don't think black is worse at all in this position. I don't see why black should be worse. I mean, I only think black can be the one pressing. So d5, ed5, Vincent is down to less than 10 minutes now.
Yeah. So live board.
But he's still thinking. What does he want?
It's forced, yeah, knight d4. There's no other move.
No other move. If people are saying Divya game, what is happening there? The last time we oh, by the way, this game, can we see Beer's game? Because it seems like he's about to do some. What is this position?
He's going to be completely crushing his opponent here.
Oh my god, look at the cluster of black pieces directed towards the poor white king. He's all alone on a2.
Meanwhile, Vincent has just played his knight to g3 in that game with Wei
What?
comeback.
Look at this move, knight b2.
No, there is some beautiful mate coming up. With bishop b2, rook a4. Does it work?
And I think he just wants to take back knight takes b2. Because if you take king takes b2, then the d4 knight is hanging and the bishop on g7 suddenly opens up and I think this is all over. Knight b2, what a cool move by Beer. And I think his opponent just looked at him. Maybe did he lose on time?
No.
Did we have a handshake or what?
No. He's thinking.
Black is completely winning though. The point is that the rook on d1 has to move, and if it moves, the d4 knight is going to be hanging.
Okay, let's quickly go head over to the game of Wei versus Vincent. There have been some moves. So what happened was that after
The same thing happened, like d5, e5, instead of going to d4, he goes to g3, but then knight c4, knight f5, rook f5, and they reach the same position.
but bishop c5, rook f4, knight f5, and this. So he got an extra move in
Yeah.
by attacking the rook.
And he can capture the a7 pawn right now,
That's his
actually.
point.
Yeah, very smart by Vincent. But now b6 trap almost traps your piece.
But
yeah?
no, okay, I can escape.
Yeah,
now.
and also rook b1 is there.
So actually, what
Oh, he
Vincent
took.
did, if you think about it,
This-
is that here the bishop couldn't attack the rook.
If you went
So
knight,
he went, yeah, if you went directly, then take, and this is kind of
exactly.
normal position, but that's why he gave up the pawn, so that after take,
Knight g3, knight c4, he has this bishop c5 intermediate move.
nice.
Yeah, very nice point. And after the position that we reached live, bishop a7, black should obviously hold this position, but he needs to be accurate.
Yeah, I just feel like Vincent is in such good shape, right? He's just finding some.
Yes, that being said, I don't think he's going to win this.
Yeah, but still, like just this idea of getting the bishop on this diagonal.
But what does black do actually? That's
I-
also a good question. How
I
does
mean,
he?
now, if I go rook.
No, it's black
there's
to play.
Bishop a7. Yeah, this threat also doesn't exist because a3 pawn is hanging.
Yeah. Maybe rook e5, rook e2 could be an idea, trying to bring the rook on the 7th rank. Right?
Yeah, or b6 as you mentioned.
Yeah, b6
just to
is
stop
possible,
the
but then
influence of this bishop.
it can either be a great move, but also can be a very bad move, because we just moved our pawn from b7, which was very well protected, to b6, where it's going to be a long-term weakness.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, this game very interesting, very exciting. Meanwhile, Shankland has just taken bishop b5 and Gurel
E3
has
played.
played e3.
By the way, if you go queen d7, you're losing, because queen takes d7, bishop takes d7, e2, and black is promoting the pawn.
Wow.
So you
Beautiful
can't do that.
line. Beautiful line. So you can't take, but you can play. If you take here, then again queen e3
Yeah,
leads
so what?
to.
Oh, king. How does white win? Queen d5 check, bishop e6, right? So I can't do that as well. So how does black win? White win? Oh, is it bishop d7, e2, bishop e6 check?
Oh, beautiful.
Because queen takes e6, there is queen g7 mate. And if you go king f8, then I have queen b8 check. And if queen e8, I go queen e5. And white is completely winning.
That's
So-
very pretty, very excellent, and I think he's taken it on
Oh,
D7.
he took it, yeah.
And he's also got 30 extra minutes now.
Yeah, no, this
Let's
is, I
move
think we
40.
might see resignation.
So this is winning for Sam Shankland. Meanwhile, Pragnananda has traded a few things. If you look here, what he's done is after rook d1,
Knight c5.
c5 played.
Taking away the control of the bishop on a3. Knight takes a3, rook takes b6. And I suspect knight c4 back.
Actually, this pawn is super strong.
Yeah, the pawn can become dangerous. So this game is probably going to head towards the draw, but it's still complicated.
Yeah.
Any other interesting positions that we have?
Maybe Van Guen versus Arvind Chidambaram. Here,
So what is... Oh, he has 30 seconds. Oh, but they reached move 40. So they both just got half an hour more.
yeah. Again, the queen came back.
The queen came back to d1 and rook b8.
So the queen came back here, then it went. We remember this queen's path, yeah? Queen b3, to b1 to,
To
d3,
D3,
to
to
d1
D1.
to f3 to d1. It just can't do much in this
Yeah, I
game.
mean, the position is very static in nature.
Oh, but do you see like what happened here? He played king h2, bishop d6, king g1. He went back, and I was expecting king h2, but Arvind
What?
didn't repeat.
That's insane.
Yeah. No, Arvind is like, I want to play on, perhaps, or maybe Van Nguyen might not have repeated for the third time, but still,
Yeah, I mean, I think black's idea right now is to go rook c8 and break the position up with b4. If black gets to play b4 in a comfortable fashion, then he's going to be better.
Yeah.
But I don't think white is going to allow that, because whenever you go rook c8, white can go bishop to d2, protecting a rook on c1. So that's how white's going to have the solid setup right now.
so not so easy for black to break through.
Oh my god, Giri's game, I mean, it can be, I mean, I don't think it's a draw. Like, anything can happen in this position.
Because if we saw he played e5,
Yeah, and
then knight c6,
EF,
ef, gf.
rook e8 threatening knight f4 check. So king d3, knight g4, knight takes h2, rook takes a6, and it's a race now.
It's
the
the
b pawn,
B pawn.
versus the h pawn. And right now the h pawn is slightly ahead, yeah?
Yeah. But I feel like this pawn can be stopped, right? When you even go here, I can just come back with my rook and stop you. Meanwhile, the b pawn
is
seems
very
to
powerful,
be like,
yeah.
and these two knights are amazingly placed.
You cannot go rook c8, of course, or attack any of the knights, because knight e7 check will fork and you will lose the rook.
Yeah.
The rook.
Yeah.
So I think to round about everything, Shankland is winning.
Yeah.
Prug's game about even.
Yeah.
Liam's game is very complicated. Nguyen is slightly better with black.
Liam versus Giri, yeah. Anything can happen. here.
Anything can happen. Nguyen is slightly better. And Wei Vincent, I think around even. So that's where we stand right now.
Oh, he pushes his pawn to b4. But what was Anish's move? He went back. Knight
No,
g4.
knight g4, b4 played.
He wants to push.
So can I go h4?
I think Anish is about to make that move that you want. h4. He's waiting.
h4, let's say h4, b5, h3, b6, h2. We can get a crazy position. Yeah, look at this line.
He played.
h4, if white goes b5, h3, b6, h2, rook h1. You can make a queen now. Rook takes h1, knight f2 check, king d2, knight takes h1, b7.
Draw.
And now white is down a rook, but b8 is coming, so this rook will get traded for this pawn, and then we have two knights, two pawns. That's going to be an easy draw.
Oh, but imagine you make a move like knight g3 here. Then can I go like check and play knight c8?
Yeah, I suspect rook takes e7 as a draw now.
Forced, yeah.
Yeah, and b8, king h7. This is black is just too solid. But cool idea that this knight e7, knight
Yeah,
c8. Very
could
important
be.
to remember.
Could be. So heading towards a draw perhaps, but still with just 5 minutes for Liam and 10 minutes for Anish and 5 more moves to make. It can go in any direction.
b5 played.
b5.
And I think Anish will push h3 rather quickly, because I think we are going towards that line that we just saw.
Yeah.
h3, b6, and then we are going to get all the, like a mass trade, and two knights, two pawns is about to come, I think. By the way, Vincent's game, this b6, bishop b8, d4 has happened, and suddenly the evaluation is really tilting towards white.
Yeah, because black has only one pawn for the exchange.
Yeah, and
And
two
if
and
you
a half
don't
minutes.
play carefully, it can really go
Two
wrong.
and a half minutes for 10 moves
Wow,
for Wei.
this is the most exciting game, I would say. But also Anish's game. So we need to
I think
keep an eye
Anish's game is going to...
to a draw, but a
Yes.
very exciting draw.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, why is this move so bad? Like
Rook c1 played.
d4.
Rook c1 played. attacking the knight and the bishop. And if you go b5, I think a4 is also on the cards for white because we are putting pressure on the b5 pawn, which is protecting the knight.
And you want to just
Oh, he
even
played
push.
it. He played b5, so I'm expecting a4 to be played. 6 minutes for Vincent and 2.5 minutes for Wei for 9 moves. Because after 9 moves, they are going to get half an hour each. If he's about to make a move, and did he play a4?
Not yet. He's thinking about it.
By the way, h3 played by Anish, so we are going and played. He plays it.
Plays a4.
And although I was saying that this game is most likely going to head towards a draw, it's still some small work that black needs to do.
Yeah, quite an important moment, Harshit Bhai, because you can't take here. I don't know. There's no threat of a5 because I can take with the knight. So
I guess rook d7 makes sense now. Trying to go d3 and d2. Oh, he plays it. Okay. As soon as he plays rook d7.
Harshit Bhai on fire.
I mean, I'm just trying to push my d pawn.
D pawn going ahead now. Rook d. Oops, sorry. A4. Rook d7.
And black wants to push his d pawn. And I think, let's say a position like a takes b5, bishop takes b5. And even if I were to trade one pair of rooks right now, I think it would still be a draw because the pawn on d3 can never be attacked by this bishop because it's opposite colored. And I think that should give black enough resources to hold this position. So rook d7, very nice move by Wei. And it doesn't look like he's worried. I think Wei kind of seems confident to hold this position.
But the engines do suggest that this position is better for white. And we can have a look here. Maybe the idea is to take and play rook b3 with trying to take advantage of this setup.
Yeah, and then perhaps, rook bishop a6, rook a1, and my bishop is in big
it's
trouble.
almost
Okay, wow.
trapped.
Yeah, no, so there is potential danger for black in this position.
Look at Vincent.
What?
What
Okay.
happened?
I thought that Shanklin blundered, but no, he's still winning. By the way, Prague versus Navara game is very, very unique position with these two knights on c4 and b3. And black has a passed pawn on a4, but I don't think it's going anywhere right now because the knight on d4 is attacking the knight on b3.
Yeah, it's very common. Like today we have had too many knight games with knights, yeah.
Yeah, crazy
Yes,
knight
exactly.
moves. We got knight b2 by Bear. We got knight b7. By the way, we should also check on that game where Moritzi was under big
Yeah.
pressure.
Yeah, too many things. Also, this game has knights here, very weirdly positioned. We go to this game with Anish.
Oh, this is
also
happening. Okay,
these
this is-
knights.
I think if we go to Anish's game, we are probably going to get a draw soon now.
H2.
Sorry?
H2 now.
Yes, h2, b7, and this idea with black going...
Not B7.
Oh, sorry, rook
A1.
a1 first.
Yeah.
Knight f2, check, king d2, and then queen takes. And I think that is going to be heading towards it, which is a very good save by Anish, by the way. He was under big pressure.
Yeah. And everyone's like, let's go and check what is up with Divya Deshmukh here. And you can see...
Oh, Divya is under pressure, right? She's actually much worse now, suddenly.
Yeah, but this was because, white had this amazing structure with the bishop. And somehow Ivan Salgado has played this endgame very well.
Yeah, and I think that this will be very tough for her because she had a really good position right from the opening. She equalized very early, and I actually thought that black is the one who might potentially have chances. But Ivan Salgado is showing why he's one of the best Spanish players and has so much experience that is able to put pressure on Divya. Rook f5 now, and if you ever go g6, that's going to be terrible because my knight on d2 will suddenly be the happiest piece about to jump to e4 and f6. So I don't think g6 is an option for you.
Yeah.
it's so like you've played a lot of chess yourself, Sagar. By like, how are your emotions during tournaments?
No,
Like,
I just feel like I can sense what is happening to Divya, because at every rating level you face difficulties against some opponent who is like 200 points above you. And I think for Divya in Vaikanze and here, this has been the case that if she has a decent position, somewhere deep into the end game, the opponents are outplaying her. And I think that is something that she can for sure.
I think that's a very good challenge for her, because the more 2600 players she plays against, the easier it's going to be for her to play like them.
Yeah.
Because only after losing do you actually learn something. So I think this is a very good opportunity for all the players playing against the top grandmasters in this event.
By the way, Moritzi managed to save
Oh
the
my.
game because Stalmak went wrong.
Oh, he allowed rook c2?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was you cannot, I don't think that was a good idea at all.
But now it's like he's still a pawn up.
No, but the main point is that in this position, like if instead of taking on c7, let's say even just go rook c1, you trade off those rooks, and the weaknesses on a7 and b3 still exist. And I do think that if we found this rook c1 move,
He would have won.
he would have had a very good chance of winning. But of course, he was low on time, and that's why it's very, very difficult to beat like these top 2600 players. And now in the final position, knight d7, bishop c6. White is up a pawn, but with two bishops, I think that this should end in a draw. A decent result for Stalmak, of course, playing against Moritzi, but I'm sure going back home, he's going to be a bit upset about not winning.
Meanwhile, Divya Deshmukh
So Divya is under pressure for sure.
has
So
very little time on the clock.
how much?
Like 30 seconds. She's playing on her last few seconds.
Oh, by the way, rook b3, rook d5 played.
Yeah, he found it. Okay, going to quickly the Masters, we have Prag's game where
Oh,
some.
this is ending in a. It's simplifying or what?
So take.
Knight c4, rook b5, bishop b4. Knight takes b4, and I think this is simplifying, right? Knight takes d4, ed4, and a3, rook a5. Rook takes a5 is not a good move because rook a8, this is losing, rook b3. Because if rook a5, I have rook b8 mate. So
Yeah, the back rank is such a big problem.
yeah, but instead of capturing on a5, you can go start with a2. No, but a2 there's rook a1. So how do you draw this? 1 second. Just go h5, okay. Just go h5 and get rid of that pin once and for all, yeah?
Or, yeah, just maybe even
g6, yeah.
G6.
And then this should... So how much time do they have? 36th move, and they have 4 minutes, and Prag has 19 seconds. Oh my god, what's happening? So cb4? David is thinking he's under some pressure. Yeah, he does, like, looks a little uncomfortable
How
with
can
his...
Prag have 19 seconds? Because every move there's a 30-second increment.
Yeah, but so maybe he has 49 seconds, I
Yeah,
think. He
yeah.
must have increased 30 seconds. So this is going to become very exciting now with like 3 minutes and 1 minute each. Although it's a rook endgame and known for its drawing tendencies, the white king is definitely a hero in this position because it's very, very close to all the action once the knights get exchanged.
But it feels like once the knights are traded, the rook endgame will have a lot of drawish
But white is a
tendency.
pawn up, don't forget. I mean,
Yeah, but the a pawn is a passer, and if you can just win b pawn, okay, there are possibilities for Prag.
yeah, oh,
Meanwhile,
rook
he goes
c3
rook
played.
C3, which is the best move.
Oh my god, he finds this
Wow.
idea.
He defends the knight on b3.
He's attacking the e3 pawn as well.
Wow, amazing move by
Wow,
David Navarra.
David found the best move in the position. Impressive.
Yeah, very cool.
And if knight b3, the point is he's going to capture with the rook.
yeah.
And if rook takes b3,
No, that's
a
like
takes b3.
this. Oh, what?
It's
Because
not easy for you
rook
to stop.
a5.
What? No, rook a5 you lose. No, takes b2.
Oh, take. Then
You have to go rook d5 only
rook
move.
d5.
But it's like scary.
Yeah, but this is just a draw. But
Yeah, so rook c3 very accurate, and now Prag already made his move.
He took.
He took knight takes b3.
Yeah.
Rook takes b3. Has to
But
be
even
played, right?
AB3 is possible.
Yeah, true. I'm very curious what's happening in Vincent's game as well. A lot of moves happen in that game.
So rook
So rook
h3.
h3, rook f7, bishop b8, and a4. Very nice idea that Vincent found. Rook d7, takes, rook b3.
Oh, he found all
He
this.
found all of it.
Man, Vincent. Crazy.
Bishop f4, and actually now it's knight e5 was the only move to keep the game under, at least have some chances.
It's the problem is not just that you have. I think you have enough material as black. The problem is
What?
these two rooks
Oh, okay, okay.
are just coming in.
Rook c7 played.
Yeah, he gets in with the rook.
But I was afraid of d3 now. How do you stop? Oh, d3, how do you stop? Oh my
Yeah,
god,
because
you
if
can
you
even go rook a3. That's rook a3 is threatening rook a8 and rook a7 as well. So I think rook a3 is really going to put a lot of pressure on Wei right now. And he has only 48 seconds. He has only... Oh, king is on f6. How did black king end up on f6? What happened there?
I think check it happened, not rook c7 directly. Rook c8 check,
King
f7, rook c7 and king
king's on
f6.
f6.
So not rook c7 directly.
I think maybe rook c7 directly was even better though, keeping the king on
Yeah.
g8. Okay, so what? Any other? Oh, by the way, this Lee Kwang Liam game completely following our analysis. They might have, yeah. This is all of this has happened.
Wow, they drew.
They drew already. Oh, okay. And of course, Anish is like, yes, I drew and just sharing.
Anish is like, I dodged a bullet today for sure. He was under so much pressure.
Yeah.
He could have lost very
Very early in
yeah.
the game. I'm sure he's going to be very happy with this draw. He was
Yeah.
he was smiling after
And
the
he's
game.
also here with his family.
Yes, with
Yeah, with his entire, like his wife, his 3 kids. So I think he might spend some good time with them for a while before getting back on the job.
yeah.
So knight b3.
By the way, what is happening? So now that this game is a draw, I want to quickly take a look at Nguyen's game as well, because some moves have happened in that game actually. Like the bishop has rerouted itself to a5, putting like. How can I put more pressure on c3? That's the problem, because if I ever move my knight to e4, the b5 pawn is weak. So it's very hard for me to concretely put pressure on the c3 pawn, which makes it very difficult for black to have breakthrough. Yeah, can I ever consider e5, or that's just a bad idea?
No, I think e5. Maybe at some point I was also thinking.
You think
in
so? Yeah.
case-
Let's say bishop e2. Let's try. Yeah, why not? It's not our pawns anyway, so we can try. Yeah.
Maybe prepare it a bit.
But b5 is hanging. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's why you can prepare it a bit, no? Like rook e8 and e5.
Yeah, but I don't think in general it's good, because it opens up the position, and with white.
But then you have to do something, no? You can't just be sitting around and not doing anything with black. If you want to win.
Yeah, maybe just let's try
Or
to.
how about this idea with f6 g5, although it's very tough
No,
to...
f6 g5. I think e5 is much more likely. Let's say e5, go now. Can you try to make e5 work now? d5. Of course, I cannot take back on e5 now because
b5.
b5 is hanging. So rook e8. I try to capture on e5 with the rook, and at least we change the character of the position, and maybe black can try to play like this. Bishop b6, sometime even consider sacrificing on e3.
Yeah.
Because the bishop on e1 is just so sad. And also, just to mention that bishop takes c4 is never something that white wants to do, because after d takes c4, look at this queen completely covering all the squares on this file, and the bishop on e1 is just like a big pawn. Yeah, it can't
Yeah.
go anywhere.
Meanwhile, I think Sam Shankland and Edis Gurel is about to end.
Yeah,
Because-
we might see a hand. Yeah, we might see a result in that game. Yeah.
Spawn up, and let's go to Wei versus Vincent.
King
He's played
f6.
his King f6.
And what was he made a move? I think it was rook. It's hard to see. What did he do? He played rook b7.
Rook b7, bishop d7.
Played.
And Vincent
Hanging
down
on
to
the
10
edge.
seconds.
He's
Bhai,
hanging
10,
on the
10 seconds. 9, 8,
What?
7,
Are you really?
6, 5, 4,
He has to make a
3,
move.
2.
What?
1.
No, it's 50 seconds.
What?
No, don't make him lose on time. Yes, 40 seconds.
Oh.
Okay, now he's actually getting seriously low on the clock. 30 seconds for him. And you can see he's like trying to find a way to
Yeah.
win, but it's not there, which is obviously surprising because Black's king is in the center of the board and White is also up on exchange, but there is no clear win. And now he's down to 15 seconds. He has to move.
Now again 10.
10, tick-tock.
9.
What?
Okay, he's going to make his move.
Yeah, rook g3 he played. He's trying to find some counterplay, but I don't think he's...
Now your move, Harshit by d3.
Yeah, just push the pawn.
But bishop e5.
King e5?
Okay, take here.
d2
then d2.
and I'm
And you're just queening. I have no time for rook takes bishop.
yeah, d3 should be played. But then bishop d2 might be his idea, to go bishop c3 perhaps. But now rook c5, rook c2 is coming in. But with 1 minute on the clock, we can potentially see some mistakes. But it's the 39th move.
Yeah,
so
just one more move.
2 more moves
For White,
Black and 1 more move for White to reach the time control. Oh, by the way, Prague versus Navarra is a 4 versus 3 endgame.
Oh.
And
Oof.
it's not a given draw. I will definitely say this. It's not a given draw because,
But very likely to end in a draw.
well, yes, because black should definitely go h5. But if White gets king f4, g4, and we've seen a lot of model
Yeah.
games where White wins this. I mean, of course, this is theoretically drawn, but White is still up a pawn and Black still needs to show some technique.
But yeah, I mean, it's closer to a draw than a win.
Yes, for
Like,
sure.
80% chances of this ending in a draw.
Yeah. But I mean, of course, Prague is going to push. I mean,
Yeah.
they're not going to agree on a draw.
No, for sure. I mean, Prague has nothing to lose. Keep playing. And there have been some famous games where if you can put your pawns to e5, f4, then the black king
By the
remains
way,
cramped.
knight g4 played? What is that?
Where?
What? Did he blunder rook takes d7? No, he did not, yeah? He's so tricky. He played knight g4, making us think that he blundered rook takes d7 and rook takes g4, but he has king f5.
Wow.
And now even though White is up a piece, he's going to lose it, and Black is the one in the driver's seat right now. So, of course, Vincent is not going to fall for those tricks. He goes for bishop g5 check.
But fantastic
King f5.
play, yeah, by way.
Yeah, I mean, keeping it very, very tricky. And now they reached the 40th move, so they both like kind of relaxed a little bit. Vincent just making sure that 40 moves has been reached, and he's just relaxing, taking some water now, and he's going to think for some time now. Yeah. So
40 moves done.
yeah. So just to mark the results, Lee Kwang Liam, Anish Giri was a draw.
Yeah.
Shankland Gurel, is it over? Yes, I think it's over. Isn't it?
Yeah.
It
I
is,
think,
right?
I think Shankland won.
Shankland won? Is it for sure? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. 1-0. So Shankland won his game. So he's joined the leaderboard for now after the only
sole
win,
leader,
sole
actually.
leader so far. Because we are expecting Kaimer Wei to most likely end in a draw. Prague will push, but
Draw.
should likely end in a draw. And this game, do you think Yuen will manage to defeat Arvind?
Maybe not. I think it seems like it's very difficult to break through as black.
Oh, by the way,
But he'll
he's planning
continue.
to go a3, knight b2.
Could be one of the possible
So
ideas.
we are going
here.
to see 3 games where the knight reaches either b2 or b7 today. That's definitely a very rare occasion.
Yeah.
So now only move for Arvind is to play rook c1 for some reason. I don't know why it's the only move.
But they have already completed 40 moves now. They both will be given half an hour.
Yeah. But also from that half an hour, Arvind has thought for 14 minutes.
Wow.
Because now if he, for example, makes a move like, what happened? No, yeah. If he doesn't play rook c1 and let's say he goes some waiting move like king h2, knight a3 is also a big threat. So that's why you just have to move either the rook or the queen. Let's say queen c1. Okay, a3 now is not possible because bishop c4 and queen takes a3. But now this idea of e5 suddenly comes into picture because d5, knight e5, the b5 pawn is protected. Knight f3 check is jumping in. d4 is an idea as well. I think black's position has improved a lot from the last time we saw it.
Yeah. I think overall Arvind Chidambaram is under a lot of pressure. He has to keep hanging on for a long time. The time will also run low. So Nguyen Van, if he is able to convert this, it will be something.
It will be insane, yeah. Because he, it was such a slow grind. He just slowly but surely improving the position. And Arvind is actually known to be a very positional player, but he's playing very slow chess against him. Oh, rook c1 played.
Knight
Find the
D6.
best move and knight d6 back. So he's just Nguyen did this against Divya as well. Do you remember that game? He was just slowly but surely improving his position in Vaikanze, and then suddenly when your opponent is tired, he'll make a decision which will make you think, but at that point you're just too tired from thinking of all the defense.
Yeah, I think he'll just keep maneuvering and then at some point break through. He'll keep doing that. Meanwhile, Prague brings his king up. I'll be interested to see how David defends this, because that will teach us a lot about how to play this endgame.
So for me, I thought that h5 is an automatic because you want to create this f7, g6, h5 setup whenever you can in this endgame. And the reason is that you control black from you control white from advancing g4. Because if he does, then you trade one more pawn, which brings you closer to a draw. So I expect h5 to be played rather quickly.
Because if you don't do that, white is going g4.
Exactly.
h4.
Yes, and you see he plays h5. So, of course,
Good call there. h5.
Very, very typical. So, David goes for this, and now Prague will try to find an idea to put pressure. But I think someone like Navarra, who is so experienced, I don't see
No,
him.
it won't. But I think this game has a lot of potential to go in any direction. It's still quite complicated.
Not any direction.
Draw or win for Vincent.
Yeah.
So
rook c2 played, by the way.
So maybe we have finished all 40 moves in all the games. So maybe we can take a very short break and then come back, because then we can go till the end of all the games. And maybe it's a good time for us to take a very short break.
Yes.
And then see you all on the other side.
Stay still by my side. pretty and so kind forever.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries, it has endured wars, revolutions, and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympia, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
And we are back for the final few moments of the first round. We already had few results actually.
Yeah.
Shankland winning with the white pieces against Edis Gurel, and then we had a draw between Le Quang Liem and Anish Kiri. 3 games remaining. So what's happening now?
I feel that Prag's game against David Navara also is heading in the direction of a draw.
Yeah.
Although
White
Prag-
is up a pawn. I think that bless you. I think that Navara is definitely has a lot of experience in this endgame and should be able to hold this position.
Yeah, also Prag is known for his endgame play.
Yes.
So in general, like Prag is having a lot of experience in endgame play. But you know, Harshit bhai, I feel like this position which we have reached here, there's just no way to make progress because, I mean, what do you do as
Let's
white?
say-
If you could get your rook here, perhaps you defend and also attack.
Yeah, but even then, I will always keep checking your
Yeah.
king from the side. So I think that Navara is very, very experienced and should be able to hold this without big problems.
Correct. So this one,
Ending in a draw?
Prag actually had chances in this game, but not much.
Definitely. I mean, in the opening, this king d to rook h7 idea is definitely going to be something that he is going to regret not doing. What's happening in Vincent versus Wei's game? Because rook to a5 was just played.
I think this was the game of the day, no?
The game of the day.
In a way, the complications, the amount of the new ideas, the opening, everything.
The accuracy was supremely high in this game.
Yeah.
And
Also, Wei being surprised in the opening and then coming up and playing this way.
pawn sacrifice. This knight e7, knight f5 was the most impressive idea that he played. And now he's threatening rook a1 check.
Mate.
It's not a mate because the rook can drop back
rook
from
f1.
f7. So you cannot capture the g7 pawn because then rook a1 will be checkmate. So rook a5, and has Vincent made a move? Not yet, right? He's still thinking after rook a5.
Yeah.
Let's say if we go rook d6, then there is just bishop b5, yeah?
Stopping this.
No, this is lost. What? Bishop c1.
No, come on, crazy.
What a crazy move is that?
I mean, the idea is to stop your rook from coming back here, right?
Yeah, but bishop c1, rook a1. I guess you have rook d5 check or what? And now rook c7.
No, but we did speak about it, right? That king h4.
Okay. Oh, and now rook takes d4 and suddenly...
So tell me something. Is, let's say if I start here with bishop b5, rook c7, is that also winning?
Yeah, now maybe black can go h6 and capture the pawn.
And then bishop c1.
Yeah, it's complicated, but it seems like it's it's far from a draw right now.
Because if you play, I mean, why is this not hanging?
Sorry?
Like bishop e2, rook d4, I mean, this should also be winning, no?
Yeah, it looks... rook f5 is a cool idea though, trying to threaten rook f1 mate. So maybe black is holding on by a miracle, but it's not at all easy to find all of these complications.
Look at this. If you play bishop f4, there is g5. And if you play rook f4, there is rook d5.
Oh, and then just rook back. Yeah. Also, rook takes f4. Okay, that's not a draw. Yeah. Rook. Just curious. Like, is rook f4, bishop f4 this position a draw or it's lost? Very curious.
I think it should be winning, no, for white.
Yeah, it should be, but
Especially because you have no way to kind of blockade or something. I'll slowly come out with my king.
yeah. So I think definitely a position that Wei is going to avoid, regardless of
Yeah.
it being winning or not. And
But bishop b5 is a very common
but there is another way to threaten mate by going bishop to f5 after rook d6.
and you block the rook's
I
path.
blocked that rook and now I'm threatening rook a1, and how do you defend now?
Yeah.
And if you go rook c7 now, for instance, trying to
Or
go...
maybe if you go bishop c1 again.
Yeah, with the same concept,
Same,
right?
same thing.
Then can black?
Maybe you go rook c5, no? Trying to attack there and then...
Yeah, rook c5 is a very decent idea. I was thinking maybe just d3 as well is possible, yeah? And your
So the
pawn...
bishop is much better on f5 than on b5.
Yes, because it protects your king quite well.
Also, it doesn't allow you the
checks.
pin.
Yeah, exactly.
Very tough to understand all this. But let's see. Wei and Vincent both have, I don't know how much time left, because they are on move 43. I think the clocks have to be updated.
Yeah. Oh, we have the full cams right now, so we get a better view of the board. It's 13 minutes. I can't see very clearly, but I think around that, yeah?
Yeah.
By the way, also let's quickly check Nguyen's game, because I think we thought that Nguyen has a lot of time, but actually he only has a few minutes in this position.
Yeah, Van Nguyen versus Arvind is a game where they have been moving around in circles for a long time.
Yeah.
And I don't know who's going to run out of patience first. Will it be Van Nguyen who will say like, okay, I agree to a draw, or will it be Arvind who will make a mistake? I sometimes feel that such positions, when you give your opponent certain winning chances, or are sometimes interesting, because if the opponent starts to push a bit too much, you get your chances.
Exactly. But I actually was thinking of an idea. Let's say after king h2, I go something like knight c4. And my point, I mean, I'll just show you my idea. My point was that let's say you make a waiting move, and I wanted to go f5. What do you think of this idea? Trying to, I mean, I would have ideally done like to do this with my queen on c6. Do you know, like there was a position where black had his queen on c6. So let's say in a position, so let's say he goes knight c4, queen c1, and now f5.
And what's your idea?
My idea is that if you ever take on c4, I mean that this endgame should be, I mean this position should be very good for me. And if you don't do this, then I completely stop your idea of going e4. And
But you have to do something, yeah, at the end. Like, as black, you have to find a way to break through. I do feel that at some point g5 business should happen, right? Like, if you can move your key. But because the b5 pawn is weak.
And white has this light squared bishop,
Yeah.
the h5 pawn is going to become a
Yeah,
big
and
one.
you can't just switch. Like, if this was not weak.
You
And
can't
let's
do a
imagine,
switcheroo, yeah?
Yeah, you had a pawn back here. You would have put all your pieces here and tried for the king side attack.
True. Yeah, but I think with the white bishop also being on e1, the king is kind of well protected. So perhaps you should instead go for this e5 idea that we've been thinking about.
And by the way, the clocks have been fixed. So
Oh, great.
This is great news. Van Nguyen has 7 minutes 50 seconds only.
Yeah.
Ashit bhai, are we looking at 3 results in this game?
I mean,
I don't know.
because it is, I mean, we might actually be because of the clock situation.
Yeah.
I mean, 30 minutes is a big amount of time that he's behind. And at some point, whenever white gets e4, which is what Arvind will do, whenever Nguyen gets less than a minute on the clock, he'll change the dynamic of the position, make it more concrete.
Yeah.
And Nguyen won't have enough time to navigate the complications.
Okay. Let's quickly check what is happening with Prag here.
Yeah, I mean, this game, I think both players kind of know that it's going to end in a draw, but they're just trying to test each other, yeah.
But one thing is for sure, that if David is careless and takes here, he would lose this end.
I mean, yes, because the king pawn endgame,
King pawn endgame is very bad. But if you just come back
rook
to
a3, you're actually winning a pawn. So.
yeah, and I think it's just, I don't know, what is the way in which black can even try? Oh, maybe there is this way to try, right? Check, king g7, rook d5.
No, but even rook f3 is
Rook
complicated.
f3, And I was thinking,
rook
instead
G5.
of taking, rook F5.
No, just rook G5. No, take it. No, free pawn.
Take.
And if king F6, you have rook F5. This
Yeah.
actually might be winning for you.
Yeah, this is winning. And king H6 also rook F5.
Yeah, but of course, after rook B5, black doesn't have to capture the pawn. He can simply just go king G6.
Yes, and we were talking about this setup, which we finally got it.
And now we'll.
But now checks.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it doesn't help. Oh, by the way, we have a move in the game of Wei versus. What happened
Rook
here?
D6 was played. Rook D6 was actually played by Vincent, and now bishop F5 is the move that we're expecting Wei to play. Threatening rook A1 mate.
Blocking the path of the rook to come back.
Exactly.
Okay, very interesting and exciting moment. Harshit bhai, please drink some water.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
You too.
Yes, I have.
Water break. Everyone watching, drink some water. By the way, Divya's position was losing
Oh, let's quickly have a look at that.
because we said that her position is difficult to defend, but now in the live position, White has two pieces for a rook.
Yeah. Also, king is very active. Although I would say, like, I wouldn't imagine it to be such a huge winning position for white, because I would think that black has some counterplay with the G pawn.
Well, the biggest point is that the B2 pawn is so well defended
Yeah.
by the bishop on E5. The B5 pawn is a big weakness that the
Yeah.
rook won't be able to defend against. And also, it's actually very good that white has this E pawn, because it can simply, like at some point, white will simply bring the, he goes knight D4 attacking the B5 pawn.
But
I
if
think.
I go, I don't even
You
have
don't
rook
even have
B8.
rook B8. So I think you're just losing material by force, and I think Ivan is going to win this game, which is a tough result.
Start.
Yeah.
Tough start for Divya. And I think Divya will have another test of her stamina in this tournament, because
Yes.
we remember in Vaikanze she had such a tough time.
event. But Sagar, she has to look at an event without any pressure and try to play her best chess, because when you are enjoying to play chess, that's when the moves flow freely. And Divya obviously is very, very dynamic and strong. So I'm hoping for her to come back stronger in this event. But it's important that she doesn't take pressure against playing against these top players.
Sure. By the way, draw in Makun versus Yakuboyev.
Yes,
Draw
draw
in Finnick versus Nemec.
in the Czech derby. Yes, and
Uh,
Beer just completely
best game I think of
crushed.
today.
Crushed with black.
Divya losing
and
and Moritzi
Morizi's
Stalma. I mean,
draw.
Moritzi would be very happy
Yeah.
to escape. So actually, challengers being very solid here. Two decisive games, three
Three
draws.
draws.
And masters are looking at one decisive game and four
Four
draws.
draws.
But I wouldn't discount something crazy happening in this game still. Wei versus
Yeah, for example,
Vincent.
bishop f5 is the only move. If you don't go bishop f5, you're in trouble. And Wei is thinking, which kind of just goes to show that it's not that obvious. Because obviously, we were also considering bishop b5, which is losing.
How do you explain this game to someone who's just watching? Like, you know, we are looking at concrete tactics. But let's try to just explain what is each side looking for here.
Well, obviously, what white is trying to do is win the pawn on d4 without having his king on g1 be under a lot of pressure. At the same time, white cannot exchange a lot of pieces, because if you exchange one more pair of rooks and lose the h4 pawn, then the resulting endgame, even though white is up on exchange, will be a draw. So white wants to win the d4 pawn without exchanging pieces. That's what white's goal is. Black's goal, on the other hand,
And who wants to trade the rooks?
well, it very much depends on in which, for example, like in this exact position, white, because the rook on f7 is going to become super powerful. But in general, I don't think black would mind trading a pair of rooks.
Yeah, especially if black could get
Win
one
H4
more pawn.
Exactly. So it very much depends on the position. And black's idea is obviously to create a lot of counterplay against white's king.
I think black's main counterplay is
Is-
just to create mating
mating
nets.
patterns, exactly. So bishop f5 is super important right now.
And we were talking about this move bishop b5 being a mistake, because of this incredible resource bishop c1.
And the 5th rank becomes available for the white's rooks,
Check.
right? That's the difference, key difference. Oh, actually, white threatens a mate now. For example, if you make a move like rook a1,
Yeah.
white threatens,
Defend this.
and now, yeah. Oh, actually, 1 second.
No, where is the mate?
Yeah, go back. The bishop is pinned. No, I can't do it. I wanted to show some line with bishop g5 check, but the white king is bishop is
yeah.
pinned. So rook c7 is the only move to win.
14 minutes for Wei, 9 minutes for Vincent. Also in the second time control, we are moving towards time pressure now.
Yeah, so we are really approaching the last few critical moments of this game.
Maza aa raha hai.
Yes, I mean, kuch games, I mean, it's crazy that even in the end game, there are so many complications in this game. Because the price of a move is still very high. We were expecting the end game, the price of a move goes down because usually there are quite a few relatively equal moves. But here, for example, bishop f5 is the only move. And whenever you are forcing your opponent to find these only moves, that's when
mistakes
happen. Exactly. I mean, I think Vincent should be very happy about this game regardless of him drawing or winning.
Good quality.
Because he's testing Wei to find the best moves.
Yes, and also he never really let his calculations go out of control.
Yeah.
That is also a sign of a player in form.
Yeah. And also I have to say, like, being Wei is not easy, right? Because you are defending a worse position for the last 3 hours. And your opponent is still putting pressure on you, and at some point you are just going to be prone to make a mistake, yeah?
Yeah. True.
So your prediction still draw, or do you think Wei is going to
I don't know, this next move is critical here. As you said, it's only one move here, bishop f5, which keeps the balance. Otherwise, white does start getting seriously better. So it's not an easy moment. Although I do feel bishop f5 makes a lot of sense.
Also, guys, just for all of you watching, all of these moves that we are suggesting, we have such a big benefit of knowing the evaluation.
True.
And also getting some help of our with our machine. The players have to figure out everything by themselves. They have a lot of pressure, and especially almost fifth hour into the game right now, it's definitely going to be a lot of physical stress they're under.
Right.
Rook d6. Wei is trying to find, but I don't know. I mean, he doesn't exactly seem very confident now. I don't know. But it's hard to say with Wei. He's always very no emotions.
So there are 3 games going on. Very quickly,
He's about to wait. He's about to touch the bishop.
Okay. By the way, we have a very cool feature here. The moment I switch the board, the camera also switches.
Wow.
That's why, it's very speedy. If we go here, it's Prague. Here, it's this, which is a brilliant setup here by our director.
Oh, he's about to make bishop b5 or f? Oh, f5. Wei is too good.
Wei says, there's no way you can get past me. I'm just
too accurate.
Solid.
He's too accurate. I mean, of course, now rook a1 is a big threat, so white has to go bishop c1 or rook c7, I think is more logical.
So this...
Rook c7 is more human, right? And then rook a1, rook c1, rook takes c1. I think this might be what we see. Bishop takes c1.
Okay, do you want to trade?
Yes, I just want to take the rooks off and go d3.
Or take h4. No, but that also should be fine, no?
Taking on h4 is also should.
And then
just h6.
This 2 versus...
This is no problems for black at all.
Yeah, this should be easy draw.
Yeah. So I think we are actually, after all of that craziness, I think we are finally approaching some sort of a clarity about the position.
Actually, do you think Wei might be the most accurate player in the world of chess right now?
Not in the world of chess.
I mean, I'm not talking about him winning everything, but just very accurate player. So, sometimes someone who's very accurate doesn't win too many games, but makes hardly any mistakes. Even in Tata Steel, he didn't make any mistakes actually.
Yes, he was the most accurate player.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe.
Well, the thing is, like, whatever the metric about finding the best player about something is, it's hard for me to tell any name besides Magnus. Like,
But
so-
but Magnus doesn't play too much.
Okay, so I
classical
guess-
chess. and when you talk about, let's say, someone like Gukesh, who is the current world champion, his games have so many errors.
absolutely.
But there are. I mean, he would also make Wei go wrong.
I mean,
Yeah, that's how complicated he plays.
exactly, because he makes it practically difficult for his opponent to find. Like, he makes the game so complicated, where he excels the most at in positions where the games are very, very chaotic, that his opponents cannot handle the complications. So Bishop C1 was actually played
Yeah.
by Vincent, and now we cannot go Rook
D3,
A1.
no,
We
just-
cannot go Rook A1 because the bishop on F5 is hanging.
Yeah, it just falls with a check here. So maybe D3, just keeping it simple.
Correct. By the way, if you go
Oh,
D,
but now this take check threatened.
oh my god.
Not sure. Not sure.
Yeah, like we were saying that this is
No,
completely.
let's once again. I mean, if you don't play D3 and you try to save this pawn, is there a way to save the pawn on G7?
Okay, Rook E5, I have to say, is the most natural move.
Threatening a
Threatening a mate. Exactly. So let's take it from Rook E5, Bishop D2, preventing the mate,
Yeah.
and
Again, go back. Threatening a mate.
yeah, can I go back Rook B5?
Rook. Yeah, I was not Rook A5. Yeah, you lose the
Yeah, Rook B5.
Rook V5.
Possible, right? But now you go Bishop E1.
This bishop is very tricky. It's moving in 1-1 square.
And if Rook E5 back, let's try to understand like what white is achieving. Bishop G3 and I just go back Rook B5. So I basically give you some time and trying to understand what you want.
I don't know if you want to go back.
Yeah,
like
I
this.
think the drawing margin might be high right now. Oh, by the way, Prag goes for E5.
What? Okay. I mean, I don't know what Prag is doing. Let's look at it.
Does he have
Is
an
that-
idea? Like FE5, let's say. Rook D6.
So Rook D8, he went here.
Mhm.
King F8.
Yes, threatening Rook D6.
It's an interesting because if you take here,
Yeah, are you? Is this lost? Or no? Rook D6?
check. Is Rook F6 possible? E5. E5 wins.
Rook F6, E5 wins. Wow.
Wow.
That's a very nice puzzle. So, what happened in the game was Rook A3, King F8, F6.
King F8.
F6, E5. And if FE5, what's his idea? Rook D6 check. Does he want to go King G8? No, King G8.
No, but now you can take, no?
Yeah, and now black is the one who's a pawn up.
Yeah, and then
So instead of E5, you go King G8, you go Rook D6, King H7, Rook F6. I'm sure is his idea. But then E4 is always there, yeah? No, E4 is.
But-
I don't know actually.
I mean, here what next?
I mean, I want to go Rook F5 and put pressure. Oh, actually, I want to go King F7 as well.
No, but if you go here, I go here.
Let's say I want to go King F. So,
So this move,
okay, I go King F7.
and now Rook F4.
You go E4 now.
Take,
No, you just go E4 now.
but even take. That seems good, right?
What?
No, G5.
No, Rook F4 is lost.
Rook F4, Rook F4, EF4,
That's
King
com-
F6, King H6. Yeah, King F5.
Yeah.
So just to show this, take.
And even though it's 2 pawns, King F5 and you're going to lose the pawn. So E4 now is a dead draw.
Yeah, trading more.
Yeah. By the way, D3.
Oh, by the way, it's happened.
Oh, this happened?
Rook F6 is on the board.
So Rook A4.
So yeah, Rook A4 and E4.
Rook A4, Rook F5?
King G6? I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, this game is heading
Check.
towards the draw. And capture the F3 pawn. Yeah.
so Prag draw.
Prag draw. He found this D3
Oh, by the way,
move.
D3 played.
Crazy.
No, once again.
Rook G7.
Yeah, I'm going to take this pawn. It's not, I think D3 is normal.
No, I
But
mean, he's
now-
giving away G7 pawn, yeah?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not so easy. It's,
And now what? Here is the key.
I mean, he wants to just take the H4 pawn, I think. Rook e7, rook e7 is rook e5 lost? Ah, it is, yeah, because takes, we have rook d5. And yeah, I'm losing material. So the only...
Okay, so this one, rook g7, I think he'll take, and then both players down to last 7 minutes. Harshit bhai, what is your thought on this game? It feels like nothing changes in this game, no matter how many
No,
moves.
but this Gyuan is super dangerous in this position because we think nothing is changing.
But his time is like is at 4 minutes 50 seconds.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, when you have low time, you give your opponent hope, but it's actually false hope, yeah? Like they think that, oh, maybe I have some chance, and then suddenly e5, e4 will come, and black is just completely dominating. I think e5 has to be played. Black needs to change the character of the position, and now is the best time to do that, because after knight e5, the queen on c8 is going to jump to f5.
Okay, what if I take here? That's just terrible, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because it opens up this... No, but what's the problem?
I mean, I can take with the rook as well, actually, and threaten b4. I take with the rook, and I'm d5, I threaten b4, and that looks really
So
tough.
I can't... Oh, by the way, did he play?
No way, he played it.
He played!
Oh my god.
Wow.
No, Gyuan is very dangerous in these slow positions because, I mean, especially after Weik, I've been very impressed by how he like just keeps playing the same position for a long time.
Yeah.
And we feel like, oh, nothing is happening, but it's like, you know, how in football, you know, like they're just passing. We think, nothing is happening, but they're actually
And then there's
positioning
a
themselves for something special. And I think now, after e5, basically, like the assist has been made, and now he's just waiting for the other players to join, yeah?
Maybe, yeah, and also this reminds me of like great technique. Some of the great players of the past used to have this patience. Karpov, you had Petrosian, all of them.
Yeah.
Very, very calm, cool, and then they would break through.
And actually, Gyuan is the same age group as me. So I've played a lot of like age group events, and he was always one of the top players. So he's always been a big talent right from the very, very early ages.
True, but I think he's peaking right now, no?
Absolutely. I mean,
This is, I think, his golden.
I mean, the
period.
last 2 years has been like he was like a very talented 2600, 26, 20 player. But now he has kind of transformed that into almost touching 2700, yeah.
And by the way, I was asking him if he dedicates all his time to chess, and he said, no, I think he enrolled into a university.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think sometimes just having more things to do helps you to be taking less pressure about something.
That's true. Yeah, because if you're only playing chess, then you always have this pressure that, oh, I need to do this.
Yeah.
And then sometimes the performance pressure can like restrict your ability to play freely. And I think now in the last few months, we've been seeing a very different Gyuan. Like it seems like his moves are flowing and he's been able to perform at his highest level, which seems to be very, very dangerous. So now
Now I don't know, like Arvind has some options. Take the pawn, but then the knight takes, and
it's
then
a pawn sack, yeah, by the way, bishop b5. Let's continue.
I was thinking also pawn sack that way. No, but then there's b4, like this one, no? Just to show like e5, if you take, and this.
Yes, but then there's b4, yeah. And black is just completely dominating.
Yeah.
By the way, yeah, the question is, what's the point of bishop takes b5? That's what I'm very curious about right now. d5, knight e5, bishop b5, knight f3 check. And queen g4 is coming, yeah? If king g2 only move, by the way, king h1, queen h3 is mate. So king g2 and now queen g4, threatening knight takes h4 check. And it's impossible for white to defend it. King f1 if you play.
They say like the queen and the knight is a great attacking combination, and it shows here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, by the way, Vincent has taken the pawn on g7.
And d3 also was played or no?
No, d3 played, and now he took rook g7. So at this point, once again, very key moment in this game. Rook e5.
After looking at the last few moves of Wei, I don't need to know the best move by the engine. I just need to see his move to know what's the best move.
But as his time runs low, maybe his...
Oh.
What did he do?
He-
He
he-
took on H4.
Not the best, but
Second best.
yeah.
Okay.
But after making the move, he was thinking, yeah, for 2 seconds.
He was like,
Did I blunder?
I saw rook e5, but okay, no problem.
What? This is also fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 4 minutes for Vincent. He's trying to put some pressure.
Yeah, all that Vincent is hoping is somehow to coordinate his pieces to mate this king. Because otherwise, black is now so active with all the pawns that there is no way to win.
Yeah.
You just have to mate the king.
But
Somehow.
okay. And black, I think, at this point should just exchange the rooks and go into some endgame. But it's not easy.
Yeah.
So rook e7, if you play. Man, I am not sure Vincent is going to allow Wei to have...
Look at Vincent's intent also, right? On the board. Sometimes with the body language, you realize like if the player feels it's a draw, or I feel like Vincent really feels there are chances.
Yeah, I mean, like, and the way he's so energetic about the position, like
Yeah.
he's actively trying to pose problems against Wei. And I think that this like spirit that he's playing with is going to give him very good chances in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this tour because once you see them in action from day one, some nice storylines build up. Like for example, Sam Shankland today winning already shows like he's getting his momentum flowing. Vincent looks in good form today. Pragg looked a bit shaky, I would say, today.
Yeah,
Not-
I mean, I must say that after the opening where he got queen b4 and f3 king d2,
yeah,
I actually thought that Pragg might actually have an easy day today, winning that position, but
he's
it
still
turned
playing,
out
by the way.
differently.
He's still playing, and he's got his king to f5. What the hell is this?
Rook g6 and he's winning a pawn.
Is he winning or what? Because Pragg is very tricky guy, yeah, in endgames.
Oh, by the way, after rook g6, king f7, would you not take... You take the pawn, right? Rook g5,
I know this. Let's ask our viewers.
Rook takes g5.
Black to play, guys.
Okay, I mean, it's easy to like only move basically.
Yeah. E4, well done. E4 check and take the rook and queen the pawn.
So taking on g5 is definitely not what Pragg will do. He just played rook d6 back, I think. King f7, rook d6.
Rook d6. Pragg still continuing. Yeah, continuing to grind. I don't like when Pragg has all these little advantages. I mean, if I'm his opponent, I would feel really stressed. Because he could win both
rook
the pawns.
f7 played, by the way. I want to check this game.
Which one?
Wei played rook, Vincent played rook f7 here.
He's attacking the bishop, but it's defended. I mean, what exactly is the idea? Like, can I go h5?
But h5 you take away that square. I don't
Yeah,
like h5.
I don't know if I want to.
You'll get mated, yeah.
I just want to make sure that some check doesn't come from h6. Vincent down to what? What is his time?
He has 1
1:25.
minute 25 seconds
Okay,
and Wei has 7.5 minutes.
By the way, in the game of Arvind and Van Nguyen,
Whoa.
we have had bishop e2,
After d5 and then b4,
b4.
queen d1.
Isn't c3 pawn
Like
just
2.5 minutes for Nguyen.
okay?
And
No, the thing is, if you take on c3, he wants to take on
no,
d5.
you can't allow that. If white gets that, he's going to be very, very happy. Actually, I mean, clock is the only thing that is...
Okay, clock is very important here.
No,
this
it is
game, the
actually,
entire game is... if there was no clock, then Van Nguyen was just better.
True. No, I
Completely.
think the clock is going to make this very interesting. And
Yeah.
you're right. Like, okay, of course, he's played...
And he feels the pressure. You can see him looking at the clock constantly.
Yeah. Actually, I actually want to stick with this game
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I think that this game is going to get very exciting. With 2 minutes for Nguyen, I think Arvind will try to really complicate the matters now.
Yeah.
So why
I
is
mean,
he's
Van
thinking?
Gogh, come on,
yeah.
1 minute 50
Yeah, he has to
seconds for
play.
him. But what to play? Harshit bhai, do you go like rook c5 is the best?
How
move?
bad is BC3 by the way?
B takes c3, queen d5. It seems to equalize already. And once equalized, then
Oh my
you are
God.
still 22
it's,
minutes behind.
Yeah,
That's,
1 minute
that's
on the
bad
clock.
news.
That's very bad news. Can we go full screen on? He looks very nervous now.
Yeah, maybe it's a good idea to get into that flow, at least for his move here.
Is queen f5 possible to play?
Queen f5 is a suggestion here to just play. Not a bad move.
Yeah, because queen. But problem is queen d5, and although my rook on c2 is hanging, there is queen takes. No, queen d5, knight
just,
g4
just
check. Yeah.
loses. Yeah,
So
fantastic.
what
Actually,
to do after queen?
Also f2 is weak, rook at c2 is weak.
like your move.
Yeah,
Like
queen
your move.
f5 is very
Queen
very
f5,
much
fantastic
possible.
suggestion. Oh!
What?
Wow, Queen
Played it.
f5 on the board. Well done.
Our spectator is.
Yeah, spectators are like masters caliber here. Amazing.
But the engines don't like this move for some reason.
Yeah, because there's only one move for Arvind, King g2.
But he has
And he's-
23 minutes to find it. But if he finds it,
Yeah.
and the evaluation is equal, then
Yeah.
suddenly all three results are possible. Oh, by the way, Prague David game was a draw.
They agreed or what?
Yes, that was a draw.
What happened? Suddenly Prague agreed. Like,
Okay, I mean it's.
I'm always very surprised when Prague
Prague
agrees
agrees. Yes,
to a
but
draw.
what to do now? Yeah,
Yeah,
like
because
the
the
pawn.
king is cut off.
Yes.
Okay, great defense by David. And Wei Keimer.
Oh my God!
What?
Bishop e4 mistake by Wei.
One second. King h4, rook f7.
And now rook e5 was a equal, but he played bishop
No,
e4.
there were rook c5 was equal, rook e5 was equal, but he goes rook bishop e4, and now he finds the best move,
Oh
putting
my God!
Wei under pressure. But Vincent only has a minute.
Yes, but I think he is close to winning now.
What is going on?
I think this has to, if this game is won by Vincent, this reminds me of Gukesh's win against Wei in the Olympiad. हम बोल रहे थे कि draw ही है, but Vincent kept on putting the pressure. I don't think.
But what about rook e5, Harshit? Like, I just defend the bishop. What's wrong? Like,
Oh my
where's the
God,
blunder?
guys, white to play. Come on, chat. Let's try to find it.
Is it a mate somewhere? Oh, it goes that way.
Crazy.
Nice. Guys, can you find it? White to play. And
Oh my God, look at.
g3?
No, not g3. You can just mate your opponent.
Arnav Agrawal very quickly finding it. Kaushik finding it.
Oh, beyond midnight, yeah, in India there.
Yes.
So some people
Rook takes e4.
take, check. King can't go back because of the bishop. And when you come here, I thought the king is safe, but
Rook
not
h3.
really. It's a checkmate.
Crazy idea.
Beautiful.
And I think this is what he missed potentially because rook d4 and he's suddenly Vincent seems to be confident. He's like
But he has 1 minute. Vincent can't be very confident here. But he's looking confident.
he's
yeah.
looking. He knows that some progress has been made. Bishop g6 is also not possible in this position because simply rook f3 and rook h3 is checkmate.
Oh, wow, that's a beautiful. Yeah, Arvind played.
Oh, he blundered.
Oh, he blundered.
Oh my God!
No, what did he do?
What has happened here?
Queen f5. He went rook c1. A terrible move.
What?
He just simply missed that the bishop is defending f2.
Oh my God!
And rook c3. What a move by Van Gogh.
And he had 20 minutes to find it. He had to
Wow.
think at that time.
But he was playing on his opponent's clock. And if I'm not mistaken, Van Gogh went down to 4 seconds before he took rook c3. Because I think Arvind thought he would take b takes c3.
And now, of course, queen take like king g2 perhaps maybe, or queen a4 is also hanging. Yeah,
Yeah, some
queen takes a4. That was his
Maybe.
idea, but again,
are just bringing the rook back.
yeah.
But he missed rook c3. What a move here.
This is-
Bishop c3 impossible because of queen f2 check.
and then b takes
King
c3.
h1. And B takes C3 followed by just-
E3 hanging, G3 hanging. The king is very weak. Pawn on C3 is a monster. I mean, you cannot miss rook C3, Sagar bhai.
No, this is and I love how Van Nguyen was very much like ready there, you know.
I mean, he was preparing this. He played queen f5 to have ideas against the f2 pawn.
And our chat here, our viewer, sorry, Kaustubh.
Yes.
Kaustubh found the move rook c3. I mean queen f5. Brilliant, by the way. King
Yeah.
g2 missed.
King
So-
G2 missed, and I do think that, I mean, he was playing for his opponent's clock, but I mean, for sure, a moment where he could have utilized a few minutes, but of course, easy to connect the dots looking in hindsight right now. Rook C3, and I think it's over.
Yeah.
Would you agree? It's over, right?
It's over, yeah. I mean, what do you do? There's nothing else to do. Otherwise, you're just pawn down. 2 pawns down now. No, actually pawn down.
So
but
if I go, let's say if I go, I can't even
What?
find a move. That's the
what do you
problem.
do? Like, there's just nothing.
Like you're threatening to capture rook takes c1 right now simply,
Rook c1, queen c1,
and potentially even consider something.
b3.
Okay, not exactly because the
Bishop
actually,
is hanging.
but then f2 is hanging, so b3 is a threat
Yeah.
actually.
Actually, that's always a problem.
Yes.
So b3 is coming in. Okay, so this is, and what about Wei? Wei plays bishop f5.
Oh my god, we are getting. You were saying 4 draws. I think there will be only 2 draws in this.
Yeah, correct. 3 decisive games, very possible. But for now, what do you do as white? Because you have pinned the knight. So if you think about it, bishop defends the knight,
Oh my
bishop
God.
defends the pawn, rook defends the bishop.
Sagar by rook d f4, bishop g6, rook f3 is possible.
Yeah, this is the mating idea
oh my
that you need.
God.
Somehow, this bishop controlling here, I don't know how to prevent the mate.
No, this is gone.
It's gone.
It's gone. So rook f4 is, I think, giving white a close to winning advantage right now.
played it.
He played it.
He played rook f4.
With less than 2 minutes for Wei, I think we are definitely going to witness a master class if Vincent wins
if
this.
Vincent wins this,
Definitely
we
going
are
to-
seeing a guy who is rising in the world of chess like anything.
And I'm sure Peter Lecco must be feeling that this game is so much in style of Peter Lecco, loves to have everything under control. He was putting the pressure right from the beginning, and it's very normal that Wei at some point erred because he just was under so much pressure.
I'm surprised, he was, we were talking about him like an engine and so on, but Vincent kept posing questions one after the other, and at some point Wei collapsed, and now
60 seconds.
D2.
D2.
D2 played. What? Isn't that a free pawn? Oh, just like rook f1 is there, right?
Yes, but he had to do it.
He's saying like now go to the technical end game.
Yeah,
Take, and now you try to win this. Wei says.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting question if it is at all winning.
It's we will be here for another 1 hour.
At least.
This is going to be a long grind. Okay, so clearly that this has happened, king f1, and now he'll give a check, bishop d3, say king g1, for example. And now, how do you win this with white? Do you plan something? Do you still go for a mating attack? Is it
No, I
possible?
mean, now I think the plan for white is to somehow include our king in the game.
Yes. So why not go king e1 actually to be outside
It's
the...
it's very much possible that king e1 is the best move. To try and bring our king closer. Bishop d3 check played, by the way.
I want to also go and check this game of Arvind versus Nguyen. What is Arvind doing?
No, I mean, Arvind is just
thinking
shocked.
now.
He's not thinking. He's shocked. That's what's
Yeah.
happening because
He needed to think before this move. But
Yeah.
sometimes you make a move quickly and then you just can't find anything. So let's go back to Wei. So check, he went king g1.
I'm actually. Do you think this is technical? Do you think this is like mathematically won?
I mean, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 pieces, no? So maybe it's still not table-based
Table
position.
base. Yeah.
7 pieces would mean a table base, I guess.
Prague's result was a draw. So Prague has drawn his game. Anish has drawn his game.
Guys, on the right of the there you see all the results. Anish draw, yeah.
Anish draw.
And
Wait. Keimer's game, the evaluation has shot up.
What?
Yeah.
No. There is a mistake there. He did give a check. Did he play bishop e4?
Yes.
Can we go back? Can we go to?
What? This is a huge mistake for some reason.
I don't know. Like for example.
Oh. I see the point. White is able to bring his rook on the third rank, like rook f4.
Yeah.
And no matter where you go.
Oh, bg6
rook-
just takes away this square, right?
Yes.
So then you go rook f3 or what? Threatening mate.
Yes. He played rook a. Sir, what is happening?
He played rook a7, right?
Yes.
Rook a7. So it.
But it's completely winning.
What? What the hell?
Oh my god. Because king h5 if you play.
No, I mean, so what was the move there which gave black the best chances? Was king h5
and just
trying to
run back with
come
the king.
out.
Yeah. But now I think he's not going to allow black to run away, because now if you go king h5, rook a5 check, and king g6, I have rook g5 check. You cannot go to h4 because bishop e1
So
was...
why didn't you have that earlier?
Because the rook was on f7, na? So you couldn't give rook f5 check.
So here, okay. There's no check only.
Oh my god.
Okay, it's very subtle, yeah. But Vincent keeps finding.
But look at Vincent,
Vincent finds everything. He will find all the resources.
No, I think he actually even knows he's winning now. Like, he's looking...
He's
look,
looking-
he's,
he's staring
the
at
stare
the
is...
stare,
yeah,
yeah.
he gave him the Vincent stare.
Yeah, the death stare there. That it's over.
Then it's unbelievable. Unbelievable first round, Sagar Bhai. What a crazy fighting spirit we've seen from all these players. But Wei must be very, very disappointed after this tough game. Yeah, Bishop C2 played, but...
No, and he's the top seed of the tournament.
So wait, now Rook A3 just wins or what? No. What's the winning continuation? Rook A5?
Yeah, Rook A5 with the idea of...
Oh wait, Rook A5 threatening Bishop E1.
Yes.
And the knight has no square. Knight F6, I have Bishop G5.
Oof.
Wait, so Rook A5 is actually...
Look, I think Vincent knows it.
Rook A5 is game over. Yes, he played it. Wow.
Brilliant move.
Wow.
Threatening mate on E1 because this is taken away and it's... Oh, he
and
resigns.
resigned.
Wow.
Unbelievable performance. Unbelievable performance by Vincent. And he shares a small smile.
Can we get Vincent here?
I mean, it would be amazing.
Yeah, in case if we can get Vincent here, that would be incredible because what a game.
But we have a delay, so I don't know.
Yeah, I know, but he might be analyzing or something, maybe doing an interview.
Yeah, and he says exactly. He just go king h5. Yeah, that's what Wei says. Just king h5. I don't know why I allowed this.
No, this has to be like an amazing game.
Yeah, I mean...
And now we have only one game left, by the way.
Which is also going to be decisive.
Yeah. Where Arvind is now going to think for 12 minutes.
But look at, I mean, the sportsmanship that Wei is showing. Yeah, I mean, he didn't lose a game for such a long period of time. He's laughing. He's like, I don't know how I allowed this. And just still analyzing. I mean, this is a quality which everyone should learn from. Including me. Like to, have so much energy and willingness to learn something from your opponent who played a beautiful game.
Yeah.
Amazing sportsmanship showed by Wei there.
Yeah, I think it just... He's not thinking about like, oh, my unbeaten run is broken or anything of that sort. He's just saying like, you played well today.
Exactly, yeah.
And tomorrow is another day where he'll fight again. But yeah, huge win for Vincent. Joins Sam Shankland in the lead.
Oh. And we might have a special guest.
Oh.
Or...
Oh, but wait. We have moves that have happened here. So... We had Queen D1, I mean Queen F5, we saw this. No, wait a second. Go to live. This happened.
Yes. Queen D4 and... How to... So he took on C3, right?
Yeah, he took. Bishop takes was taken. Queen F2 check. King H3. pawn takes, queen d4 pinning.
And now just how to finish it off.
He went back bishop c7,
rook c3, and now what's the
Can you-
winning continuation? Queen e2, rook c7
yeah,
is not winning.
queen e2, rook c7 doesn't look good. Maybe just save the
Bishop b8, yeah, just bishop b8 back.
But then rook c8.
But then rook c8 I take.
Take what? e2.
No.
Rook b8.
He took queen e2.
Oh, what? What are we missing? Queen g4.
What?
No, wait. Rook c7. Where is the win? A queen f1, huh? Queen f1, king h2, and
Is
queen
this
f6.
winning?
Queen f6. Queen f6.
No, it's not winning. What happened here?
Okay, he just blundered. Queen f2 draw.
What?
Okay, let's focus on the
What?
game, but then we can see where was the win. Let's just wait. I think Van Nguyen has botched it up.
Oh my god, I thought that he won.
Well, we don't know. We don't know. It's a mystery. What's happened here?
That is insane.
But he wants to take the g3 pawn if the king goes to h1. What if king h3, queen f5 check maybe?
No, king h, I mean, anything is a draw now. Black just has to make a draw because their knight on e5 is pinned and you're down on exchange. If you overstretch, you're going to lose. No, I mean, I think giving away the bishop on c7 was a big blunder.
But what was the move? bd6 or?
I mean, let's stick with this, but it was completely winning, no? Even before that.
Yeah, I think so. Arvind, slippery as an eel.
I don't know if Arvind was slippery or if Nguyen himself, I mean, of course, Arvind did manage, like he was resourceful, of course, but I think it was Nguyen not finding the right move actually.
Yeah, not so sure what has happened. Because do you want to go back? Because this is a draw now.
Yeah, okay, sure. Let's just, I mean, it was like
So, rook c3,
Completely.
this is totally winning, right?
just bishop d6, yeah?
Instead of taking here, which was, I think, the 30-second thing caused bishop d6. And there's no way. Oh, but you can continue attacking, right? Rook c6. Because the knight is pinned.
Yeah, but now the problem is that
Queen e2. Rook d6. Queen f1.
there's f6. King h2 and just f6 and knight g4 and knight f3 is unstoppable.
Because
Yeah.
earlier, why? Because, this was pinned.
Exactly. So that's why the bishop is very important.
And
on
now
d6.
checkmate is forced.
Yeah. And also before that, I mean, don't you think that before that, like after bc3, like, was this all like?
Queen d4. And now, can we do something
We
like...
could have even gone f6, yeah.
Yeah, here
also
f6 maybe. There was... But bishop c7 most accurate.
accurate, yes.
Rook c3 and now this bd6 was very key move.
Also bishop b8 seems to be winning. Rook c8?
Yeah, again the same concept, no? Queen e2 and f6.
No, I don't think it's the same concept. Now just queen f5. This is just queen f5.
Queen c8 is hanging.
Exactly. Wow. Can we go to the live position now? Because, draw, agreed. And Nguyen is he a bit, he looks a bit disappointed, yeah?
Of course. Yeah, he shows f6. He's like, there was f6.
Yeah.
Game over. Rook c3.
Bishop d6,
Bishop
look.
d6. Rook c6. And he said, like,
Yeah.
you could take on e2 and f6.
So,
Chess is tough, yeah.
Chess is tough. I
Chess
mean,
is
one
tough.
mistake and like all your efforts went in kind of go in vain, yeah?
He was grinding like crazy. Went round and round and
then even managed to trick Arvind, but then finally Arvind found the last defensive resource in order to save the game, and they're analyzing. I mean, these players are, it's incredible, yeah? They're playing for almost 5.5 hours, but
Yeah.
they're still having the energy to analyze, yeah?
No, but clearly, I guess Van Gogh feels it that he missed an opportunity.
Yeah.
Here, like there's no way. When he took on c3 with the rook,
Was that
you could see he knew he would.
he
win.
was winning? Yeah.
Yeah.
I cannot relax at all. Was this how? So we've got all the results in the
Yeah.
Masters.
2 wins and 3
Arvind
draws.
drawing a tough position. Shankland, the person to draw blood first, winning against Errol Gurel Ediz, and then Pragnananda drawing against Navara. Anish, nice defensive game
Anish,
against.
we met him in the analysis room and he was like, I'm not focusing on openings anymore. We played pretty bad opening today. But
And
he
then
drew.
Vincent winning. I think that was the game of the day.
Yeah,
Winning
clearly.
against Vei.
Clearly.
We need to have a more in-depth analysis of
Yeah.
that game for sure at some point, because that was fantastic win by
True.
Vincent. So we have 2 players in the lead. And what happened in the challenger section? Can we just take a look?
Yeah,
at
we
the
saw,
results?
right? There were 2 decisive games.
Okay.
Between Jonas
Beer
Beer
and-
beating Stamatis and Salgado Lopez beating Divya Deshmukh.
Yeah.
Rest of the games ended in draws.
So that concludes all of the games from round 1.
Yeah.
We've got so much fighting chess. They are still analyzing on the board right
Yeah.
there. Sagar bhai, your first impressions, or your few impressions from this first round.
I just feel the tournament is so open, and you could see how Van Gogh, who is actually the second last seed in this tournament, was is one of the was going to beat one of. I had Arvind in my list of favorites, So this tournament is very wide open. Also, Wei, the top seed, has been
succumbed,
toppled.
yeah.
So my feeling after first round is Vincent Keimer is the dangerous guy
He's
here.
looking very sharp.
Like everyone was thinking Prag or Wei are the favorites of this tournament.
But you're
now
right.
Vincent.
Absolutely. I mean, playing like a model game with white, keeping on the pressure, and I think he'll definitely be someone to stop in this event, as he's taken the early lead.
As Peter Lecco said, everything changed on that last day of Vaikanze. When Vincent Keimer played against Prag, he had a dismal tournament at Vaikanze, but he said it's the last round.
Exactly.
I want to start a new tournament. He beat Prag,
And then you get momentum from that last round that you carry in the next
and
event.
then he goes to Weisenhaus, wins, and now comes here, wins. And who knows where this will lead? Maybe it will lead Vincent into some, candidates, or he'll.
It's possible, yeah.
He'll reach But let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
That was just the first day. We have 8 more rounds in the section, so long way to go.
Absolutely. And guys, thank you all for joining in, for tuning in. Also, thank you to our
Live spectators.
live audience here. If you are in and around Prague, by the way, we got one of the people who was on the live chat to come here.
Oh, wow.
So yes, he messaged us on the live chat saying, "Hey, I'm in Prague. Can I join?" And he's here, and he was the one who suggested
this
Queen F5. So guys, if you are also in and around Prague, please do consider coming here. It's a nice setup
And it's very it's a small crowd that we have, so we can have a lot of fun and interact as well. So
yes.
That was day 1. Tomorrow's
Harshit bhai, do you think at any point, you have these dance steps that you do, that at any point we can make also our live audience dance with us?
we can try to do that, from tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see if we will be able to do that. But guys, see you all tomorrow, and a big shout out to everyone here, and also
So, of
our
course,
director.
Director Saab, of course.
Mr. Tadias, who has been phenomenal behind the computer, because day 1 is always very tough to set everything up. So it was a great day of chess. See you all tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time, which is 7:30 in India and wherever you are across the globe. See you all tomorrow. Bye.
still by my side. So pretty and so kind. I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries, it has endured wars, revolutions, and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympiad, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.